Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Collar Nation Radio Show, folks. I'm the Collar Thanos tonight. Snapping the Infinity Stones, 6 stones, and I'm your resident hate monger. You know, spreading love and spreading hate. Whatever the mood is tonight. I believe there's a season, right? There's a season of joy, a season of pain, there's a season of laugh, season to cry, a season of love, and a season of hate. You got to look. That's what God gave you. God gave us the ability to hate. Why do we hate? Let me tell you something. Why do we hate? Because if you don't hate something, right, that means you love nothing. You don't believe in anything, you know? And like I said all the time, right? It's sad when you don't have friends. You know what the even worse sadder is? When you don't even have enemies. That means you don't matter. If you don't have enemies, that means that you haven't taken a position in life. You have no ground. You have no space. You have no space. You have no substance. You stand for something. You're withdrawn from the world. Oh, I ain't got no enemies. Where have you been? Everybody has enemies. Everybody has people that they want to destroy. Everybody got people that they hate. And so that's just human nature. Don't mean it's right, but that's just human nature. Then what happens when you're civilized, you balance that out with understanding, compassion, negotiation, and stuff like that. But don't sit there and tell me I'm gonna walk around loving everybody when I ain't got no hate, I got no enemies. I want to get the fuck out of here. That shows me that you're not a real person. Because a real person will let you know where they stand. They'll let you know their ground. They'll let you know what their beliefs are and stuff like that. That's what we're talking about tonight. Now, tonight we have a real good topic. We're talking about, and I do this topic because Dinah Samir did a show today on this, right? But he was away from the computer, and I couldn't get on. So I waited for like an hour then I said, forgot it. I said, well, I gotta go. I was sitting there, sitting in my car, dozing off and whatnot. So I should forget it. So I said, well, I'll do this topic tonight on my show, And we're talking about xenophobia in South. I've been covering this topic now for 18 years. The first xenophobic outbreak happened in 2008. That was in 2007, 2008, where a bunch of Zimbabweans and Mozambicans were burned alive, necklace, where they put the tire iron on you and burn you alive, something like that. This is savage, brutal behavior, right? It's unacceptable, Now, we have not seen that yet in South Africa, but I've seen a video where this South African was like doing Mike Tyson on somebody, on a poor Ghanaian. He's just sitting there boxing them, knocking them out and whatnot. What the guy do to deserve to get beaten up like that because he opened a business, he opened up a little shop, whatever like that, And so, we're talking about xenophobia. So is it xenophobia or just something deeper going on in the black world? I want to know. I think it's more than xenophobia. I think there's something going on in the black race. Something like a poison, a cancer that's spreading throughout the whole entire black world. I don't know what it is. I think what it is, this self-hate that the collective of the black race has never dealt with. We never learned our real history. We never had real leaders. We never had real scholarship. And we never had a 100-year plan, right? That would include slave descendants, people on the continent, to push the continent and the black race forward. Everybody's doing their own thing. So therefore, it seems like everybody's on their own. When people are on their own and there's no master plan, this is how people act, I don't think South Africans hate West Africans. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 minute. I don't believe they hate West Africans. I just think, be honest with you, right? And I'm gonna be careful about what I say tonight. Careful what I say tonight, okay? West Africa. I've been to West Africa. I haven't been to Southern Africa yet. Southern Africa is like the first world, right? Yeah, you can't go by what they say or people say online. That could be a bot. There's bots running around pretending they're or something like that. You guys, that's why I stopped getting mad or these rage bait bots from Africans online, because I know a lot of them are just white people posing as Africans to rage bait Black America. So you don't know if that's a real South African saying that, whatever, or just some AI stuff. You think of that. I take that as something at face value. South Africa, Southern Africa, is developed like it's a first world, right? People live on the grid. It's a modern system, right? That means whatever happens, it could sustain people at their base needs. That's what it means to be living in a modern world. There's a social safety net, natural social safety net. But when you get in West Africa, unless you got a lot of money, you could really literally still in 2026 starve. You could go for years without having electricity. You can basically, it's just, it's like night and day. So the Black people in places like Ghana, and people say, oh, Ghana's like, but the thing is, Ghana, like I was listening to this one Nigerian lady. She said, it was asking why you come to South Africa. She goes, well, you come to South Africa and the electricity works all the time. It's all about infrastructure. She goes, the roads are clean and stuff like that. And I like living like this, and she goes, Nigeria is dirty, is this, is that, whatever. And so the question is, can West Africans, right, the blackest region of Africa, could they basically build their civilization to match the civil? Because let's be honest with yourself, the only reason why Southern Africa is what it is because you got European settlement there. You got white settlement there, No, I don't think Ghana has more electricity. No, I don't. Dude, stop it. South Africa produces almost half the continent's electricity. South Africa generates almost half the continent's electricity. South Africa is a highly industrialized country. So let's stop. Let's stop. Let's be honest with ourselves. Ghana's still a developing country. It's a third world country. It's a developing country. It's getting there, but it's not there. Now there's obviously people living in Ghana, whatever like that. But there's people that go to South Africa like this. Okay, so can you do a study on Black South African, the cowardice of the Black African male? Well, the bottom line is this, DK, my good brother. The thing is this: South Africa is still a white country, just like America is a white country. Let's be honest with ourselves. Just because the land and native land, the infrastructure, government, everything, the institutions that make up what we call South Africa is by the whites. It's a white European society with a black numerical majority. It's not a Black republic. Now, the Black South Africans, right, never built their own Black African infrastructure. They never built their own banking system. They never built their own railway lines connecting different African cities. They never built their own airports, their own industries and stuff like that. They never built all these things that basically make a people independent, right? So they are basically tethered to the white power. South Africa has a lot of businesses throughout the continent. And what they did was say, okay, there was two things you're going to do post apartheid, right? You're going to have this revolution where you're going to drive the white man in the sea and whatnot. Then you're going to start. And most Black people in South Africa never thought they had the capability of running South Africa by themselves. They just wanted to be at the table, And so therefore, the easiest thing to do was, instead of a business becoming a white business, right? Like MTN, that's a South African business. Orange is a South African business. ShopRite, that's a South African business. And so therefore, South African breweries, one of the biggest breweries in the world, they hired young Black professionals as the front of this white corporate. That's what you have in South Africa. South Africa has it good because they could penetrate the African market, because when they want to get into markets like West Africa and East Africa, they basically send black faces, and the black South Africans, known as the Black Diamonds, Black Diamonds created a black middle class, and they're thriving. There's a thriving black middle class there by them casting their buckets down and joining. Why do you think Cyril Ramaphosa? He was an ANC Secretary General. He was all this stuff. He was interviewed with Ebony Magazine, Essence Magazine. Oh, Cyril Ramaphosa, Field Secretary ANC. And then after the election, he disappeared. Then he emerged like 10 years later as a billionaire. That's because he made sure that he was the whites in South Africa said, okay, we want this, we want that, protecting the white capital, and he benefits from protecting the white capital because the black South Africans start seeing whites as their partners, as their countrymen, right? But so many white people still see black people as labor. And so therefore, if they could use black labor from Zimbabwe, where it doesn't matter. So the bottom line, just like in America, like I said, the last show I did 2 nights ago, black people in South Africa really do think they're a part of South Africa, and they don't understand. They're tethered to the white Euro infrastructure. South Africa got an infrastructure that spans the globe, mostly in Europe and stuff like that, trading networks, financial networks and everything like that. And they sell to Africa, but this financing and the engineering, the science, and all stuff like that is tethered to countries like New Zealand, Australia, Italy, even Poland. It's basically South Africa is a European transplant in Africa. And the black South Africans just benefit from that global network that was created by the Afrikaners. That's what you have. So therefore, it's not like black South Africans are running South Africa. They're basically fighting for their lives here, because, it is what it is, no different than our freedom end of Jim Crow. So the bottom line is this: and so now you got black people from other countries coming there, and it's not even so much as I don't think it has anything to do with them opening little shops and everything like that. I just think Africans have to learn one thing, right? A thought unspoken dies unborn, right? And I ask this question: why so many black Americans hate Africans right now? They really do. I'm not going to joke about that now. There's a lot of black Americans. I'm looking around the internet. There's a lot of black people, and I was really shocked that really don't like Africans at all, and this hatred is in South Africa too now. And what drives that is the fact that social media, people get on social media with their full chest and say a bunch of stuff and everything like that. Instead of saying, something, something, let me shut the hell up while I'm in these people's country. Let me just sit here and enjoy myself in South Africa and whatnot. But they're on social media going around telling black South Africans how they is, and they don't understand. Black South Africans know there's a structure, a white power structure and everything like that they're locked out of, systemically locked out of. So when the Africans come there, right, and they're bottom feeders and they're benefiting from this system, they're saying, well, we did like this, but black South Africans say, you're just bottom feeders. We're trying to be part of the system. We want to be where De Beers is. We want to be where the Anglo-American Corporation is. We want our a moment to shine. We don't want to be down here on the bottom. But the African immigrant does not mind being on the bottom. They think the black people this. And then, like I said, the Igbo king. They come there and say, we're going to take over the East. Why would you say something like that? Why would you say go to somebody's country and say, we're going to take over the Eastern Cape and whatnot? There's nothing you can do. We're going to build our kingdom there. They get online, they say this stuff, and then that triggers a backlash, and then they act like, why is all this happening? Why is it happening? And so it has nothing to do. I believe the black people could have lived in peace in South Africa had it not been for the I don't know why certain people, particularly Nigerians, why they're such troublemakers. Why they're such braggadocios. Why they're so pompous. Why they're so arrogant, Unlike the black South African, unlike black America, the black South Africans will act on their hatred. They will act on it. Black America is not going to do that, Black South Africans will act on that hatred, And I'm looking at right now, it's getting really dangerous. They're beating people up. There's coming in people's house. They're taking the law into their own hand, seizing people's property, taking over their stores, everything like that. And it's like, because you when you say that come to somebody else's country and you mock them, whatever condition they're in, you mock them, you're going to get hatred. You're going to become the enemy. And that's what happens right now. No one's talking about that, So it's a sad situation, So we're going to talk about that tonight. What's going on? What's the way forward for South Africa? And also what I'm going to ask is this mean Pan-African is a failure? Because it's like this. That's why I hate when people talk about, Carl, are you a Pan? No, I don't fucking believe in Pan-African. I've been in Africa so many times. I don't believe in Pan-Africanism. I don't. I just really don't. I don't believe Africans understand what the hell Pan-Africanism is. It's something that we created here in the West. It's not going to work in Africa. It's not going to be like this, So it is what it is, So it is what it is, It is what it is, So it's, like I said, I don't think black people, look, I don't think black people are going to get any place as long as there's this level of poverty. As long as there's this much level of I'm just basically honest with you, right? I'm freaking honest with you, right? There's way too much poverty, right? And what you call it in Africa. There's way too much poverty and whatnot, There's way too many people who are benefiting from the misery of Africa, No, look, your mama, I'm not blaming everything on Pan-Africanism. I just think Pan-Africanism was a Western concept. It was created in America. It was once called Pan-Negroism, The idea that black people could unite and whatnot is a race. Like white was mirrored after white supremacy and white nationalism and white the white man's manifest destiny. We got to have our own manifestos. We unite black people in one black world. But the problem is, in Africa, people don't have a race conscious, And so Africans say, why am I going to be a Pan-African where I got everything I need being an Igbo? I got everything I need being Ashanti. Why am I going to be equal footing with somebody who doesn't have my bloodline, It is what it is. So I see very little good happening. All I see, Mama, is a bunch of speeches and pompous nonsense and everything. I don't see anything tangible. We had a chance in the 70s, right? With the Pan-Africanist Plaza in Liberia, right? And you had the OAU conference in Monrovia in 1979. That was the last chance. After that collapse, in Liberia, it was over with, Yeah, philosophy, like Pan-African, like philosophy, only works for people with full bellies. You can't talk Pan-African to hungry people. Really, you cannot sit down and talk to a hungry person about Pan-Africanism. So it is what it is. Chinese only, other than black people, North Shield. Yeah. The bottom line is those people represent power. Those people got agency. They got power. And black people naturally fear people that have power. There's gonna be consequences if you touch the Chinese. There's gonna be consequences if you touch the Indians, the Pakistanis, or Europeans. Carl Jenner says, you think you really understood Ubuntu? Oh, please. Now, that's another thing. Please stop with this Ubuntu stuff nonsense. Where's the Ubuntu right now, Rudy? Why don't you go? I got you, Rudy. Why don't you go to South Africa? I'll send you there and tell the people, I got an impasse, folks. We don't have to be angry with each other. Let's practice Ubuntu. Let's see how that goes. Everybody always come to me with some nonsense about the Ubuntu. Well, you can have a golden opportunity to go to South Africa right now and preach Ubuntu and show me it work. If it works, I'll say, something, Baruti? I'm changing my whole platform and make it called the Kala Ubuntu Show. You go to South Africa and show me some results. Yeah, I think about that all the time. Mark Blanton's there, but the thing is, though, what tells me is DK is unfortunately they don't consider Black Americans as Africans or migrants. They don't. There's a certain privilege you have as a Black American in Africa. You really do. When you touch on Africa, there's a certain privilege you have because people know you're there as an expat, expatriate, something like that. You're not an economic migrant. So therefore, people don't see Black Americans like Mark Blanton as a threat. They don't. Yeah, let's do Ubuntu, yeah, let's do Ubuntu. That's a good time to do Ubuntu right now. Man, they're knocking friggin' Ghanaians and Nigerians upside the head and whatnot. But hey, man, Baruti got the answer. Let's do some Ubuntu and whatnot. And what's that Ubuntu when they put that pipe upside your head and whatnot, and say foreigner go home, query, query. That means foreigner go home. Whatnot. I would like to see how Ubuntu works against Dudwala and query, query. you know, you know. I'm not talking now. I'm just being realistic. People don't like when I'm being frank. Why I laugh at people getting useless, but yeah, so what the hell is a fucking passport to freaking Ghana and fucking Sierra Leone? What the hell, man? Get the fuck out of here. That ain't worth toilet paper. Oh, I got a Sierra Leone passport. Wow, man. What the hell am I gonna do with a fucking one of the least things in the world? Right now, stick around. You'll find a solution after you at the end of the show or not. What's the solution? I don't know. Africans have made up their mind. When they come to America, they're out for themselves. They're not trying to build with anything. They're not trying to build a continent. Most Africans don't give a shit about the continent. That's the one thing. I had to come to that conclusion. The average African wants to come to America, stay here forever, and not ever go back. And then when they do go back, they want to build a big mansion. They can't live in Africa and say, let's build a planned community. Let's build factories and build industries and everything like that. Let's live within our means. No, you got to go back to Africa with a big mansion to look down on the local people and stuff like that, man. So get the hell out of here with that shit, I've seen it all with my eyes. I've seen the foolishness with my eyes, There's no reason why the number of Black Africans that's in this country can't go back and fix their continent if they wanted to, but they don't want to. And I'm sick and tired. And then when we have ideas, I have ideas. A lot of Black Americans live in Liberia, Ghana, and whatnot, but we can't do shit. The Africans they're in our way. We say we got ideas. You would think they listen to us? No. It's all about them, whatever like that, their position. I come from this tribe, blah, 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 like that. Man, shut the fuck up, and we're just tired, What has Black America fixed? Whatever, Well, we are the most advanced Black people on the freaking planet, So it is what it is. We got people go over there to countries like Ghana. I mean, Black Americans that got fucking schools in Ghana, like dozens of them. And places like Rwanda, all over the freaking continent. What are you talking about? We got black people who built schools in South Africa, all over the damn continent. Liberia, everything like you see in Africa right now, everything, right? There would be no Ghana right now if it wasn't for Black people from the diaspora coming there over the last 20 or 30 years, So, it's up to Africans to fix their continent. We can contribute. We never said we're going to fix the continent. It's up to Africans to fix their own continent. That's your homeland. That's your land. I'm not going to fix your land for you. All we're saying is we're going to lend a helping hand and be part of something. We want to be part of something, No, I ain't saying Black American built Ghana, but if it wasn't for Black American tourism, and Ghana would not be fucking where it is right now. I know that for a fact. That's why they had their year return, $1 billion in the Ghanaian budget. Government got $1 billion off the hotels and everything for year return. $1 billion in 1 year. Yeah, we put our mark in Africa, right? But it's time for Africa to step up and do something for their own goddamn continent, you know? Oh well, whatever. You know, African. I'm sick of. I've been so part of so many African declaration of this, man. African this and man, African Union this, man. Man, please, man. It's the same goddamn shit, you know. Same damn shit, you know. Not a damn thing happened. I got a joke for you, right? What do you get when you cross a million Africans with a million lesbians? Can somebody tell me what you get when you cross a million Africans and a million lesbians? Tell me what you get. Tell me what you get when you cross 1 million Africans and 1 million lesbians. You get 2 million motherfuckers who don't do dick. Right now, it's like this, you know, it's you do not do dick. In Africa and whatnot, nobody does dick. Everybody's out for themselves, man. I'm just like, you know, I love Liberia, but I'm about to take my hands off that country too. I'm sick and tired of the fucking stupidity. And I'm saying it doesn't matter. We built a beautiful country over there, and we have civilized people. Liberia be on top of Africa right now, you know. But we got fucking savages fucking running for office and stuff like that, causing trouble and everything. They can't build shit. I listen to them talk. What's your fucking plan? All they do is talk about somebody spending money. And I'm sick and tired of fucking dealing with fucking extreme poverty in people. You know, it's enough. We're not extreme. We're not there. You know, we're not there. We're gonna deal with Africans. We're not. We gotta deal with people some like on our fucking level. Yeah, but there's people trying to bring Liberia down. You know, if that George Weah gets back into power, Liberia's finished. We're all gonna pull out. You know, so it is what it is. You know, I'll be just to take my hands off the country forever. You know, yeah. As long as you got the bottom line is this: Black America has never known what extreme poverty is. Maybe in the 1930s, the Depression and whatnot. But when you got extreme poverty, you know what I mean. Extreme poverty is people could work, live for like 3 months and not even make $5. There's nothing, and it's normal. You know, yeah, people are like this. You know, so it is what it is. You know. Well, Lebanese got Liberia sewn up, man. The Lebanese, and not only that, right? I remember I was asking my guy Ross, when I played a video with right the other day. I said, "Yo, you know that place you had me staying in 2023, that hotel, nice hotel that I was staying in?" He said, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's the such and such." I said, "Yeah, you know, on the same grounds, everything's a compound. On the same compound, there's a 2 rows of shops, right?" And I thought, I also, and a couple of them, you had these really dark people from fucking India, real dark skinned people from India. He said, no, they're from Bangladesh. I said, how do you got Bangladeshis with their own machine shops and whatnot? He goes, oh, these are once UN peacekeepers. And they decided to set up shop and stay in Liberia. So all over West Africa, you got foreigners, right, doing things that the local Africans should be doing. Running machine shops and stuff like that, getting contracts with the government and stuff like that. And I said, and one guy had a borehole truck. I said, how the hell that happened? And so, oh yeah, that borehole truck was the UN. That was the UN. The UN sold, I guess, when they pull out, they sell stuff. That's what usually happens, right? The UN pulls out, and the next thing you know, they gave it to that guy for a low price, whatever like that. And everybody was pulling up there that needed something drilling. All these Liberians coming up, yeah, I need something drilled. I knew it. And this guy's making like $3,000 a pop on borehole. And I'm saying to myself, why can't a Liberian do that? You know, we don't have to have a power plant in America. We're citizens of this country. We don't have the responsibility of running a government. You know, so it is what it is. You know, stop deflecting. Talk about black uplift everywhere. You don't have attractive solutions. You know, I had attractive solutions, man, but you know, you don't want to fucking people don't want to listen. People don't want to listen. They just want to sit there and run their damn mouth. They don't want to listen. I got solutions, right? I have plenty of them, you know. But you know, it's going to take government. Like I said, I hopefully when I get to Angola next year, right, I know I'm going to have a better reception. Even though I'm still with Liberia and stuff like that, my wife's there and everything, but it's just politicized. But also, when I talk to Angolans, I could tell. Tell certain people when I talk to Zambians and Angolans, right? They're naturally more intelligent. Even though I think Liberians are smarter, when it comes to politics, West African politics are toxic. It's toxic. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why are you arguing over this stupid stuff like that? How do you build stuff? How do you create stuff? How do you create jobs? How do you look? If you got all these natural resources. You got lithium, gold, you got diamonds, you got all this stuff like that. You got natural gas, everything like that. Why are your fucking people in poverty? You got a beautiful coastline. Beautiful coastline. Look, how can you turn all those coastal cities into world-class resorts? What's the mindset of the African? So I'm saying to myself, it gets to the point where, so therefore, when these people fail in their country and then they bum rush into South Africa, of course people want to think a certain way, so it is what it is. First of all, Mama, this is not our country, and we have construction companies here too. We have many black countries constructed here in Virginia that build roads, but it is what it is. You go to the city of Chicago, that was built by mostly black engineers. Mayor Harold Washington, DC was designed by Benjamin Banneker. The streets, everything was designed by black engineers. So, if you really want to know. Well, everybody want to go tit for tat when not, They want to go tit for tat. Who did this? Who that? And I'm saying to myself, okay, that's fine. You want to go tit for tat and all this kind of stuff like that, tit for tat, whatever like that. It is what it is, So the main thing is we're talking about the African continent. Tonight we're talking about the African continent, right? The black people in America are doing fine, We don't need to build nothing. We don't need to build no fucking roads. I was born into a fucking infrastructure, I don't need to build them. I come from the great state of New York, the most advanced infrastructure. I was born into the most advanced infrastructure and civilization that the world's ever seen. I was born in New York City. So I don't have to do anything. I had the jackpot when I was born in New York, we don't need a currency here, fool. I said people, they always want to compare Black America, who are American citizens, right, to this sorry ass countries that can't get their shit together. You guys ought to be like, hey, look, if you want to compare yourself to Black America, just ask your former colonial masters to fucking colonize you and build your shit up again. Yeah, we pay taxes here, We pay state, local, and federal taxes here. That's what builds our shit, Africans got what, man? What? If Africans got all that, then why are millions of Africans dying at sea to try to get out of Africa, bro? Why are you in America right now? That's what I said. The African and his pride. It's one thing to be proud, right? It's other thing to have where you got pride. Because when you have pride, you sound like a fool. Most Africans cannot make a living in Africa. They got to go someplace else. It is what it is, folks. Pride goes before the fall. Yeah, but the thing is that you're over here trying to get what we have with the whites. You see, oh damn, man, we freaking We fucking up over there. Black people in America are living good. Let me go over there and be like them with the whites and whatnot, you know? What's up, Mary Shy? But I guarantee you, with the internet data you right now, you're in some Western country. I know you ain't in Africa. You never see anybody that be on this show that's from Africa. You just don't have enough data or stable internet, you know? But we're talking about South Africa, you know? And so what I'm saying is this: these arguments that we're having with Mama Do Bobo, whatever his name is, right? You know, these arguments, right, go on between Black South Africans and Black immigrants in South Africa, right? They'll say things like, "Oh, we built this, we did this. Y'all only got what y'all want because of whites and whatnot." And when the Black South Africans will seethe with anger, you know. I don't know. The thing is, I think whites in South Africa, they know that they love pitting Black people against each other, right? They know that, right? You cannot look. The Black South Africans are trying to be South Africans. They're trying to be South Africans, right? And so, therefore, the whites are saying you're no different than a Zimbabwean to us, you know. Kind of mess up to brag about approximate whiteness they had sent us to back to Africa. We'd be no different. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We actually proved that we could build a country. Liberia was a freaking beautiful country at one time. We showed that we could actually build a country on our own without white people's help. I stand by that shit, you know. Liberia is all the proof I need that Black people in America are capable of building a nation. You know, that's a proof I got, you know. Well, I don't know about being educated. We were educated, you know. Doesn't mean don't mean necessary. What people always want to take white people and give them all the fucking credit for everything we do. Like we sit there, oh, white people did it. Get the fuck out of here, you know. You know, nobody educated me. I learned everything I had on my own, you know. You know, I know why white people taught me shit, you know. Yeah, everything, you know, they want to take credit for anything successful we do, but all our dysfunctions, oh, that's all y'all. That's your culture. That's this and whatnot, you know. You know, I think okay, let's say like this. If let's say you're right, then you basically say that white people are responsible for the dysfunction in Black America too. You can't just this is what the white man does. He wants all the good stuff, right? I want to take all the credit for everything do, but all the bad stuff, oh, that's you guys. That's you guys. No, either you say Black people's success or failures on their own. That means I don't blame you for my failures, and you don't take credit for my success. You know. So the bottom line. So the bottom line is this. Look, the bottom line is most white people at the time were illiterate. You understand that? Most white people in America were uneducated. I mean, Tammany Hall, Boss Tweed said he doesn't care about what people write about him. He just didn't like the political cartoons because most of his most of his constituents can't even read. America always had a literacy problem. What are you talking about? You know? So the bottom line is, so please don't say bragging to me about white people. You were in the same boat as Black people. Everybody coming off those ships were ignorant and illiterate, you know? And then you had to learn, like we did. Same way everybody else had to do it. You know, you ain't nothing special. Well, Baruti, the main thing is the Black the Black South Africans are there in the country. So what are they supposed to do? Let's say they're not South Africans, right? What the hell is renaming So this is what I'm talking. I'm sick and tired of. What Brewery said, we gotta rename something. I'm like, what the fuck is a renaming gonna do if your situation don't fucking change? White people control the railways. They control the banks. They control the insurance companies. They control all the infrastructure, the wealth, everything. You know? What the hell is rename yourself going to fucking do? Lord have mercy, man. Jeez. It's worse than I freaking thought. It is worse than I goddamn thought, you know? What's up, Dark Migo? What's up, Dark Migo? So, what you call it? Do you know, Mr. I assume you're a white guy, D Chicago 1986, whatever. I assume you're a white person or coon, whatever. Do you know in 1850, do you know black men was 70% of the skilled labor in America? And then by the turn of the 19th century, right? They said, you know, we cannot friggin' it was so dangerous, right? Because when free blacks are coming up there, they said what all these skills that the black people had, you know, blacksmiths, you know, wood making, all stuff like that was skills that built America. Most bricklaying, brick making, stone masonry. Most of the skilled labor in America was done by black hands, slave and slave and free. You know, so they had to bring European immigrants to balance that out. You know, so look, do you understand the freaking we had the Prince Hall Masons, you know. In Petersburg, Virginia, you know, I'm gonna tell you something. There's a church that was built in the 1680s, right? A stone church in Petersburg, Virginia, still there, built by black architects, in the 1600s, early 1700s, right? There's a stone church. We had built stone churches for most of our history in America. We were always freaking stonemasons. We built our own churches. Do you know it was black men who built the White House? You know, you go to the South, right? You got churches. Like when you go to Liberia, you see duplicates, like places like Edina. You see those same sort of churches and architecture. Who cares about who taught them? White people taught them. What the frick? They taught themselves. A lot of these people that went to Liberia was self-taught. You know. Not every African was a farmer. There's a black African that came to the New World with skills. So, Mamo, I don't hurt your feelings, but Worldwide Technologies, right, is the largest black corporation in America, David Stewart. He's worth $12 billion, right? And it's a $25 billion a year entity. That's Worldwide Technologies, followed by Robert Smith, you know, another billionaire. And we got another lady out in California that has a human resource company. Her company does like $4 billion a year. We got billionaires in this country, bro. I don't know if that's 1776. So why would he have a new account? Because I didn't block him on his old one, you know. I didn't block him on his old one, so you know. Well, if one person does something in our community, that means we all take pride in that shit, you know. We're a community of rugged individuals. We're not a community. We're a bunch of freaking rugged individualists. No, we're not a community. We're individuals, bro. We tried to build we tried to be a community 100 years ago, and the white power structure said no. So it is what it is. I'm sick and tired of people don't even know how to read history. We tried to come together as a community with the Nation of Islam, the UNIA, all those things were thwarted. Even with the Black Panther Party. And I was thinking about today. If America was a just country, right? When they saw groups like the Black Panther Party patrolling their community, giving free breakfast out, walking kids to school, directing traffic, instead of them saying, something, let's get in there and incorporate, give these young men what they need to build their communities up and whatnot. Instead, they made the Black Panther Party. That showed you what we're up against, right? Why would you be against organization Nation of Islam who was telling people to get off drugs, do all the stuff like that, get yourself right, respect your woman, get married, all stuff like that, Why was that organization fucking hated? They spent 100 years destroying our fucking community. Now they want to sit here and fucking pass judgment on us. When that man, go to hell. They want to pass judgment on us. Oh man, you guys ain't did this. The black community, this, yeah, the black community, white man after the Civil War waged 100 years. Do you understand? They burned down so many black cities, thriving cities and towns. They waged a complete war against us for 100 fucking years and whatnot. And they want to say like, oh, why didn't y'all do this? Why y'all do that, man? Get the fuck out of here, So, but we're talking about xenophobia in South Africa, right? And what gets me is they have right now is South Africa is violence. It's never been like that in Black America. We deal with immigrants and everything like that, but it's never going to get to the point where it's violence in Black America. Because one, Africans don't pose any economic threat to us. They don't pose any cultural threat, no economic threat, no political threat, nothing. So it's not like South Africa where the black people in South Africa, there's like this, so it is what it is, Are your thoughts different than your rhetoric? Believe if not accepted, you since your whites call us you that. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Baruti. Fruity Baruti. I don't know what Barudi's talking about. I don't know anymore. What type of jobs are immigrants taking? Look, the thing is down there, they're not taking jobs. They're opening up shops. They're doing nail salons. They're buying stuff. They're doing all the stuff like this. And not only that, they're selling a lot to their own communities and whatnot. They're not even bothering talking. But the fact of the matter is, South Africans are saying, "No, you can't come on the screen tonight." No. Check this out. A lot of South Africans basically are saying that these people are here. Now let's be honest with ourselves. Let's put two and two together right now. You have laws in the country, right? A lot of people in Africa, I hate to say this, right? They don't understand the rule of law, right? If you're given a visa for 90 days to come to visit and go home or not, and you decide to come to the country, either sneak across the border and then set up shop, and start running a business and everything like that. Some people say, oh, the blacks just hating. But the thing is, if the people are not paying proper friggin' taxes, they're not registered, they're not doing all stuff like that, they're not obeying certain codes and everything, they're like, basically the country will eventually collapse into lawlessness. So the question needs to ask is, are the black people are trying to protect the rule of law, or they're just using the law as an excuse to harass these people? That's a question that I don't know what's in the black South African's heart. You know, they say, why don't they go after the white people? Well, the white people down there have their paperwork and all that shit like that in order. What they're talking about is just, be honest with you, just millions of people coming there, just setting up shop and doing us like that, and all of a sudden the trash and I seen Hillbrower, man. That place was like a fucking dump, man. And that used to be, Johannesburg used to be a beautiful city. Durban, Johannesburg, all these places used to be beautiful cities. You look at back in the 70s to the apartheid area, that place used to be so fucking beautiful. Now I look at it, man, it's fucking looks like hell on earth. And the black South Africans are like, something. And it wasn't even so bad if the black immigrants kept their mouth shut. But they're on social media, especially Nigerians. Oh, black South Africans are lazy. They brag about taking the South African women. You don't come to somebody's country talking about you're gonna take over their women, you're gonna colonize them and all shit like that. What do you think is gonna happen? Now all these other Africans are paying for what these stupid Nigerians started. Because they don't make any distinction between a Ghanaian and a South African when it comes down to it. Nigerians are bragging that, they go down there flashing money and stuff like that. Then what I'm hearing with Lozy said, a lot of them are, somebody said, I think Afro Think Tank talking about Nigerians, like he loves Nigerians. They just busted a Nigerian guy in Thailand. Anybody see that? You saw that in the chat room. Push one. Busted him with cocaine. He must have had like 3 pounds, 3 kilos of cocaine. He was posing as a preacher, but he was a drug dealer. So you got Nigerians, they are involved with trafficking drugs and stuff like that. Yeah, he was a pastor, I'm glad this goes around. So watch it. So and that was in Thailand, So the accusations that the South Africans had, because like Lozy said, these Nigerians, because Kid O was trying to say, oh, South Africans don't have no money, whatnot. They always say that, right? Somebody don't have no money, right? Then when you look at the aggregate, right, the per capita income of the average South African, black and white, is like $6,500 a year. The per capita of the average Nigerian is barely $800 a year. Nigeria has the highest concentration of extreme poverty in the world. So where's this idea that all these Nigerians got money? So it's the arrogance, the arrogance. You come to somebody's country showing off, and then you're gonna have an Igbo and talk about you're gonna make the Eastern Cape your kingdom. I'm like, what the hell are you thinking about? You're gonna come down to another country, like the country's up for grabs, a modern country. You're gonna say we're gonna talk about Eastern Cape or whatnot. That's what they do. They flood into a country, bring their people, and then they just take over. And right now, what you see is ethnic cleansing in South Africa, saying we want these people to fuck out. They don't care. They don't care about Pan-Africa. They don't care about Ubuntu. They want them fucking out, and I don't blame them. I really do not blame them. What do you mean show off? Yeah, it's wrong. Look, it's not about showing off. You can show off when you really got it. But you don't go to, one thing we don't do, bro, is the fact that we don't show off. Like, I got a Mercedes. I don't go around showing that shit off. My cousin Debbie's a millionaire. You would never know it, the way they act and whatnot, We don't do that shit. We had our era. We showed off. That was back in the 40s and whatnot, But the only people that show off are these rappers and whatnot. You don't judge the average black American by rappers and rap videos and shit like that. Those are fools. We don't show off in South Africa. What are you talking about? We're down there doing real business, still work, and we're contributing to the South Africa. We're not down there flexing and flossing and all stuff like that, just being a pain in the neck, Brag about what? What's there to fucking brag about? What's there to fucking brag about? There ain't nothing to brag about. If you got money, you got money. So what? You know? Colin, my brother, you okay? That's a wicked call. Yeah, I get this every once in a while. I think I got what's it called? Bronchitis, I get this every once in a fucking year. I don't kiss no stranger. I've only kissed one fucking woman. That's my wife. Look, I think I get this bronchitis. Let's see. I think it's a change of weather because it's so hot in Liberia, and I come back and it's cold. I might have caught a cold, coming back here because it was cool when I got back. Well, let the Nigerians let them brag. Let them go to Nigeria and brag. Let them go stay in Nigeria, brag all the hell they want. When they come to other people's countries, show some decorum, show some respect. So I have a coffee collar. I can't get rid of it. Collar, don't get down like that. Yeah, so it is what it is. Imagine living off the eatings of crumbs. You got the American dollars. Yeah. So I don't know what the heck is going on. So black South Africans are flying everywhere too. Look, the bottom line is this. Look, we're not going there as economic migrants. That's a difference. We're not going there because we need to. We don't have to. We're not going to these countries as economic migrants, right? Take away from locals. When you see black people that go to other countries, they're actually adding value to the country. Most black people in America are not leaving America. We don't need to go to South Africa to make a living. We can make your money here is here. Our money is being made here in America. We don't need to go to these other countries. You don't see. So it is what it is. So seems like fake Pan-Africanism falling apart. If there was real Pan-Africanism, but we have something. But here's a problem. I saw this years ago, right, on Dynasty Show, right? And it didn't dawn on me until recently. I thought it was normal, right? When Dynasty have his show, and he would have all in his chat room, he would have these Africans, right? See, people automatically assume because somebody's from Africa, they're Pan-Africanist, whatever like that, and they're you could talk on black issues and everything like that. And then we're looking at it like he had this guy named Black Lion. These people actually come on the platform. Look, on my platform, this platform right here, right? If I get the impression you don't like Black America, you're not gonna be on here. If I get the impression you don't like Africans, you're not up here, right? You have way too many people on Dynasty Show just like Black America this, Black America that, Black America this. Like he had that Lou Major clown up there, And so therefore a Pan-African platform, and they basically were just bashing Black America. They're like, why is Black America? And because these people, a lot of these people that was coming to the show live in America, and they have a lot of envy and jealousy of Black America, right? And so therefore their get back is, you're not African enough, right? You're not African enough. So you come to a Pan-African platform, they feel like, oh, we're the masters of this. So we're going to be the gatekeepers of what all things African, and we're going to keep putting you down or saying, no, you can't do this. We're going to tell you what to do and everything. And a lot of Black America were going for it. We were just letting them sit there, talk down to us and everything like that. And then after a while, what you call that's when the ADOS FBA movement came along, because people were like, you don't have to be ashamed of who the hell you are. And what you call you don't have to be ashamed of who you are as Black. You don't have to apologize for being Black. No, Lou Major's not back. You don't have to apologize. Look, let me tell you something. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what race you are. you should never have to apologize for what you are. Anybody somebody tell you that there's something wrong with you, whatever like that they got a better solution for you, that they're gonna check, man, run from you like you would a rattlesnake. Now you could say, hey, I could learn a few things from this culture. I could learn this little thing. They could learn things from me, But the bottom line is, if somebody tells you that you got to completely remake who you are, forget your history, your identity, and all stuff like that to adopt what somebody else is, that's not being real. I'm just being honest with you. I like people like this. If I meet somebody like me, I go to Liberia, right? I understand that there's different groups of people, like talk to Liberians, and they may be a bossa man, they may be a crew man, and they're going to tell me the stories of their people and everything like that. But I respect that. That's who you are. We could talk together as black men, but I understand you. That's who you are. That's your hair. I'm not going to erase who you are to fit me. Just like you're not going to erase who the hell I am. I'm an African American. That's it. Accept it or you don't. I am not going to become a Liberian like that. I'm not going to become a crewman, a bossa man, a grebo man, whatever the hell the fuck else you think. But I'm not going to do it. And people can't understand that I'm proud of who the hell I am. Then that's just on them. I am not changing my identity. I'm not speaking no other language. I'm not doing none of that shit. Like that. So the bottom line is that's what I was saying for years. It was like there was something wrong with Black American, but yet Black American culture is a dominant culture in the fucking world. And you got a new thing going on is you got a lot of Africans, and it's pretty funny. This is actually pretty funny. Right now, the tension between FBA and Africans seem simmered off. Now there's a tension between Caribbeans and Africans. It's hilarious, man. I'm looking at like, damn, Caribbeans and Africans going back and forth, right? And the whole thing is a lot of Africans who are going to like places like Trinidad, Grenada, Guyana, and Panama. They're basically going there for a couple of years, and they're starting to wear like Jamaican flags, Bahamian flags, Barbados flags, and all stuff like that. And people like, these motherfuckers are trying to take over our culture. Then the Africans' argument is, well, Bahamians, they're Africans, right? And people are like, okay, we know we came from Africa, right? But it's like, well, what's the difference? So Africans are basically co-opting Jamaican culture, Bahamian culture, Afro-Brazilian culture, and I'm saying to myself, the Caribbeans are pushing back on this. Like, wait a minute here. You could come here, be part of us, but don't go around wearing our flag like y'all now one of us. You're not one of us. You came from Senegal. You came from Sierra Leone. You came from this. You're not one of us, right? You're not one of us. You can't represent us, because you got a lot of Africans who are wearing Caribbean flags all of a sudden, and they're going around, to other countries cosplaying as Caribbeans, so there's like, so Africans are like Caribbeans are upset over that. I said, welcome to our world now. And it's like we love our African brothers and sisters, but they gotta basically is. Yeah, hold up. Caribbeans are proud of their culture in the Caribbean. I'm dead serious. They do. I don't even like the term Caribbean. We always call them West Indian. That's a new term. Caribbean is a new term. That's a white term. Those are people who use the term Caribbean or cosplay and trying to be white. Sorry about this cough, folks, man. I got bronchitis, Caribbeans basically West Indians are like, we got a history here, we got our own way of doing things, whatever like that. We're not gonna let somebody come over here and just, now you're one of us, on this guys that we're all Africans bullshit. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, not me. You know. You know. So it is what it is, folks. You know. Bruce says, "Yeah, I love the Russian national anthem. I just think the lift every voice and sing don't have enough bass in it for me. You know, I want a national anthem that sounds like fire, that sounds like war. You know, when you sing the Volga, listen to the Volga Boatman, you know, or the Russian Volga Boatman, that's a war chat, you know, or the Japanese national anthem, that was a war chat. They lift every voice and sing sounds, I don't know, this sounds weak, you know. I mean, I'll accept it and everything like that, but that can't be a national anthem for a real nation, you know. Well, I don't know. Mamu, can you explain why the controversy now is Africans are upset that Afrobeats is not being played in Atlanta? And people are like, what's going on? People are like in Atlanta, like, we don't listen to that stuff, you know? And Africans like, oh, y'all got Afrobeats are gonna take over. You know, they keep saying Afrobeats are gonna take over. And that's not the case. Afrobeats is not selling in America, you know? And so then they get on here and talk about, you know, we don't care about Black American culture. Yes, you do. You know, every time you look at Afrobeats, you see what's his name, P Square and whatnot. They got these gold iced out chains on, gold fronts in their mouth. You know, the braids, sagging pants and whatnot. You know, the baggy pants, whatnot. That's all a ripoff or what do they call it, a knockoff of Black American hip hop culture. You know, that's all it is, man. Africans, all they do is imitate Black America. You know. So the bottom line is this. So it's like, you know, if what you want to do is this is what another thing. I listen to Afrobeats. Right? But the thing is, though, now the one Afrobeat song I love is that Fireball song, Yellow, right? Jealous, right? And the reason why I love that song so much because that reminds me of the first time I've been to Liberia. That reminds me that was a beautiful time when I first went to Liberia, right? Songs generally bring back memories, you know, program your memories. Like right now, Afro Man's trending again because people remember that song I Got High because they remember, oh yeah, I remember that song back in high school. I remember that song, memories, black and white people, memories. So when they basically brought WizKid out in Coachella, people are like, we don't know who this is. You can't just basically impose your music and people don't know your background. Now, when you bring somebody like Snoop Dogg out, he's gonna say, "Oh yeah, man, gin and juice." They got a history. You know what I'm saying? You got to start basically. I've been listening to Afrobeats for years. You know, I got a lot of Afrobeat collections. I listen to Afrobeats. You know, but I listen to Afrobeats when I'm by myself. I don't listen to it in public. You know, because people look at me like I'm crazy. You know. So people look at me like, well, I'm fucking crazy. You know. So it is what it is. You know. Bebe Rodriguez, until you can get up here and show your face or not, then you could talk. You can't talk to me. You can't show your face. You know, the reason that Colin wants the award chat for Anthem, he thinks like a white. Yeah, I do. Yeah, maybe we need to start thinking like the white man. You know, maybe we do it because guy, obviously, what you're doing is not working. You know, yeah, what you're doing is not damn working. You know, maybe we need a new fucking thing. Maybe we need to start being warriors again. You know. Yeah, I listen to Afro beats, man, but not in front of people and not in front of anybody I know, or whatever like that. I listen to it in private, you know. So I don't bump it in my car. If I bump it in my car, I got my windows up when I, you know. But I love got people like Singa, Techno, I like Burner Boy. I like a lot of stuff like that, that do that Walhalla, that song, whatnot, that's Soko, I mean, I love that shit, man. I love that shit, man. Every time I go to Africa, I always got a new Afrobeat song that's a theme of my trip. You know, so always got an Afrobeat song that I hear that I say that's gonna be my theme song for this trip. You know, I play it over and over again. You know, Margaret hit on me in the comment section of the YouTube channel. Oh, dances bedroom, listen to Afrobeats. No, I don't dance nothing. Afrobeats don't move me like that to dance. So that's going a little too far. You know, I can't see anybody getting up. When I'm in Liberia, you know, Afro people listen to Afrobeats, whatnot, but then when the hip hop and R&B comes on, that's when everybody gets to the dance floor. Everybody gets up. Like, oh, you know, it's gone. You know, Afrobeats people just listen to it, vibe to it, but when the hip hop and R&B comes on, that's when the club comes alive. And when I'm in Liberia, most of the people don't listen. They listen to Afrobeats, but like in passing. You know, it's not like it's not like whatever. You know, I do know Afrobeat. What you talk about? Listen to it all the time, man. You know, it's not all that, Mama. Dark, you know what I'm saying? It's not all that, bro. It's okay, man, but it doesn't hit like that. The part that you understand, it don't hit like that. You guys gotta stop. You can't come off corny, man. You know. Whatever, you know, trust me, you know. Afrobeats is up to these, yeah. You can't force people on shit, you know. So it's like this. So problem with Afrobeats is simple of it. W, nothing hard. Yeah. That's fine, man, but just don't keep fucking getting upset when people tell you, you know, hey, you know, it's just all right, we'll pass on that shit, you know. They get upset. Like Tyler, you know. She only sold 4,000 copies, you know, when she came here a year ago, you know, 4,000 copies. All people in Africa like, oh, that's Black America, don't like her, blah, blah, blah. No, she, you know, we liked her and everything, but, you know, it ain't hitting like a Rihanna, or Beyonce, or whatever like that. She thought she was going to be the next Aaliyah. She thought she was going to be the next Brandy. It don't work like that with us, man, you know? You know? You know, it don't work like this. It doesn't work like that, folks. You know, Africans are not cool enough to take over flatheads. But you know, she had one track. Well, yeah, who's the biggest black rapper in the past 5 years? Well, they're all big, whatnot. But the bottom line is, we don't even have to freaking have. There's enough. Most people right now, like me, I don't listen to nothing new. All I can listen to my playlist, man. I can go back to the Wu-Tang Clan. I listen to a whole bunch of old stuff, DMX and shit like that. Get me going on Redman. I could go back up. There's a playlist like thousands of songs I can listen to. I don't have to listen to anything new anymore because most of the rapper nowadays is garbage, you know. But the freaking problem is, like I said, you know, you don't have to like this, you know. I don't know. What do you mean not big outside of America? Like rap dominates the fucking world. What are you talking about? You know, not big outside the world. What are you, stupid? You know, dominates Africa, I'll tell you that, you know. You got any country in the world or not, you know, any country in the world, you know, like that. Why people ask me stupid questions? Are these fucking where are my fucking moderators at? Start timing some of these fucking stupid people out. Ask me dumb questions in the fucking chat room. Please, moderators, do your job, you know, please. So I gave you the wrench for. So I had to listen to stupid shit. What is soul food? What the fuck? I asked me a stupid question like that. You know. I ain't giving no more mod pins. Kind of getting 50 people. Yeah, Chris Brown, man. Yeah, Chris Brown went to South Africa, sold out the stadium, right? And Burna Boy couldn't even fucking sell 2,000 tickets. South Africa must have a lot in common with Black America. Burna Boy couldn't sell like 200 tickets, right? Chris Brown had to bring him on his tour and whatnot, you know? So Japanese hip hop. Yeah, yeah. K-pop is a rip off of fucking. You look at all their moves. They use R&B moves from the '90s. You see, they use Aaliyah's dance moves, Brandy's dance moves, minor S in Vogue's moves and whatnot. All the fucking K-pop do is rip up Black American culture off. Everybody rips Black American culture off, but they always got so much shit to say about us. Today is about xenophobia in South Africa, and I just want to talk about that. Xenophobia in South Africa is a Pan-African failure. And like I said, maybe Pan-Africanism wasn't there to begin with. So Pan-Africa wasn't there to begin with. Because let's be honest with ourselves, right? We always say Pan-Africanism, right? But has Pan-Africanism, DK, ever been put to the test? Has it ever really been put to the test? This is what we talk about when the rubber meets the road and you put something to the test. You can have all the philosophy all you want. South Africa started as a Pan-African country during the time of Mandela and what you call, so so it is what it is. Why is my freaking YouTube fucking link ain't working? Okay. What the hell happened? What's up, DK?
What's up, Colin, man? You're right on
Oh.
time. Topic. You're right on time.
Yeah, I tried to get on Dynasty Show today, but I think he went to go pick up his son or something.
Yeah, I was watching his show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
they were all out there left. What was the gist of it? What they were saying?
I mean, it was basically saying, I didn't really catch much of it, to be honest, but yeah, he was talking on the subject. It's complicated, really. I think Africa. I watch Africa's bit, and I kind of agree with him, but it's complicated um, because when you talk about Pan Africanism, when South Africa was going through what they're going through under apartheid, they got support from Black America, all of these other African
I know.
that gave them safe harbor, trained them like Tanzania, um, what's that country? Mozambique, Angola.
Zambia. They had ANC had a military base in Zambia.
Yeah. So you could say that's an example of Pan Africanism.
Well, yeah, but
At work.
that's when you have a white enemy and you got the struggle. That's the easy part. The part is when the war is over, right? And now you got all these people here, and everybody think they owe something, right? You got a lot of people say, "Man, we helped y'all out." Now, and black people say, "Okay, now it's time for y'all to go home. I'm gonna enjoy this South Africa all to myself." You see what I mean? Same thing that's
And
going
then
on in Black America with Ghana and all these other countries, right? We're always good for marching for Africa and stuff like that, but are we benefiting from anything that Africa has going on? No.
and that's where there's two different problems. Like the first one is that they never really got true liberation or
They
freedom.
did.
They
They
took
never
a
did.
they took the easy way out. You can blame Nelson Mandela for that. And the second part is they let in people that really aren't Pan Africans and really didn't add anything to the country. Like I'll be honest, like many of these Nigerians, they're really not contributing anything on a high level. Like what businesses have they opened? Like I'm not hating
Nothing.
on them, but that's just the reality. And
It's not
when
even
you
so much as
combine
they
those
create
things,
businesses, is that they make themselves so visible talking about their dating South Africa. You don't go to somebody else's country and be so upfront about messing with somebody else's women. That's
yeah,
it. That's no matter what you ask them for
you're
trouble.
going there competing, and it's the whites that allow them to be there, really, because they need the cheap labor. And you're
Yeah,
going there and you're
and they
competing.
like destabilizing the black majority with this. It's not to make they want to discredit the black majority. That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
Discredit
And
the
now
black.
you're at a point. Now you're at a point where you got Elon Musk talking about, "Hey, I want to get rid of BEE." Jeez, like you get rid of black economic employment that allows blacks to get those middle income, higher income jobs in South Africa. He wants to get rid of that because they
Whites.
won't let.
What gets me is right now. Now the question needs to be asked is this: do the black immigrants that's there do they understand the fight with Elon Musk and what's that other person that's trying to create a white homeland and whatnot? That black people in South Africa are fighting two fronts. They're fighting the whites and
They
this.
don't understand any of that because if they did, would the Igbo guy have an Igbo king and declare himself a king if he understood
That's what the problem is.
the
The problem
temperature?
is the Africans complicate an already volatile situation. They overheat an already volatile situation. You got the Indians there, you got these other people there, the coloreds, all these other people there, and black South Africa got targets on their back, and then you got Africans coming from other places. Basically saying, that's when you have black immigrants to a country, right? The social order that you're fighting against, right, is compromised, right? Because the immigrant is not going to make waves, and so therefore, when you say we need to have black economic power, they'll say, "Well, I don't see the Nigerians asking for that." You see how it works?
Yeah.
I don't see Zimbabweans. They work hard and went out for less. They're not complaining. That's what the problem is, And the black South Africans are seething with anger because they're like, it's time for them to come up, and they can't come up because the white people use these immigrants to discredit them. Let me get Lozy on. Go ahead, Lozy.
Oh, mute.
Hey, what's up, Kala?
What's going on, brother? Break it down.
Good, man. Kala, before I say what I have to say, I have to ask this question. Do black South Africans have the most problems in Africa, or other Africans have got the most problems? Like, I don't understand, man. I just feel like,
well, you're there.
I don't know.
You're there. You could tell more than I look. I'm like this. Now, you guys are. Do you agree that you're still fighting the remnants of apartheid, the white power struggle? That to me, your big battle. And do you think the black immigrants are coming in helping you guys in that fight, or they're undermining you in that fight? What do you think? Your opinion?
In my opinion, it's more like it's more like we have to carry the failed African state. It's more like a liability. Like we have to carry them and absorb them into our struggles, to add more responsibility to us, while we have got these people to fight, the settlers here and their system. And this is not unique to South Africa. The settlers are controlling the rest of Africa. The African people fleeing away from their countries, they're running away from the fact that their leaders are orbiting around the same system, but they're not willing to fight. They're willing to come to South Africa, which already has got better structures, I understand. Our colonialism was unique in African experience. There's a better infrastructure than the rest of Africa. But how far can black South Africans continue to absorb 1.4 billion Africans? We have got the largest community of African people who migrated to South Africa than any country in Africa. When it comes to migration on the continent, African people themselves will rather come to South Africa ahead of any country in Africa. And we are xenophobic at the same time, which is fine. African people love the most xenophobic country in Africa, right? They come here. We are the most hateful Africans, but at the same time, we've got the largest African migrants on the continent, and we have to keep absorbing these numbers while we also have got our domestic battles to fight. Apartheid was never over, Kala. Here's what happened. We got political power, which it's true, we have made some gains, but economical power, systematic power, it still rules in South Africa. They're just the rest of Africa. And I think it's even bad in the rest of Africa. Hence, people tend to flee from their countries to South Africa. If it was bad across Africa, then South Africans will be the ones migrating to other African countries. So anyway, Carla, I just want to respond to something that was said earlier on. The history of Africa, in particular, black South Africans, we are always told that it starts from apartheid, when few countries helped us. I hate that. It's very, very not fair when you consider the whole history of Africa. Can we start in the beginning, in the end of 18th century, when the three founding fathers of ANC went to America to study in the Black American universities, to come back to South Africa to launch in the first African political party, which went on to fight to build the university in Fort Hare in Eastern Cape in 1912. ANC was launched in 1910. 1912, the first modern Black university was built in Africa. It was a political university that absorbed a lot of Africans who became leaders in few years to liberate their struggles, the likes of Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, the first president of Zambia, the first president of Botswana, the first prime minister of Lesotho, the first premier of Kenya, Black premier of Kenya, who wrote.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know the history of the Pan-African Congress, and it started in America. It started in America, like Black Americans that went to South Africa when I informed the first. Then what happened was at the same time, the white, because this guy right here, he doesn't want to know the truth. People like that.
No, this is the problem with Africans.
These Africans, they don't want to know the truth. They don't want to know the truth. You know?
Kala, let me tell you the truth. It seems like there's an agenda. I understand the Western agenda on us, like the likes of Elon Musk. We are aware of there as Black South Africans, and not just Elon Musk. I mean, you've got White House trying to tell us what to do. It has always been the order. It's power dynamics. Power is power. They've been getting away with what they do. That's white people. But we have got African people trying to rewrite history. Kala, the idea that the history of us Black South Africans and our role in Africa started in apartheid, it's a lie. If you look at the countries that actually did help us, the African countries that offered us even a base to train, is the same countries where we educated the people who liberated those countries. It's not an accident that Tanzania came to assist MK and ANC. Julius Nyerere himself politically. Remember, Fort Hare, the Black university in Africa, was specifically a political university, which apartheid government in 1945 or 1955, somewhere there, they had to shut it down. They had to take hold of it because it was producing this African movement that was liberating people. Even the second Black president of Uganda is produced in Fort Hare. And people don't want to start there. And again, Kala, in 1964, Black South Africans sent Mkondo Weisizwe to fight in Uganda, which I think Angola, which I think was liberated in 1974. We sent soldiers to fight side by side with the Angolan people. In 1980 again, when this regime, this apartheid government tried to invade Angola through Namibia, Black South Africans, the Cuban soldiers and Angolan soldiers had to fight side by side defending the borders of Angola. But you're never going to hear Africans talking about it. We have to be blackmailed that we have to carry the bad of African governments not doing their job. Even when we gained the so-called independence in 1994, we are dealing with people who had independence before us, but they cannot tell us what they have been doing. Now, all of us can understand that Africa is a struggle. I actually understand why many African countries are not functioning. But to want to expose the problems of Africa to Black South Africans and make it seem like we are the problem, but the people are not a problem where they come from. They're not dealing with their masters. It seems like we all have got domestic battles to fight. We have got settlers to fight here. We have got our own government to fight. You understand, Carla? We are aware of that. But how can we fight these front battles while we have to carry everybody on the continent? Why are people coming to South Africa in numbers more than going anywhere else? Why don't Africans migrate to Egypt or Morocco? Because those countries are also stable. Their economies is up there, but they don't want to talk about the Arab North, and they not welcome. South Africa is actually the country that welcomes most Africans. Hence, they are here more than every other country. But at the same time, we get the bad rep. We get the bad name. Who was banned, Kala? Who's been killed in South Africa now because they are African? Nobody. People are now, the citizens are starting to question people, because the Black South Africans are the ones who have to absorb everybody who's coming here into our communities, the poor migrants. They don't live in the white communities. They don't live in the Indian communities. So it's the poor communities that are experiencing all these things, competing for fewer resources for them, and they're asking questions. Now, Africans don't want to be asked those questions, but in their own countries, they are deporting other Africans. In fact, they are building refugee camps. South Africa has got the highest number of migrants. Many of them come here as economic migrants, and we don't have a single refugee camp. This so stupid government we have, it's so, they believe in human rights so much that they thought we don't even need to build a refugee camp for other African refugees. In other African countries, Africans keep other African refugees in camps. In South Africa, we don't actually. They have to be absorbed into our communities, get jobs. And remember, when you are approved for Islam in South Africa, the government actually gives you free healthcare. A refugee has a right to get access free healthcare, to access free education, and to also access labor. They can actually find jobs like a normal citizens.
That's a topic. But Lozy, let me get Elvis on. All right, Elvis. Good.
All right, thank you, caller. Hello to you in the panel and the chat. Look, I think South Africa problem, it's not the migrants.
Yeah, it is.
Their real problem is their government. And I said it earlier on Dynasty's show today. They need to lobby their government to put protectionist laws into action. So one of the things I heard from South Africans is that the Zimbabweans and other people are undercutting their labor, the cost for their labor. These white farmers and white employers are hiring these other immigrants at a lower rate. So if you put a minimum wage, like what we have in this country, Carla, minimum federal minimum wage or national minimum wage, that is acceptable to most South African, that at that standard price or that standard rate, that's a good starting point. So then you put the incentive or you put the penalties on the employers that if they're caught, hiring anybody below that wage, they get penalized, they get fines or whatever.
Let me ask you before you go on.
This guy spoke for 10 minutes. You didn't interrupt him.
I want to ask you something. Interject right there, but go ahead. You can finish. Go ahead.
Right. So I think you have to look at the laws now to solve the problem, because on the outside looking in, your history is one of struggle, one of pain, one of pity that the entire African continent was invested in. And I think part of the reason your laws are that way is because of your history. The fact that your people were apartheid, the fact that your people was subjugated and suppressed on the continent.
Elvis,
hold on, let me finish.
No, we help Africans as well.
Hold on, bro. I was listening to you. I hear you, right? I was listening to you.
Why don't you mention that?
Hold on. I'm just giving my analysis.
Let him finish. I will come right back to you.
Man, these people are disgusting sometimes, man.
Yeah. So fine. I'm saying that this is my.
It's your government where you come from.
I hear you, bro. Relax. This is just my thought.
I want to hear what he has to say, Lozy. Then you could fire away.
Right. So I think the reason those laws are like that is because, given the history of the country, the South African government and the ANC are trying to make sure that they know that they were in a situation where they were subjugated, and they don't want to be seen as doing the same to other Africans. So maybe they make their law more liberal to accommodate other Africans, so that they can show solidarity with what the Africans did when they were doing, they were under apartheid. But I think that the real push should be for the South Africans like Lozy and other Dudulas, sympathizers, and members should lobby the government. Bring protectionist laws in the country. Make sure you protect our labor force. Make sure you protect our healthcare and our safety, our social safety nets, so that immigrants can have access to it. And that way, you guys will be protected on the laws. So that would probably dissuade a lot of Africans from going there, knowing that they can't get jobs unless a South African is hired as a primary, as a priority over other immigrants. So go through the laws. Don't attack the immigrants. But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah. Lewis is trying to come in. Lewis, something wrong with your device, bro. Yeah, I guess. Get up.
Okay, you can't hear me very well, Kala, because I can hear you.
That's about not Lozy. I was about Louis. Prince Louis
Oh,
is trying to come on when but it's not connecting.
Yeah, look,
Oh,
Elvis,
you know, Lewis is gonna go wild, man. He's gonna go crazy.
Oh, I
He's
know,
gonna
man.
go-
He don't like South Africa, bro. It's him and I don't know if I should have him and Lozy at the same time. That's gonna be. Oh
no,
man,
brace yourself, Losey. Brace yourself.
no, I don't care, Brad. Okay, I'm the one with the country. No foreigners got power over our country anyway. So, look, Elvis, I hear your point. Some part of it, I have to admit, is true. But I think the biggest part of why things are like this, I honestly believe there's a global agenda and corporate South Africa. I've been doing research on this for years. By the way, Kala, I am actually a member of Tudola. I'm a direct member of Tudola. I communicate with the leader of Tudola. We meet among the strategic key position in Tudola organization is grow. It's one of the fastest growing.
they don't condone the violence, right?
And no, they don't condone the violence. They are tackling the issues in the poor communities. And also March on March, which is the one movement in KZN in Durban, we also work with them. But they are still a civic movement. Operation Dudula now it's a political party. And for the first time in 2 years, we will be going for local elections.
Now let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
I think most of the problem is the black South Africans.
Can I quickly finish on what Elvis said, Carl, and then you will ask me? Yeah. So Elvis, the ANC, it's more of corporate South Africa than this petty Pan-African thing, because South Africans have helped Africans a lot. So it can't be that ANC is doing this because African countries also have helped us during our struggle. We have been helping even before our struggles as well, as I said. So it's about business. If you follow South African government, state-owned entities that have expanded across Africa, you will see that some deals these people make to expand the interest of corporate South Africa and influence come at an expense. Other African countries don't have financial muscle, big corporate stock exchanges to come and penetrate South African market. We're already more industrialized. It's other developed countries that penetrate South African markets like USA. USA has got 600 companies in South Africa. But if you follow South African companies, they dominate in the SADC, they dominate Central, they are there even in East, and they also dominate in West Africa in their respective field. So I believe that for this, the expansion of these companies, which started in 1994, led by this black government, it came at a cost. When they negotiate, part of these negotiations they make, the deals they make, is to also harbor people to come to South Africa. Now, I don't understand why everybody's coming, because not all our companies are penetrating everywhere, such as Somalia. We don't have many South African corporates there, but we've got many Somalians here. But anyway, go ahead, Kala. Go ahead.
No, I was basically going to ask a question, right? It's more than just economics, right? Is there a sense of like how does nationalism play out? Is there a nationalist spirit? Like people, after a certain amount of time, people living in an area of country, they see themselves as part of a nation, and then therefore that's what usually fuels xenophobic. You're an outsider, right? It doesn't even matter. I really think I'm not sure. I don't know, right? Is it all economics, or sometimes just people feel like their identity is being compromised or taken away by having all these people here or stuff like that? Because you're telling me that a foreigner has basically the same rights as. So what's the point of being a South African if somebody can just come to your country and assume what you have and benefit from what you have without having to struggle? You guys went through a lot in apartheid. You paid in blood. It's not like all these people helped out, but you guys bear the brunt of that stuff, right? Apartheid. You had to suffer. You're the one directly have to suffer, right? And not only that,
yes,
you're the ones who had to make the peace with the same people that oppressed you, right? You got to look them in the eye. So therefore, that's very significant. A relationship in South Africa. You're the vanguard of. Other people helped out. Black America helped out with the sanction, but I could never say.
But how come Black
Americans
Americans
are
are
the
not
ones that basically was suffering under apartheid? I never suffered under apartheid. But what I'm saying is the argument that people who weren't even born during this time period, they come into South Africa like, oh, we helped out in apartheid, so and then we're gonna have equal footing with the black South Africans. I just think I don't think that's right.
No, Africans don't want to be honest with themselves, Carla. They know they've got issues where they come from, and they always tell us that they own their land, they own their resources. That's the story they always tell us. But they have to shift their responsibility to us. I mean, Africa is full of poor leadership. If we go by government, South African government is actually better because they can keep their people here, whether poor or those ones who are doing well. Even doctors in South Africa, they earn almost equal to doctors in the UK. We could go, imagine if we were using this excuse of government, what governments are allowing, then that means now we can go to Zimbabwe, Nigeria, even Liberia, and easily try to corrupt the government because, well, African people don't have any entity, color. They move like robots. You know, you don't have to hold them accountable. They can just go to any other African country and take advantage of other people, and we have to only blame the government, as if our government is going through every single African country fetching people. So African people get to take no responsibility. They come from corrupt government, but you don't see black South Africans going there and creating havoc and saying, well, because you've got a corrupt government, your government doesn't care about you. This is the reason why we're here, and adding more problems. What kind of reason? What kind of logic is that? The lack of accountability, collective accountability with other Africans is just insane. And this is the same thing they say everywhere else they go. They have to blame everybody else, but not the government they flee from. So why are you fleeing your government in the first place? Because the government of South Africa is not a primary problem. They don't come and fetch you. Primary problem is the fact that you flee.
I got a question for you, if you don't mind.
So where is Elvis? So the problem in Africa is that other African countries are not standing on the business of fixing their countries. This is the hard problem. So, and then now the case of South Africa is the fact that we are surrounded by failed states. That's the case of South Africa. We are surrounded by Africans who lack vision, who don't have ambition to fix their shit at home.
You're surrounded by country that don't have the white population that you have in your country. Don't delude yourself.
Elvis, instead of going
hold on. I mean, let's be honest. Let's have an honest conversation, right?
You come to Liberia. What can we send
fine. I hear you. If you transported your white people from South Africa to Liberia, it would be like South Africa in 20 years.
So this is why you bitter. You bitter.
No, that don't. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying a fact. Don't say those countries are filled. Your country is prospering because you have multinational, globalist white people who are connected to all the white Europeans, and they are bringing a lot of economic development in your country, which is a benefit for you. But don't think that you as South Africans are special, because without the white man, you'll probably have the same issues as a Zimbabwe, as a a Mozambican. You'll have those same issues.
Okay, Elvis, Zimbabwe had white people. Since white people are the cradle of civilization, and you love them so much, Zimbabwe had white people. But
Zimbabwe had a revolution, and a lot of those white people fled the country.
And they became like a typical African.
You know that, right? And that's why the South Africans are said it themselves. They don't want to have a revolution because they don't want the white people to flee. And the white people threatened to leave in 1992 when Mandela came from jail because they felt like it was going to be a Zimbabwe part 2. So all those South Africans begged them to stay. They appeased them to stay in the country and to keep their economic power so that they don't leave South Africa.
So this is why people are bitter, color, and this is where it's gonna be a class right now. I'm gonna educate. Black South Africans, we are not chaotic people. We understand. We always understood global affairs. Now, but the recklessness of Zimbabweans, it's on them. And this is the case with many Africans, by the way. They are good in destroying systems. In South Africa, we're not stupid. We understood the white power structures, global white power, right? We understood that if these people, we touch them in 1994, early 2000, we were not in position of power. We're still not in position of power to do that. Now, this is simple. We are moving with global alliance. This is the reason why South Africa is the only African country that is on BRICS. You have to build in a global alliance.
Are you on BRICS because of the black South African mind or in collaboration with the white power structure?
No, white people have got nothing to do with BRICS. White people.
No. You're not there because of the black Africans. You're there because the white corporations and the infrastructure that they built. That's what brought you to BRICS.
Stop speaking over me. You're not just
Ethiopia is on BRICS.
Allow me to speak. allow me to speak. You cannot try to speak over me about my country when I don't speak about
I'm
Liberia.
no, I'm
Why
stating
you take
facts. I'm not telling you I know your culture more than you do. I'm just telling you in global international affairs.
You know what liars do? They overspeak someone. So you have to give me a space to
I'm
speak.
not speaking. We're having a conversation. Relax, bro.
So BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. White South Africans understand that BRICS is going to take their privilege away. BRICS is building a parallel global system. That's not what white South Africans support. The reason why we are BRICS, it was because of the ANC government. Black government always aligned itself with the communism.
No, part of the reason you're in
So
BRICS is
Brazil is
based on
not
your.
white, is what is what this dude is saying.
Can you
Part of the reason you're in BRICS is because your GDP is high, and that's in large part due to white corporations. That's the point that I'm making
Russia
to
is
you.
also white. Why is he making it seem like Russia and
Color?
Brazil isn't white?
Color, is this what happens on your panel? You bring us and then
You have to use your head. I'm just telling you that you can't deny the fact that white people contribute a lot to your economy, and that puts you in a particular position.
Let's get a point of order. Hold up. Now, Lozy said what he said. Elvis, you saying that it's because of the whites. Now, Lozy
Carla, you said it yourself, so you got to back that point up, Carla. You said it.
You from Liberia, dude.
My whole thing is
Liberia.
hold on. Let me say this, Lozy.
I hear you, bro. I'm from a poor country, true. But without the white man, you'll be in a similar position as Zimbabwe. You know that.
It's fine. So why you butt head? That's our business.
Fellas, the host talk. Look,
yeah, but Kala, you like this.
Black South Africans were incorporated in a geopolitical entity called South Africa, right? Whether we like it or not, South Africa is a republic, a nation state, right? The Constitution recognizes the Black South Africans as South Africans, right? Now, of course, yes, the white power structure, global, and everything like that. But at the same time, Black people are entitled, like as a birthright, to the wealth, the prestige, everything that comes along with it, because they decided to bury the hatchet and become a nation. Because they could have said, you know something, screw this, let's go to war, whatever like that. South Africa is different. They both sides agreed that they were going to try to work it out and become a nation. So Elvis, we can't just sit there and say it's the white. So that the Black South Africans are just as much part of it too, because there's a lot of Black people in the corporations in South Africa. They send around the world, you know. So they're just like this. Yeah, white people are the base, you know. I get that, you know, because they're the founders, the base. But Black South Africans have the numerical numbers, the political thing, and they are partnership with that. And the whole thing is this: where does that leave Pan-Africanism? Where does that leave Pan-Africanism? Right? Where does that leave Pan-Africanism, right? Where does that leave Pan-Africanism?
If Lozy said we're jealous of not having white people, sure, Lozy, we're so jealous that we don't have white people there.
Well,
That's not about jealousy.
I would say, Elvis, I would say like this.
No, it's a fact.
Hold on. It's not about having white people there, right? You got to understand something what the Afrikaners did, right? In post-World War II. They knew the average Afrikaner wasn't that so much as educated more than the Black people. What they did was say strategically invited people, scientists, doctors, every skilled people, investors, economists from places like Poland, from post-World War II, Germany, people like England. They reached out to people that were in war-torn Europe and said, come here to settle. You know, a lot of South Africa's progress came from post-World War II European immigrants. People came from Australia. The thing is,
say that again, Carla.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? Let me say this, right? Now that same model, right? That white South Africans use, right? There's a reason why they got the networks right there, because South African businesses had offices and branches. They didn't just mine gold. They were actually producing gold bullion. They were actually producing finished products, platinum products, and whatnot. And they were selling. They weren't just letting two people extract it. They were.
Were these white companies or Black companies?
Let me just say this, Carla. Africans cannot continue to say South Africa is the positive side of South Africa is because of white people, and negative side is because of Black South Africans. You have to agree, Carla, that when someone reaches such conclusion, jealousy has to do with it. There's a sense. there's a level of jealousy in it, because listen to how Elvis is so invested in trying to overspeak me about my country. Not
The only
even
thing
trying to
that
give me
came out of
attention.
Black
It's
South
very
Africa good,
very weird.
Shaka Zulu.
You can't be obsessed with us to that point where you don't even want me to speak about my country.
Shaka
You
Zulu
have a
is the
problem.
only good thing that
I will never come here and overspeak a Liberian about Liberia. I don't even have a right to do that.
That's not me speaking, man. You got the floor. I wasn't speaking.
It's like you are very weird. You have to agree, Elvis, that you have got a problem, because I never try to overspeak. I will never try to overspeak you about you explaining about Liberia. How do I fit in? It's your country. You know, so you are very weird, dude. Allow me to speak.
Being from a country don't mean that anything you say about that country is accurate. You can come here and lie all day long. And if I know that you're lying and I don't speak up because of your country, that's unfair to me.
I'm picking up on your image. It's very weird.
Is your country.
All I'm telling you, my only point of contention with you is that white people are the the economic power base of your country. Admit that,
Yeah, but
and we can move forward.
Elvis, hold on. Well, I would say this, right? That was not, even though that's maybe the case, right? That could have easily ended with when in the 80s, when they had South Africa, when South Africa lost the war in Angola, right? They had all these frontline states, right? So they were surrounded by all these black states, and plus they had
even the Soviet Union
ANC that was doing bombings. So South Africa was about to go under. You know, they was about to overthrow the country. It was the blacks and the whites, through Mandela and a few people, that negotiated and said, you know something? We had a long history here. You came here, I came here. Let's work it out. So don't give all the credit to whites.
Mandela, we chose to stabilize our country, and people who couldn't stabilize their own countries are just mad. We literally chose stability over anything. And
no, you chose to keep the white people there, not to take away their economic might. They'll give you political power, but they will keep their economic might. That was the deal.
It's no different. We chose to stay under the white man's nuts in America.
Hold on, Kasha, hold on. Let me go to you like this. Do you understand how South Africa operates? The rail line from Durban goes all the way up to Lusaka, Zambia. South Africa is the engine for the sub-region. At the time, South Africa produced half the continent's electricity. The infrastructure of all Southern Africa, everything was South Africa, right? Bottom line is it wasn't just the South Africa. The whole entire sub-region would have fell and died, you know?
Without the white man's infrastructure. Is that what you're saying, Colin?
It was the infrastructure that was built, you know, because black labor.
Right. So why can't Lozi admit those things? I mean, what is he so ashamed of?
Wait, Carla. Okay, isn't that the whole Africa was colonized? I mean, the basic infrastructure in modern Africa was built by colonizers. It's not a South African thing. You know, I don't.
So admit that, and then we can move forward.
When did I never admit
I know that? Hold on, Elvis. I know that, but let's not what I don't like is this. That's true. You know, we all know. I said it all the time. White people, the infrastructure, of course, obviously, right? But let's not discredit the fact that if what's the South African Labor Party labor union called Lozi? Yeah, without them, the South African labor union, all words like that, it would be no modern South Africa. The blacks played a role too. They played their part. The whites played their part. You know.
Yeah, I understand that because he was bragging about South Africa being the only "quote unquote" black nation in BRICS.
I would say like this.
But we are. Hey, wait, Carla. I have to speak, please. We are the only black nation in BRICS. What's wrong with saying that?
Is Ethiopia there too?
Yeah, Ethiopia is a member.
Are they a black nation?
Wait. Ethiopia is not it's not a member of BRICS. It's a partner.
Brazil is black though.
No, it's a member of BRICS. Ethiopia is a full member of BRICS.
Can I just say
this guy is proud of South Africa being part of BRICS when the reason they're there is because of the white people. The Ethiopians are there because of those black people in Ethiopia. I'm telling you, don't delude yourself and think you're there on your merits as a black person. You're not there on your merits as black people. You're there by proximity to the white economic infrastructure. Just admit it and be done with it.
All white brick.
But let me ask you a question, Elvis, right?
There are 10 members of BRICS now. Egypt and Ethiopia.
No, DK. This is what I'm trying to
let me ask you a question. Right?
There's BRICS members, there's BRICS partners. It's different.
Hold on, let me.
No, they're full members. They're
brick.
full members now. They're full members now.
Yeah, but DK, there's levels to that. The founding members of BRICS are not holding the same position with the partners that came later. That's what I'm trying to say. South Africa is a fully BRICS member, is a founding member. Jeez, man, you're the jealous.
It's a founding member, but they added member states.
I just said the full membership of BRICS include Ethiopia,
not even a
Iran,
region.
Brazil, South Africa, India, Russia, China.
You're a region, South Africa.
So yeah,
Elvis, do you understand that the system in BRICS?
What a country, North Africa.
You understand that? You understand how that works? That the partners.
Say that again, Lozy.
You understand the BRICS Bank, for example, that the systems in BRICS, the top 5 members, founding members, hold a different level of power compared to the partners that came later. Do you understand that?
So are you proud of yourself that your country was the founding member of BRICS and Ethiopia, of fully black country, just came later? Does that make you superior to them?
Why shouldn't I be proud of my people for putting us in BRICS? Why shouldn't
your people? Okay, that's what I was telling you. It's different if you compare. If you do a parallel or do a juxtaposition between South Africa and Ethiopia. Ethiopia is more impressive. They stood up against colonization. They fought a war. There are black people who have lit themselves up. I'm more impressed with the Ethiopians.
BRICS.
Elvis, you kind of hate, bro. Shaka Zulu is pretty impressive. I don't know what you talking about.
But he lost the war, though. He lost the war.
Shaka didn't lose no war. What you talking about?
No, he died before he had a chance to.
Shaka never died in no damn war. What are you talking about?
Do people understand that blacks?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
The British colonizers.
Shaka Zulu is the greatest thing to ever come out of South Africa.
I don't understand that as blacks Africans we held our ground.
Lozy to make a statement. Go ahead, Lozy, say that.
Yeah, I'm saying this, and I'm sorry to offend even you. Do people understand that black South Africans, when we held our ground, other people were selling other Africans? Can we speak about that? My ancestors had to fight and sometimes defeat the British in battle, while your ancestors, Elvis, were busy trading other people. So don't tell me about which to respect.
Oh, that's where you want to go now?
Don't fucking tell me that.
Is that where you want to go?
Yeah, we can take it there, man.
Was you guys not fleeing to Liberia to seek refuge when the white man was on the ass and ready to kill you and put you in jail? Were you guys not crying to other Africans to come and save you? Were you not hiding in the bushes in places like Zimbabwe and Angola? Open your mouth to me when you was fleeing your countries like dogs because the white man was hunting you and trying to kill you.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a serious question. Right?
You open that door, bro. I wasn't being disrespectful. Don't open that door with me, man.
Let me ask a question.
The greatest thing to come out of South Africa is Shaka Zulu.
We don't have to listen to you. Why should I listen?
No, you do, because you try to attack me. Don't run away now. They were killing your ass and raping your women in South Africa like dogs. You guys was fleeing your country, looking for refuge in other African countries. You want to talk shit.
Why are you fighting?
Elvis, what I'm saying is, hold on. Let me say this. Why is there hostility towards? Do you think, Elvis? Let me ask you a question. Your personal opinion. You don't think black South Africans have a legitimate gripe, whatever, stuff like that, to be frustrated?
I think black South Africans.
Yeah, when I came in, I said it. I said, well, the problem is lobby your government, change the law so that it can give you more protection under the law.
Okay, let's say the
migrants.
That's one thing, right? But do you think somebody coming from another country is equal? Is he equal to? This is what I don't understand about countries. See, the thing is like this. In America, white people don't have to go to this because no matter who comes here, everybody knows to respect the white man, And I guarantee you one thing: Nigerians and all these other people, they respect those white South Africans, right? They see them as legitimate South Africans, and they see the black South Africans as not real South Africans. And I think
the niggas. They see them as the niggas.
Kasha, you got to add more substance to the conversation instead of that
I'm adding
ad-libbing.
more substance to the conversation, Elvis. You hating because Losey is
Kala, what I said earlier
Losey
on
is
that topic, right?
patriotic about his country,
What I
and
said
you
earlier on that
hating.
topic, I said the
You want to
reason
throw
I think.
shade on everything he's
Hold
saying.
on, Kasha, hold on. I said the reason I think South Africa have those liberal and lax laws when it comes to immigration or immigrants is because of their history. They
Yeah,
don't want to be seen as being xenophobic.
at the same time, that's that same mentality that let them compromise with the white power structure that's still there. Cyril Ramaphosa became a billionaire, so that's what I'm talking about. It's corrupt. So what I'm saying is this: so that same compromise that they compromise with other African countries to take their refugees.
Yeah, so who have the power to fix it, Carter? The South African government. Let them fix it through legislation.
My only point I'm trying to make is this. South Africa is in a precarious situation. It's going to explode, whatever like that, because unfortunately, South Africans for 32 years now, were led to believe that there was going to be this over the rainbow, this country's going to get better and whatnot. And it has not happened, right? You got a black middle class there, but that only frustrates things because people could see, it's like you could see the cake, but you can't get a slice. There's a lot of them. And then now that, you got a lot of foreigners coming there, right? And I think that complicates things where foreign blacks, for the most part, and I'm watching a lot of stuff. I'm watching a lot of commentary, but I don't know a lot of other black people, right? I don't know how, because I know a lot of Liberians that lived in South Africa, and they said they liked it. Some people said it's violent. But I'm talking about the Nigerians, right? When they get online, social media, and start disparaging South Africans, right? And saying that we're taking over, we're taking all your women.
I had a question for Lozy. Let me ask you real quick before you pass it.
Well, what do you think about that, Elvis? Before you go ahead.
That's the point. That's the same line of question. My thing is, look, as men, sometimes you.
Nothing to speak with you, man. You got
Okay. So I guess your butt hurt. You open that door. Just remember that.
No,
but let me just make the
Elvis, you
comment.
just a hater, bro. He probably don't want to talk to you because
no, that's fine. He was the one I was talking about slavery, and then he got hurt when I gave him the reality. But let me just make my comment then, since I can't ask him a question. Look, I think it's more so that those what the women call the Yoruba demons, right? Those good looking Yoruba guys with the full beard and the full head of hair are probably taking all the beautiful women from the South Africans, and they're bragging about it that one Yoruba guy can have 5 or 6 South African big booty light skin or thoughts out Zulu woman, and the South Africans the women don't really want them. So I think probably that has more of an undertone. It's not the entire issue, but I'm sure most South African men don't like the fact that West Africans are coming to their country, taking 2 or 3 other women at a time and bragging about it online. So that's probably an undertone of it. So my question was going to be to him, what's more of an issue? The West Africans taking their women, or the Zimbabweans undercutting their pay?
That's all it means by being toxic, right? People, when all these things are going up, it usually ends up in violence. People just
allow me to respond.
Because they complain about the Yorubas and the Nigerians taking their women. That's one of the things they hate the most.
No, they complain about them selling drugs in the community.
Kala, men who comes from countries that are not productive with lesser resources, you can't take women. This is the same thing a black man will say, we're taking white women. It's just inferiority complex. You cannot go to a country that is more advanced than yours as a man and think women of those countries.
Nigerians make a bad name for themselves everywhere.
Your country is not advanced because of your black South Africans, advanced because of the white people.
Women are not attracted to men who comes from poor societies. Otherwise, black South African women will be.
Say that to all the Nigerians taking your women and getting them pregnant 2-3. That's why you guys ask them question. Do you got kids here? How many kids you got here? Because you know they're having babies with your women. Stop the lying, man.
Kala, can we have some decorum? The West African, there's more West African women in South Africa than the opposite. You're just making your own things in your head. You want to.
We don't see West African men crying about it that you South Africans are taking out women. It's the other way around, bro.
No South African man is thinking of West African women.
Kala, where did you hear that the West African was taking the women? You've heard that, right, Kala? You've heard that.
My thing
Kala,
is this,
Kala, let me speak. Let me say this, Kala.
Years
Kala,
ago,
Kala,
okay,
I have to speak, man. You can't allow Elvis to speak, and I cannot speak.
Go ahead,
So here's the thing. Elvis, we as South African men, it's gonna hurt you. We look down on West African women. It will be a downgrade for us. So you don't have a gain.
Yeah, but your women don't look down on the West African men, dog.
They do. That's why they're not in West Africa. They look. You are a reject in our society. You're just making things out.
See, there you go. It's coming out now. The realness is coming out.
We don't talk about
that xenophobia. Your women love West African men, man. We even had, unfortunately, one of your women got killed in Liberia because she was married to a Liberian, right? It was unfortunate. But your women love West African men, bro. Whether you like it or not, it's the truth.
We don't think of you guys like that. We just
know.
You will think about our women. It's okay. It's about levels. We are superior over you. That's why you're obsessed with women.
There you go. That's where you want to go.
That's it.
All right, let me get hold.
It's a sad thing.
Oh, let me get Lewis.
He like tooting his own horn about South Africa.
Let me get
I
Lewis.
like South Africa.
Let me get Lewis on.
Yeah,
Lewis, what's your take on this?
Yeah, hello there, Carla. Listen, I got something wrong on my actual phone, so when I try and call in, the StreamYard don't let me edit. But I borrow my
friend. Man, you got
South Africa got the biggest booties on the continent.
Yeah, listen,
bro. Yo, Kasha, just cut that nonsense out, man. I'm gonna drop you,
bro. Hey, that ain't nonsense, bro.
No, I don't want to hear it. I'm having a serious discussion. I don't want to hear that, right?
Yeah, it's quite obvious.
I don't have to tell you again. You know,
it's quite obvious.
Man, you got two grown men sitting on here arguing.
Hold on. What did I tell you? If you want to do that, you go to Dinosaur Show and whatnot. You know, I'm having a serious. I want to get some answers tonight.
Man, Losey tearing in. He tearing into Elvis. This ain't no serious discussion.
Well, they're talking about policy and stuff. You know, I don't want to hear about women. Talk about women's body parts, you know.
I mean, they were just talking about selectivity of the women. So
yeah, I know, but the bottom line, but we're talking about somebody's booty.
Yeah, but guys, I was talking about my
country. Everybody know about South Africa.
I was not talking about women. I did not even mention West African women or women from Liberia.
But hold on, I had Lewis
all over the country.
I had Lewis up. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah. Hello there, Carla. Are you still in Liberia?
No, I'm back. I've been back for a week.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll come back. Listen, you're speaking to the wrong South African. Okay. This man hates him.
Here we go. Let's go start.
He's not even a proper black guy. He might be one of those coloreds, you know. He's not even a proper representative of the real South Africans, unfortunately. The real South Africans that we know are the likes of the Julius Malemes of this world. But the sellouts that the white people have created, the sellouts that they created from the days of, do you remember Chief Buthelezi? Despite being a warrior that represented the fight that the Zulus put up against the white people, Chief Buthelezi in the 1980s became the biggest sellout in the world. He took money from the white people to attack the ANC members constantly, every day, until the system came to an end. Now, these same white people have created the coloreds, who this South African is a part of, and now they are attacking every single black person that they could see from the neighboring African countries and beyond that helped them during their hard time.
Answers for our country.
Why? Because their people, their leadership have failed them.
Very weird. Even
every
Ghana.
time, Carla, we have
even
a situation
fucking Ghana's got answers for us.
Lewis, let me ask you a question. Lewis. There was a Ghanaian guy. There was a exchange that's going viral between a South African woman and a Ghanaian. They one of his papers and they would say you got to leave the country and stuff like that. You know, how does that make you feel?
And Kaladar was a South African woman asking a West African man to leave.
Ask me a question, stupid. Could you not be rude?
I don't understand. No,
Right.
man, don't be rude.
Hey,
Don't be
my
rude.
friend, yeah,
You
it's not
come
your
from
time to
fucking
speak. You've
Ghana,
been
man.
speaking for over an hour.
No, I want to hear.
Yeah,
I
you
want
have
to hear what
He
you have
asked
to
me a
say
question.
about that
Oh,
situation.
God, man, you're so angry, man.
I'm not
Calm down.
angry. I'm just
So what's
disappointed I
wrong?
can't be I can't be in South Africa itself.
And I'm a
just
black South
disappointed.
African, by the way, Mr. Angry Ghana.
I'm not angry. And I'm glad really what's happening, because in Africa we lose touch of reality and we forget the length that sellouts will go to try and
You
create
are in London,
and to
Mr.
try and
Ghana.
create
You're not even in
any
Africa.
progress black people make. Right now, as I speak to you,
I'm probably the only African who's in Africa here. Maybe with Kala. Kala might be in Africa.
Did you not
Let
learn how to
Lewis
live with the
finish
white
what
people that you was
saying.
living with?
I'm the only
It's
African
my
who's
turn
in
to
Africa.
speak. Do you
Wow.
understand what that means? That means
Okay,
to shut your mouth.
Losey, let him finish what he was saying, bro. Come on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lewis. You know, because I gave you plenty of time. Give Lewis his time. Go ahead,
The
Lewis.
Anglo Ashanti company makes millions in Ghana, or they were making millions in Ghana. Their phone companies making millions, I'm talking dollars, in Ghana. ShopRite and many other South African companies making millions. Ghanaians hardly make anything from South Africa. We just have good relationship with the ANC administration.
Yeah, send your companies. We will support them.
Ghanaians actually seeing another Ghanaian being hassled.
So why don't you send your companies
Why
to
don't
South
you
Africa?
shut your fucking mouth?
No, you failed to do that.
I got more respect for Ghana than South Africa. They built their country up by themselves without the white man propping their economy up.
Colin, this is
Ghana
a
is doing
serious
very well.
conversation.
Hold
Shut your
on.
idiot mouth up.
Look, in all respect, Ghana, yeah, is a black country, but at the same time, remember something, right? Let's be honest with ourselves, right? When it comes to Africa, right, every industry on the continent is done by foreign direct investment. So whether it's the whites that's in South Africa or a white company that is living in Europe, the infrastructure of all of Africa is basically in the hands of whites and Chinese. So it's not. Now you can say this is how it is, Elvis, right? White people gave Africans independence, right? It wasn't. They just said we're gonna let you manage our shit, you know. And it's the same thing. So all of Africa, Kenya. You think Kenya is really a black country? No, Indians, Arabs, Europeans own that shit. You know, same thing with Tanzania and all these other countries and whatnot. You know, all that Africans manage their shit. And the bottom line is this: the proof of which is this. There's no African country that exists to the Sahel region. There's no African country that exists where the military is designed to protect its borders. It's all about keeping the population under control. Why? Because the Europeans armed the governments to control their stuff that they left behind. You know, that's the whole continent. Let's say, you look at the Congo, you think that that's a black country, Elvis? No, so don't be hypocritical. The Congo is all controlled by the Canadians, the Belgian, all shit like that. So let's not pick on South Africa like that, you know?
You're being disingenuous. If you walk into Ghana and you see those beautiful roads and beautiful infrastructure in Ghana, you don't look and say, well, this is only here because of the white man. You say, well, the Ghanaians are building up their country.
That's what contractors who built it.
Let me speak.
It's usually an Indian company or Lebanese company. Lebanese built most of the highways in West Africa. Come on, Elvis.
Hey, Kala, listen. 80% of the roads are done.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that, Elvis. They have to live a lie.
Well.
They have to lie.
Ghana compared to South Africa is doing quite well, actually. The rand sometimes it gets a little bit behind the scenes.
So why do we have poor Ghanaians mushrooming in our
play the link, Kala. Play the link.
We want to hear Lewis speak, please.
Thank you very much. Ghanaians, by and large, don't go to South Africa in large numbers. We've got a good relationship
with many
the
Ghanaians
administration, and as a result, some Ghanaians are in South Africa. But a big argument at the moment is people are asking, so what the hell is that Ghanaian even doing in South Africa?
That's quite
South Africa is not a type of country that you should be fighting tooth and nail to go to. Most of us come to England, we go to America. Ghanaians are welcomed everywhere.
Oh, man.
Okay? What we find shocking is that some brainless bastard with a white woman's hair and an ugly mouth got nerve to stop a Ghanaian on the street and just ask
I mean,
random
Kala,
questions.
is this how
They don't
people
even
are
have a
talking?
right
Yeah,
to
Is this
ask.
they were asking, you know, they were asking if the Ghanaian man has kids there because that's one of the
The
biggest
man
fear.
was terrified
you
for his
know,
life. He thought he was going
Kala,
to get lynched.
Elvis, why are you obsessed
Okay?
with South African
No
women
single
right
South
here?
I didn't say
African
anything about the
ever
women.
placed
I was talking about the
in
kids.
Ghana.
No, you are creepy, dude. It's
Okay?
creepy.
Why
You know,
don't you
it's
shut your
weird.
mouth? Let me talk, my friend.
So
But
look,
Losey,
Kala,
the
Okay?
guy in the
Ghana,
video
The
said
good
that
thing, the good thing
the guy
that's coming out
in
of
the
this,
video said that we've
I'm
taken
Christian.
over the
South
girlfriend
Africa, they
space,
can't
right?
even.
the
no,
good
you're not
thing that's
taking
coming out
over
of this
any girlfriend. You guys are
is
taking
that the Ghanaian government is
prostitutes
moving
to specialize in women
and
that
they're
nobody
making
wants.
moves
Why would
to
anyone
make the
have
South
a
You know
problem
Africans
with
what?
aware.
that?
When
This
we make
guy's
our move,
butthurt. He can't
yo,
get a
Why,
yo,
why,
yo,
girlfriend. That's
yo,
what he's
yo,
why
Big
you
saying.
J
West
ain't gonna make no
African men
moves at all in
obsessed with South
Africa, no, in
African
Ghana
women?
no
That's
more.
Why
You're
true.
you
gonna make
That's
money
true,
from that no more.
DK.
guys?
He
You
We don't
didn't
know,
say
talk
he can't
about
get
the
a
women because
girlfriend. He
they're
said
ugly,
military.
but
He's
you
ready
guys
to
are
go to
always
war.
obsessed.
oh,
Who's
our women are
Everybody
ugly.
calm
You
down.
Let's
seen the South
Not
African
just
man?
West
They got
Africa.
those BDB hairs. They can't grow a full beard. They got those round, small, raising kind of hair.
They
Elvis,
little
have you ever
dudes
seen
for
South
most
African
part.
men?
Yeah, West African men are more desired than South African men who can grow hairs on their head and or their face, bro. What are you talking about?
We don't
Listen,
have
Ghana,
we have got more
Ghana,
beautiful
You said our women are ugly.
Ghana,
What?
Ghana.
You must hate
bro, you
yourself.
Listen
can't
to me.
lie. Bro, you can't
Ghana,
lie
can
to
you hear me?
yourself. We look better. You
Have
can't
you
lie to
seen
yourself.
Winnie Mandela?
Elvis, we don't come to West Africa.
You
We've never said that.
you think
We don't
your
even talk
men look
about
better
the
than
women.
West African men?
Bro, we don't even talk about. Yes, we are. How do you think South Africans are very good looking? We
Come
are.
on, let's
But
see.
why are
Go.
you as
I
a
want you to
man?
go home today. If you have a sister, if you have a cousin, go ask them what kind of men they prefer: West African men or the South African men who can grow hair.
Elvis, there's no such.
With a
Who told
round
you
head
that
like a
West
potato.
African men look better than us? This is weird. Why you as a man, you going around thinking
You
look
said
better
something about looking better. You just
No,
mentioned that.
Hey, to the
answer me.
South
This
African
is
guy,
some
look
gay
at
By
what
shit.
you're saying.
the
You as a
epidemic
man,
of your women leaving you in droves for West African men, the answer should be self-evident, brother.
are you a homo? Are you gay? What
No,
kind of
I'm not. I'm just telling you a reality, bro. People on the street are complaining, like what DK said. Your men are complaining they can't get women anymore because all the Africans from West Africa is taking them,
Elvis, people lied to
and the
you. You
Nigerians
cannot
are coming and
you
showing
cannot give me
receipts. They
Elvis.
got them. They got your women on the Rolodex all throughout the week.
I'm not about to scream on
They're
on
not.
a panel.
They're not a poor. They're not
Elvis, I'm civilized.
repulsed by the West African
Elvis,
men. They lay with them like,
Elvis,
Let me ask
you
you.
know, like
Elvis,
shit on
Elvis, I'm
flies.
civilized.
Elvis.
No, Elvis.
Enough.
Kala, wait,
Hold on. Enough. I
Kala.
gotta get
No,
back to
Kala,
the
I have to speak.
conversation.
Allow me to speak, Kala. Allow me to say
Talking
this.
about this one is off topic.
We don't.
It's
We don't.
irrelevant. I don't want to bring it up.
No, Kala, this is the problem
Hey,
they have. They are
Colin, can you
obsessed.
play the
They are
video? Play
obsessed
the
with South
video.
African
Mute
women.
everyone. Play the
Listen,
video.
you're gonna let people get into your show. You can't be
My whole
letting
thing.
them.
My whole
Let them
thing
make
is
their
this.
point.
Look,
Kala,
my whole
allow
thing
me
is
to
this,
speak,
right?
Kala. You're not being
Talking
fair on
about
me,
who
Kala.
gets what women.
Kala, let me make my point.
My point I'm trying to make is
Kala,
like I said, I have
West
not.
African
I
men
asked.
want
Look,
to be South
I asked.
African men
Hold on.
so
I asked.
bad
Hold
that they
on.
always talk about our
I
women.
asked the
This is
question.
the
Look, I
problem.
asked the question. Look, I asked the question.
This is very weird.
Does a country? Hold
How
on.
can South African women be beautiful but the men are ugly? How does that make sense?
You know.
You are obsessed with women who carry our gene, but you say their men are ugly. You are just lazy. You are just jealous of us.
Look, I asked. I asked a question, right?
How can you be obsessed with South African women, but the men are ugly? How does that make sense?
African men.
Oh man, these people are
South
so
African
weird,
men
man.
have a right to their country, their wealth, their women, like that, and to be covered of that, right?
Yeah,
If
Kala,
they
you know what?
if they are, right, should they always be labeled as the fact that they have what they have because of white people? If that's the case, then then what you're saying is South Africa is not really an African country. They're not African.
That's what he's saying. Yes, that's what he's saying. They don't see that. They think they're white people.
Dude, you guys are so
I don't get that, man. I don't get that.
You guys are so jealous, man. Like, dude, you are in London. You are in fucking UK.
Can you hear me?
When a South African who can grow a full beard saying that their men look better than West African men is a logical statement.
Why are you obsessed with the look of South African men? Why are you obsessed with our look? Are you gay?
No, I say that color because it's like a knife. I'm twisting it in there, so it hurts more.
We got your point.
No, that doesn't even hurt. It just shows
talk
you
about
are
something
inferior
else,
to
right?
us.
I don't like.
Okay, Colin, let's move along. I hear you.
Hey, to the South African brother.
That color. Don't you think
to the
these
South
people are
African
inferior to us? I mean, this is some
To the South
inferiority
African
complex.
brother.
You have to agree.
To
Why
the South
why
African man
Elvis
in the
obsessed
studio.
with South African men? This is very
Listen,
weird.
are you proud of yourself today? Mr. South African man? Are you
West
proud of
African,
yourself today?
you
The
guys have
headlines
got
you're making around the
problems.
world.
Let me ask a question, right? Like, this is what I'm like I said.
West African men are pathetic.
Hold on. Now let me ask a question, Lewis. Everybody on the panel. I want an honest to God thing. What if every last single African country was as developed and built up as South Africa? Will we be having this conversation?
We will be. We will be. In about 4 or 5 years' time, we're gonna be.
Tyler, you got to put a caveat to it. What if it was built up without the help of white people?
No, hold on. What I'm saying is this: let's say every last single African country got some.
Man, I pray God can develop West Africa, man. God wants to develop that.
Hold on.
Yeah, your white God who was keeping you separated and oppressed, they developed South Africa.
Hold on.
Is there anyone who can help develop West Africa so that they can stop hating?
And then hold up. Let me ask you another question, right? Black people basically Black people say that Lewis, my good bro Lewis says, Black people built civilization.
I want West Africa to be developed.
And so the whole thing is, that's the case. Hold. Everybody chill. If that's the case, if Black people built civilization like why is South Africa the only Black majority country that's industrialized because they got a white population?
Because the white people industrialize it. That's why.
Okay, now why hasn't the rest of Africa industrialized?
Because we don't got the white people, Colin.
Hold up.
That's the honest, shame of truth.
Black people would have built.
You are so emasculated. Are you like, dude? This is what
Rosie, shut up talking to me, man. You said you didn't want to talk to me, so just shut up.
What is in West Africa? This is what is coming out of West Africa. This is shit, man.
We're just telling you the truth. Your country is developed because of the white man. That's a fact.
This is the reason why you are in
Ghana, Senegal, and Kenya. Show that to you.
This is very weird.
Yeah, I mean,
let me get my good brother Dave on. Dave, go ahead, brother.
Oh man, can God help to develop West Africa? I mean, the hate is too much. Coming to South Africa is just too much.
What I'm saying is this: if every last
anyone who's willing to develop
the beginning of the video.
I guess God put you in apartheid and oppression for hundreds of years so that South Africa can get developed.
Hold on.
We'll take a pass on that method.
Let me play DK's video.
You know, Kala always says West Africans are haters. No, man, I feel like...
All right.
Be quiet, bro. We hear you, man. Be quiet.
So let's play this video. We can't hear the video, man.
I'm not afraid to say this. I'm crossing
we took over the girlfriend's space.
Put the volume up. Let's hear it good. Make it big.
So this is the border fence, and this is no man's land.
That's why
dividing South Africa from Zimbabwe.
I can make it bigger.
People are clearly moving between the two very easily. How are you? Are you coming from Zim? People just seem to be coming and going as they please.
The Limpopo River runs dry up to 8 months of the year, an easy crossing for people and goods, moving in and out of Zimbabwe, unhampered by border patrols.
I'm crossing illegal because there's no border here. I'm not afraid to say this. Yeah. I'm not afraid to say this. I'm crossing illegally here because there's no immigration or whoever. You can't stop someone suffering. They have to find any means to come find food.
For some, the crossing isn't so easy, entrapped by smugglers promising a better life. This 14-year-old girl was trafficked here with her sisters 2 years ago and hasn't seen them since.
I've gone through a lot, like they will pass through people, were robbing people. Some of them were taken away and some of them were raped. And then I ended up living here in this shelter.
On the floor.
Men too are battered and bruised as they pass through shelters, on their way to South Africa's big cities looking for work. For many, Johannesburg is the goal, the city of gold known for its mining. Now a trap of poverty and persecution.
This is rare access into one of Johannesburg's hijacked buildings. This used to be a hospital and now it's home hundreds of people can't afford to live anywhere else. It is decrepit, it's falling apart, there's rubbish everywhere. This is not a livable situation.
People drink from this. People use this water for everything.
But for some foreigners who make it here, there's little other choice.
So you'd rather be in this hijacked building than be back home in Zimbabwe?
For the meantime, if I come back home, there's nothing that I'll be doing.
There's a growing call for the mass deportation of illegal immigrants.
So when the modern South African state was made in 1994, Mandela was felt strongly about having open borders, about welcoming Africans from across the continent. What do you think about that?
I think that is the highest level of sellout.
Once a fringe xenophobic witch hunt, Operation Dudula has become an organized movement with increasing support.
Many people here, they don't work, and the illegals are working.
Yeah, those are the women that are beautiful more than West African women.
Yeah, they are. Elvis, even our ugly ones are still better than your
Pressure
best.
is on authorities.
Hey, you
to
hear that,
arrest
Lozi? They say
obsessed
South
with our
Africans
genes.
can't have their own
even on
girlfriends.
Thursday morning.
You hear what the guy said? South Africans can have their own girlfriends. Why?
Inside this truck.
That's
don't feel
Operation Doodle.
I don't feel anything. I'm not afraid.
Obviously.
South Africa's flawed system has become a trap for foreigners striving for a better life, walking in and being deported out.
There you have it, man.
Yeah, Carla, to a large extent, this is an eye-opener for the rest of Africa. Yeah, especially our current leaders. We've got to industrialize our nation.
So, Mr. Ghana, you didn't know that you have to fight your leaders?
I'm talking. Stop being rude.
I mean, it took you to go to London to understand that Ghana's got problems. No, that shouldn't be rocket science. Ghana is a failed state.
We are talking. I am.
Otherwise, you will be in Ghana right now.
My
bro.
friend,
Why
my
you
friend,
are
my
in
friend,
London?
my
You
country
follow
doing
your
very well. Thank
colonizer.
you very much.
You just like
My
Elvis.
country
Elvis
is
is a
doing so
bum
well
dude
that South Africans make
You still mad, bro? Don't make me send a couple Eurobars to take all your girlfriends away from you, Lozy.
because Elvis wants.
The Eurobot demons gonna use them and wash them up and send them back to you, bro. Stop it.
I'm so mad at Elvis who cannot live in his own country.
And they say they will never go back to South Africa.
You can live in your own country, but you're fighting just to live in your own country. You're blaming all the other Africans for taking your women, for taking your jobs, taking everything away from you in your own country.
And Elvis, we don't
Because you're weak. You're weak in your own country. So other Africans come and outpace you, outmuscle you for your own resources.
You just mad because I don't have to come to
I'm not mad. I'm not the one running around the street talking about Operation Dudula, Operation Dudula. I'm not doing any of that shit.
I don't even know any political party in Liberia. That's how
We don't care about what you do about Liberia, bro.
I don't know anything about you.
We don't care.
Yeah. Because
We're not fighting other immigrants in our country because they're taking our women.
Yeah, but the thing is, hold on. South Africa has the highest unemployment rate in the world to begin with. You know.
But I thought South Africa was so well developed and doing so well, Carla. How can that be?
Well developed, but hold on. If it's well developed, but the thing is, though, you gotta understand, right? You only got a certain amount of jobs you're gonna produce a year.
Yeah, Kala, the unemployment thing in South Africa, people in informal sector are not counted. Across Africa, people in informal sectors are counted as employment. They are counted. So South Africa uses higher standards, Kala. That one is off the table. That's why Africans.
Okay, yeah, they have high standards. All right.
That's why you guys continue to come to South Africa looking for jobs. It's not.
No, when I'm saying with unemployment, I'm talking about formal people who are not formally employed. I mean, people wait.
Yeah, but it's all about the dispute. It's all about the definition of employment. It's all about the definition of employment in different countries. In Elvis countries, people in informal sectors are considered to be employed. So obviously, the numbers will differ in that if we use different standards.
No, my country have a high unemployment rate. I'm not here to tell you any nonsense. So it's not a competition between you and I. Your country is doing a lot better than my country. Thanks a lot to the white people who did the infrastructure and the foundation of your country. That's fine. We can admit it.
Elvis, I will never see you as a competition. You just not. You're not a competition at all. I don't see you like that.
Yeah, I'm not a competition, bro. I'm not,
Yeah, so don't hype yourself. I'm
not happy myself, bro. I'm just in America, making money, living a life.
Yeah, Carla,
in America,
Carla, a time is gonna come when this same
I'm not fighting for the African Americans from taking my women or the white man from taking my women.
when these
Whatever,
same
Elvis.
black South Africans will be running back to those neighboring countries.
Elvis, do you
Time is
want a South
coming very
African
soon.
woman? Can we help?
Bro, why you so hurt, man? You learn to take a joke. I feel sorry now for teasing you because it really gets to you.
Elvis, a South African woman will help your genetic makeup. She will change the genes of your generation. Trust me.
Bro, have you seen? Why do you know women are the ones that make that conscious decision, so they choose who to sleep with? Do you remember that girl, the Igbo girl who won the Miss of Africa or whatever? They were mad because she was so beautiful and she wasn't a South African. She didn't have a South African father. She had a Nigerian father and she was so gorgeous. And the South African, she won amongst all your beautiful women. She won and became Miss South Africa. And you guys were so butthurt about it. Why was that, Lozy?
Africa. There's no Miss Universe from West Africa.
Why was the Miss South African not even the South African woman?
When was this?
The South African woman who won that contest, I think her name was like Chidima or some name. And all the South African, she's not even real South African. She's Igbo in Mozambique. She's Nigerian Mozambican. They were so mad about it. How couldn't one of your big beautiful women get that position?
Elvis, then they replaced her with a white woman.
Yeah, they replaced her with a white woman.
Oh, the Nigerian guy is talking. DK, the Nigerian dude from the
you hate everybody, bro. I'm just telling you, they're beautiful South Africans.
I'm just
but don't fool yourself and think that South African men are more desirable than West African men. It's not true.
Do you notice that you guys are hating on us for having a stable?
Oh, we hating. We're only telling you the facts, brother.
You guys are so jealous, man.
No, we're telling you that your economic foundation was started by white people and is still controlled by white people. That's a fact. Now we want the South African blacks to do well, but we don't like their xenophobia and their targeting the other West African and other African people. That's all.
West Africa, because you guys
anything outside of that, we just bullshitting. But those are the crux of the issue.
I'm the only African who's in Africa right now on this panel.
You're not African. You're stupid.
Okay, look.
Look, on this whole panel, I'm the only African.
Okay, granted, right? I give you that. But you know what? You're complaining in your own country that people are taking your women and you don't have jobs. So are you really happy in your country?
You're not taking anybody's women.
Dave, what's going on? You didn't get a chance to talk. Go ahead.
You're not taking anybody's women. No women are flocking.
Okay, be quiet, bro. Carlos passing the mic. Be quiet for a second.
Dave, are migrating to West Africa. I don't see women coming to West Africa. I just don't.
All right,
see
you come to Ghana and you
we'll get back to you. Dave,
come to Ghana and you see South African women over there. Come to Ghana.
There's no South African women.
Come
on.
Yo, Dave, go ahead.
In West Africa. You're gonna have to work with the government to find them.
Look, I want to hear Dave. Go ahead.
Why will a South African come to West Africa?
Lozy, man, I don't want to have to drop you down, man. But come on. I said I want to hear Dave. Dave, go ahead.
Yo, good evening, panel. How y'all doing, man? This whole South Africa situation, it's just time for everybody to go home. Leave the South Africans alone right now. You know what I mean? Leave them to their country. And also, for the way I look at it, most South Africans will prefer the white South African boy over another African. Let's just be real. That's how I'm looking at the situation. So I just think everybody should just go home, just let everything die down a little bit. Then, you can probably go back to South Africa. But, just let everybody be. That's all. That's what my take on it.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I think
it's
getting violent, man.
And also another thing, I don't like how they handle it in South Africa. They don't got to handle it.
They walking up to somebody. Look, this is what I say.
I don't like how they handling it because they know they won't go up to no Indian national.
Has a good point, right? But you got people out there, half-ass motherfuckers going up to people, right? Yeah, okay, he got an illegal store, but that don't mean you can help yourself to all his goods, and that's theft.
Yeah,
that's theft.
But Carla, why don't you play them hustling at Ghanaian person?
But y'all don't handle. And then another thing, like the way the South Africans handle it. Guys, I don't handle it. Nah. Let me finish, bro.
No, don't advise us how to do things in my country.
The way you handle it. Can I finish saying
what to do in their countries? I'm not telling anyone what to do.
No, hold up. You don't handle
Yeah,
it
but
like
you still,
that,
hold
bro.
on, Lozy, you
No.
still,
You won't
there's
touch.
still
You
rule of law.
won't
There's no
hit up a. You won't hit
Carla, we should have used that same talking point when they came begging other Africans to help them for free themselves. We could have said, we don't get involved in other people's country.
My
Go fight
country,
your
my
own shit
fucking
and suffer
rules.
apartheid.
My
Just like,
country,
hold on,
my
just like
rules.
we
You don't
mounted
like
the
it? Get the fuck out.
anti-apartheid movement,
My
and
country,
brought
my
down
rules. Not
apartheid
happy. Fuck
sanctions in
off.
America.
It's a
That's
shame
it.
you
Get it
can't do
When
that
your
over
because
here.
dumbass came begging other African countries, you wasn't talking about my country. You was talking about coming sit from the white man.
it was still the right
Liberia is
thing to
Benin
do at
worried
the
about
time,
South Africa.
you know? Two
Liberia is
wrongs
in
Yeah.
make
shit
a right.
shape.
Oh, so that's how
You're
y'all want
worried
to
about
handle
us.
other Africans?
Fix
But you ain't got no
Liberia.
smoke for
Fix
the
Liberia.
Indian.
Make
You ain't got
Liberia
smoke
work.
for the South
They ain't got
Africans.
no smoke for the white man. They came crawling on their knees begging other Africans, but now in our country, we could do what we want.
They're scared shitless, man.
Elvis,
Wasn't your country in 1990 though?
That guy that pressed that Ghanaian man, that poor Ghanaian, you should see, he walked up to an Indian man talking all low, saying, "Oh, could you please hire
Like, you know what I mean? I'm
some
seeing
South
footage of
Africans?"
taking people out of
Fix Liberia,
hospitals. Like,
Elvis, then
that's
you don't have to
savage.
complain about us. Why are you
Yeah,
worried
you're
Bro,
about us?
go run after the Guptas, man. You know,
You don't have power, Elvis.
go run after the Boers. Leave the African alone. They're the ones that came to your aid when you were being killed and slaughtered by the white Boers.
Everything's gonna come around. Look, everything is gonna come around.
Who the hell are you?
Everybody should go back home.
Liberia is Benin, but you are
When the
advising me.
South African boy is ready to give them a hard time, you close your door.
Yeah, we're not gonna let Miriam Makeba run back to Liberia. We're not gonna let Steve Biko run to other African countries to hide. You know, we're not gonna do it anymore. We're gonna let your ass steal there and get killed by the white people, and your women be the sex slaves of the white men, like how it was under apartheid.
No women are attracted to men from countries like Liberia and Nigeria. Trust me, nobody cares. So your countries are failed states, but you worried about South Africa? We are the problem.
You're the one that's complaining. You don't hear Nigerian men complain about other men taking their women. You're the one complaining that Nigerian men are having your women in droves.
I want to say one more thing. I want to
Who
say
are
one
going
more
to Nigeria
thing.
and Liberia? Nobody. So you
Carl,
cannot
I'll catch you
complain
next
about
time.
things that are not happening in your country.
All right,
Nobody's
Louis.
coming to your country. So please, people, fix your country.
I want to say one more thing.
You can't be
What's
this
going
obsessed
on in
with one
South
country.
Africa? That's what FBA want to do in
our own
America.
country.
So y'all
As a
be
black
careful.
African man, I'm standing on the business of
Yeah,
my
no.
country.
Y'all
Can
be
all of you
careful.
fix your
Difference is
countries?
we're not gonna let
Fix
that
your
happen.
damn fucking countries.
Yeah, y'all be
Fix your damn
careful.
fucking countries.
If
It's
they,
that
if
simple.
FBA could get away with it, they would do it. You know.
Yeah, they want to do that.
You know what I'm saying? So let me get to Niger on this St. James. Go ahead, to Niger.
People need to fix their countries.
Yeah, thanks, man. Greetings, Carla. Thank you for having me. Greetings all the people on the panel, apart from one person, but it's all right. And the chat. This South African business where they, leave the greater threat and go after fellow Africans is one of the most disgraceful things you see. And I think that's what makes it more kind of sharp for people, because they look at it like, just how many years ago you guys were basically being gunned down and everything. Can you wait, please? See, basically how many years ago? Can you calm down now? It's not like so. When people observe it, can we stop now? Come on.
Yo, Lozy, let
Anybody
him
talk.
speak, and you can respond to him. Let him speak, you can respond to him.
No, you don't allow me to respond. They're gonna overspeak me.
Well,
But
hold on, I'm gonna let you respond.
You don't fucking mute these people when I speak. Now,
you will have your chance.
When you get up to speak, I'm gonna mute everybody. All right? When you get up to speak, I'm gonna mute everybody. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So the people, when people look at them, anybody anywhere in the world, they will be looking at them. Anybody that knows anything about South Africa, I would think. So you think your priority is to be going after Africans with a vengeance? Anybody that knows the history will look at it like, how did you hear about some of the things that they are doing to Black South Africans by the Europeans in their country? Like, if you hear some of the crimes they commit against Black South Africans, is grisly. Even by American standard, is grisly. And the Black South Africans, they don't respond at all. They feed their women, they feed African women to dogs. It makes them, they kill Black South Africans as if even the white man said he thought they were dogs, and they will be like, no. They will take them to court. That is fine. But if it's black people that are selling stuff on the road, that is their biggest problem. They go after those ones. And the sad tale is that, can you please, the sad thing about what the South Africans are going to face, can you calm down? See, the thing that the South Africans will have to confront that they are currently hiding away from is that the elite class in their country are mostly Europeans. And elite classes are almost impossible to dislodge with the game they are playing right now. They will never be able to take over that country again. This is not a white and black thing. This is an elite and ordinary people thing. Any country in the world, if you want to displace your elite, it often leads to a massive revolution. It often leads to societal, this is seismic changes. If you look at it from France, UK, Russia, China, that's the same thing. And these people, we move people like Lozi, the idea thinking that there's a way they are going to play it so that they can play the white man out. They are wasting their time. They've been there for 30 years now. Can you please, let me finish what I'm saying? You guys have been, can you, you won't just stop. Why are you so agitated?
Everybody is telling us what to do.
I'm not, I don't care. Did I tell you what to do? I didn't tell you what to do. I'm just describing to people I'm just describing to the people the shamefulness of what the South Africans are facing. But it's all right. You can carry on with what you are doing. So the point is that they think they can somehow, they laugh at Zimbabweans. Can you please allow people to talk now? You can talk. Don't worry. You have just listen to what I'm saying. Then you can dismiss everything I'm saying. Okay.
I don't want to hear it. It's not important. We don't care about it.
What an emotional bitch. Shut up, man.
And the next thing is that they will call themselves a rainbow nation. You see, hold on. Let me tell you how ridiculous that term rainbow nation is. Their population in that country, if you want to look at the definition of black people in their country, they basically have 6-7 people. Can you just shut up for a second?
Everybody's not in their country.
Why would you let somebody talk now?
Carla, we left junior high a long time ago, man. We're not having that tonight, bro. God damn.
I mean,
let people speak, man.
This is weird. All of you, bunch of you are not in your own country.
Let people speak, man. Carla promised you gonna let you speak, and no one will interrupt you.
I just came back from Nigeria, by the way. I don't know why you are saying we are not in Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria, so stop going on.
I mean, you've got even a Nigerian from a fucking country telling us South Africa.
He's so proud to be in his country, but then whining and bitching about people taking his women and taking his jobs.
See, before you call us any kind of country, do you know that 70% of their imported oil comes from Nigeria?
Your country looks the way it looks because the white men built the infrastructure, not your black ass fool. Don't you get that in your head? You're proud of what the white men built. Talking about my country, it's not your country. You have no economic might. You can't change any laws. You're powerless in your own land.
I've never seen Lozi this triggered before. Why are you so triggered?
He's triggered because a Nigerian guy took his girlfriend, man. He's still mad about it.
He's so triggered. He wouldn't even let anybody talk.
Where the sun doesn't shine. I mean, why will I take an advice from a Nigerian?
Man, what kind of medicine, what kind of pills did you take tonight, man? And you talking like, God damn, like, I don't know what time it is. I don't know what time it is in South Africa, man. It's like almost midnight where people are from, man. We don't have that kind of energy, man.
We speak. How many you busy here getting up?
No, nobody like bro. Carla just said he's gonna let you speak and no one will interrupt you. Afford him the courtesy. Let him speak. You're not the only one here.
How many of you are in your homelands? Right?
Man, listen, that's none of your business.
Oh, South Africa is your business, but South Africa.
I haven't even spoke yet, so you don't know my opinion.
We can talk about South Africa.
Yeah, you can't gatekeep South Africa away from us.
You have no power on this panel.
Okay.
Tyler made a show on the topic, and we came to conversate with our brother. We're not here to listen to what you're.
You guys need to be helped.
This is a guy who said he's a part of Dudula, an organization that's crying and begging the Nigerians to stop taking South African women.
At first, I didn't want to add to it, but I'm under the impression that's why your women run away from you because you talk too much. Man, listen, man. You talk too much.
No, man.
You just talk like a groupie, man. Like, bro, Kala's been telling you that's his show, that's his channel. He doesn't even want to. If Kala don't want us here, he's gonna kick us off. He's gonna kick us. Listen. That's listen. Kala is listen. Kala is giving us the opportunity to have a conversation, and we can't even have it because somebody's over here is feeling is being hurt.
Running away from men who have
Nah, bro, man, you a coward motherfucker, man. Shut, bro. Just behave like everybody else on the panel, and we will be okay. It has nothing to do with South Africa. Just behave like everybody else.
No woman is following men from countries like Nigeria. Like
no, bro. Can you behave like all the
men? You know that's a damn lie. Your women are flocking to the Nigerians in your country, man.
Show me who's coming to West Africa. Show me women flocking to West Africa. No good. There's no woman coming there. So what are you doing?
Yeah. No
so
woman
the
coming.
Nigerian men are going to them. They're going to meet them where they are and taking them.
Can you let two Niger land and we can go to something else?
All right, hold on. Everybody.
You gave him, Kala. You gave him a deal. You gave him a deal. He won't even take the deal.
Nigeria is basically a septic tank. Nigeria is a fucked up place, man. Come on, jeez, man. I don't have to take an advice from him. Do I have to listen to fucking
man, stop.
But your women love those Nigerian men, man, don't they?
What's going to happen? South African men coming to Nigeria. Everybody, it's the opposite. So I've never seen South African men say, "Oh, well, I'm going to Nigeria."
I'm gonna give two Niger 1 minute, and I'm gonna give Lozy 3 minutes. All right.
I don't want to be.
I'm dropping everybody down now.
Nigeria is a fucked up country.
Dropping everybody down now.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna give two Niger one. You got what's two Niger? Okay,
1 minute.
You got 1 minute start.
Thank you. So South Africa claims to be a rainbow nation when their population is barely 10% foreign. Here in the UK, we have 13%, and Europe on average tend to have 13% or so foreign population, and none of them call themselves a rainbow nation. They all call themselves white nations. But it's only black people, and specifically South Africans, that bought into the idea of rainbow nation. And this logic that is talking now, 70% of their imported crude comes from Nigeria. Their petroleum product, that's petrol and all the jet engine and everything, most of them, they are buying it from Nigeria today. You would think they don't rely on Nigeria for anything when you hear them bad-mouthing fellow African countries. So the problem with South Africans is that they use Zimbabwe as a cautionary tale that they don't want to be like Zimbabwe. They don't seem to understand that the situation that they are facing is even worse than that of Zimbabwe because they don't control their country. And that is the danger. They think they have escaped. They've not escaped it because this is an elite problem. You can't take over the elite in South Africa without seismic change in that society. Thank you.
You've landed. That's your time. Let me get Lozy. Did Lozy drop off? I think Lozy dropped off. Oh, Lozy dropped off. I was going to give him like 3 minutes. He dropped off. Lozy dropped off. So, whatever. You know,
he's not in the head. It's just a good headspace. He's just rambling on and on.
Carla, he went to cry in the car. Carla, let him have his piece a little bit.
All right, so Lozy dropped off. I was going to give him 3 minutes.
He kept interrupting, man. He kept interrupting too, Niger. He was just unlike his peers.
No, he was interrupting everybody. You know, Carla, that's what he does every time you have we discuss South Africa, and these people come on here, right? Listen,
my thing is I really kind of feel bad for the Black South because they've never like other people, despite everything. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like South Africa, Black South Africa is like Wonderland. In other words, basically, if you ever been to Disney World, right? Everybody else has been to Disney, right? When you're at Disney, right? All this is too. You got Epcot Center, you got these nice restaurant rides, all these things, Mickey Mouse, everything, but you know that's not your place. You gotta go home.
Carla, let me give you a reality. Let me give it, because that was supposed to be my turn, right? Let me give you a reality, right? And I said that to them, and they feel like, you know, we're attacking. We're not attacking, right? Growing up in where I'm from, although I know South Africa is more developed than, you know, most of the places in West Africa, I never heard my folks sit on here and tell me that they're going to South Africa to make some money. Never. I found out that there's a lot of Africans in South Africa when I got to America. Africa, we wasn't even talking about going to South Africa for anything. The only one time I heard somebody in my circle that went to South Africa was a soccer player. That's it. So I wasn't trying. When I got on here and the conversation got to where it is, I was trying to figure out what's the quality of people that is going to South Africa, right? It's out of the business owners, some Nigerian business owners that go there, open businesses. I was just trying to know, look, do we have African students from West Africa that go there, study, and wind up staying there to work for big companies? Because I feel like, you know what? I don't have the real data, right? And even earlier today, I was asking, what's the average salary for an immigrant that who lived in Africa? Like, let's say a person that doesn't have his paper, how much is he making a week or in months? And I was talking to South Africa, it was breaking down the amount. And I was like, nah, man, like, bro, this is not even worth it. But I get where they come from, and I get that this is a country where, like what someone else was saying, I don't want to give them that pushback. That's their country. If they don't want Africans there, we had that conversation like a year ago. I said the same thing that I'm saying today. For me, I don't force it. I pick the right country for me because I know those things are not going to happen to me. I know, but for most Africans, yeah, I understand the predicament, the situation they come from. They have to go certain places for money, but I wouldn't advise certain country to an African if it was up to me. You shouldn't be going there. You know what I'm saying? You mentioned the unemployment rate. You see how high it is. You see what I'm saying? And you see the way they feel about others. You see what I'm saying? And they have that right. I don't want to blame them. You gotta reroute your ideas. Like, listen, this is not the place for me. For those Africans who live there, I hope they get their wake up call. They understand that, you know what, maybe with the little bit of money that I was able to get, I can go back to where I'm from and start something, or maybe go to a different place. You see what I'm saying? I would do that, but I hope everybody is kind of flexible to do that. If not, what we saw the past week. That's not right. We can't have people in the country, acting as police officers, immigration officers. We can't have that in a country that is called a developed nation. We cannot do that. Even you have Africans who are not following the law, you can report them. You can try to work with your law enforcement, but becoming law enforcement yourself and antagonizing Africa. When I saw that South African chick that told the Ghanaian, you should go back. You know, Carla, what she said? Africans. She said Africans should go in their country. Like, she's not African. Go back to the video and listen to her. Like, they feel like they're not even Africans for me. And the way she spoke to the Ghanaian guy, and I was like, he was surrounded by 15 people. And I know my people, my West African people, my Ghanaian people, our women don't act like that. They don't do that. But, when you're in a foreign land, everybody can get to your face and speak to you a certain way. And you have to take that. You know what I'm saying? So South Africa, they have a reason to do certain things, but at the same time, the method they use to attack.
Right.
I mean,
Losey's back. Don't interrupt him.
No. But let me land though. Let me land. But at the same time, right? Elvis was saying this. Don't forget. There was times where you were down, right? African, I don't want to pay back, or we don't want to act like, you know what, we did some certain things to you, we helped you, and now we want to pay you guys have to pay us back. But motherfuckers, you guys were down when you would come to African country. You were fucking down. Don't forget that, bro. Don't act bougie to us, man. We have flaws. Those people who live in your country have flaws. But the level of disrespect, African could have said the same thing. When your motherfuckers came to our country, we could have said the same thing. We fought our battle. Fucking go back and fight these white folks, man. Go fuck with them. Why did you come to our countries? Why did you run? Why did you get the Ghanaian passport? Why did you take the money? You should have stayed. If you know how to fight, you should have stayed there and fight. Why you run away? Why did you run?
Can I respond, man?
Okay, all right.
There's no time. There's no African country that can come here and claim that they have met South Africans in the streets of their countries. That's just has never happened during apartheid. Never happening now.
Because we took care of them. Because we took care of them when they came in there. We took care of them. They couldn't be on the street because we took care of them.
So
you wouldn't be on the street.
That's true. Government hosted a lot of freedom fighters from South Africa.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What year were you born? Do you know somebody called? Do you know if a president called this guy the president of Gabon? Do you know how much money he gave to your freedom fighters? Do you know Okwebwani from Ivory Coast? Do you know how much money he gave to your freedom fighters?
Hold on, I gotta drop her. I promised Lozy 3
so
minutes.
for 2 Niger, you dropped everyone and allowed him to speak.
Yeah,
now you're acting like you're gonna allow me to speak. Then you allow them to
interrupt. Now I thought everybody could like that, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop everybody and give you 3 minutes.
Kala,
Right?
look, Kala, I understand your biasness. You're still a West African.
I'm not biased, man. I am not biased.
Let me just say this, Kala. I'm the only South African on this panel. Are you aware? I'm the only South African on your panel. And I told you I respect you. But it seems like you're allowing people to run their narrative on our country, not allowing me to speak. Normally, Kala, I don't like to. I don't take West Africans serious. I just don't. That's why your panel is not big. Have you noticed that even many Africans don't come to your panels because of West Africans? We could have good engagement, but you're dealing with raccoons from a civilized part of Africa. Sorry to say it, where you are tired of them. This is the behavior. We're not going to have a civil conversation. I came here. We have good conversations when I'm dealing with you, but I can tell you when you're dealing with West Africans, notice how none of these people are in their countries. Now, anyway. I did try to mention here and educate people about how much South Africa has helped other Africans as well, even before our apartheid. Many of you, including Kala, you don't remind them of that, but you allow them to continue making it seem like they helped us during apartheid. It was a very minimal help. And countries like fucking Sierra Leone, what did they do for us? Did they house South Africans? Did Kala, you have to listen to me and agree or not. Was there a point in Africa where Black South Africans were economic migrants and being harbored by African countries and looking for jobs and doing whatever shit they're doing there? Only less than 60,000 South Africans during apartheid lived outside South Africa. And these countries, including countries that were outside Africa, the countries that housed South Africans for most was Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and for most part, they kept South Africans in the bushes because these were not just average South Africans. These were military South Africans who were practicing. Now, Zambia had the ANC office. Most of our politicians were in Zambia, Lusaka. Why are people coming here to lie about our history just because their countries are doing bad, man? We help other Africans as well. We helped them before apartheid. We helped during apartheid. We are still helping today. We housing the largest community of African migrants on the continent. We don't come here and tell them that they owe us. Why is it that people, Kala, we can have this conversation even the coming 50 years. At the end of the day, the problem is that other Africans are not willing to fix their countries. This is the problem of it. If you notice that all of these men who are speaking here claiming to be men, they're not in their countries. They're not building their homelands. And we have to go with this degeneration and mediocrity as if these West African men are doing anything. Oh, why should I take advice from a Nigerian? Or what? So that South Africa can look like Nigeria? So that Johannesburg can look like Lagos, which they're working so hard to turn Johannesburg to Lagos? I must take an advice from someone from Sierra Leone so that I can go some civil war and be fighting other Black South Africans in the so-called tribalism. At least as Black South Africans, we are over tribalism. We are dealing with racism. We are dealing with international issues that are brought here by other Africans. We're not tribal. If we were tribalism, our tribes will be fighting. People come to South Africa to seek refuge. Why? Some of these people are running away from the LGBT persecution. They're running away from rebels in particular places like Nigeria, DRC, East Africa, like Somalia. There's rebels, Al-Shabaabs, Fulani headsmen, Boko Haram. And Nigerians are chopping each other every day in Nigeria. People want to come here and paint us as if we are the villain of Africa. We are savages. If we were savages, Kala, why are Africans flocking to South Africa in large numbers to live side by side with Black South Africans? No, Kala, look, man, it is tiring. As South Africans, we're going to focus on building our country. We don't care what anybody else say out there. If I have to listen to the rest of these Africans, South Africa is going to look like their countries. They have neglected their government. They have given up on fighting on their government. And this is the reason why things are the way they are in their countries. Black South Africans are going to challenge everybody. In our communities, we kept saying we've got an issue of illegal migrants. Now, the government that doesn't give us what we want, we go and we take it. We're going to continue to do what we have to do in our country. Other Africans can do what they want in their own countries, Kala. If they don't want to challenge their government, it's fine. But maybe that's the reason why they flee in their countries. We're going to keep challenging this government until they come out. If this government is the one that brought illegals here, we're going to deal with the illegals until the government comes out. How should poor South Africans fight the government? All these Africans who are giving us, all these people who are giving us advice have ran away from their own governments. They couldn't fix their own governments. I don't want to be advised by people who've got countries that are messed up. Can I be advised by people from Japan? Because Japan looks good. They've built civilization. How about I be advised by people from Switzerland? People who actually can show me what they have done in their countries. I don't want to listen to no fucking Nigerian advising me about South Africa while he's fleeing Nigeria and trying to live in South Africa.
Time's up. That was 5 minutes. Time's up. All right, let me bring the panel in to respond. You had 5 minutes. I think you like that. We need to. We'll give you another one. So let me get DK in. I mean, you made a lot of good points right there. You know, you made a lot of good points. You guys got to match that.
Let me respond to him, Colin.
Hold on, Elvis, hold on. You got to address the one thing he said, right?
No, Colin. Let me speak freely.
Elvis, can you please answer what he said that he would rather be taking advice from Switzerland?
But Carla, make sure it doesn't interrupt people. The same courtesy afford them. Let people talk.
All right.
All right. Let me say this to Lucy, right? Look, if you want to talk about comparing yourself to the likes of Japan and Switzerland, those nations was built by the dominant race in those nations, the whites, the Japanese. They built their country. They weren't colonized by another group of people who built their country, and then they inherited the infrastructure and the business, and the economics of that country from another group of people who they had to fight tooth and nail to get a little slice of their own country economic prowess. So when you're talking about other Africans, look, if somebody took America and put them in the middle of Africa, the Africa would be flocking to the United States, even though it's on the continent of Africa. Why? Because the white people there have global influence. They have the global economic might at their fingertip. So black people from South Africa, from other parts of Africa are going there because they want proximity to that white economic power. Same thing with Europe, same thing with the United States of America. They're not going there because they want jobs from the South Africans. They're going there because there are large white corporations that could hire them. There are wealthy white farmers who can hire the Zimbabweans. They're the wealthy, mining companies owned by whites who can hire them. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Why didn't you guys come before 19?
Don't interrupt.
Carla, do you see what's going on?
All right,
it's just a simple question. Why didn't you come before 1994?
All right. And just to conclude, so I can pass the mic to the other panelists. Look, I like South Africa. One of the things I like about South Africa is their music. I love their music. They're beautiful people. Really, they are. But when I started seeing xenophobia against other Africans, especially Nigerians and other people, it made me feel some kind of way. And the reality is, African Americans in this country, they know their history, all the great thing that they've done, to contribute to this country. But Colin himself would tell you that the reason this country is great and the reason Black Americans have the economic power that they have is because they have proximity to white people. They'll be the first to admit that to you when they're being honest. But this Black South African don't want to admit that his country is good or doing well in Africa because the white power structure that's upholding the country. That's why Black people go there to get adjacency to their white power structure, not because of the Black South Africans. But I'll pass the mic, Colin.
All right, I would say like this, right? Now, the 400 years, Black people in America has been here, and also Elvis too. The difference, there's Black people in America had an early start on this thing called Western civilization. We were here actually in the 1500s under the Dutch and the Spanish and the Portuguese explorers. We were building communities here in places like Nantucket, Boston, and places like that, Portland, New Jersey. It was like 500-600 years old. Anyway, Black people on the eastern seaboard of America basically developed alongside of white people. There's a difference there. Now, in America, one thing America has that a lot of people have is America started this civilization called a civilization based on institutions. the New England area in America is probably the most institutionalized place on the planet. You know, I mean, institutes that studied everything from business to finance, public policy. All these things were debated, and that philanthropists gave this thing called institutions. You have the Hoover Institute. Yeah, but America has always been a country of institutions, right? In other words, basically, listen to this carefully. Before anything is discussed to the public, before there's a political discourse, there's a filtration system of interest that comes through that people could talk about policy, right? Because it came from credible sources that say, okay, this is what we are to talk about. Should we do this? Should we do that? It ain't just Joe Schmo on the street running his damn mouth with that. That's when your country you have institutions. The question you need to ask is, in South Africa, how much of the institutions that created South Africa did Black South Africans contribute? That's a fair question, right? Now, if you find that there was institutions that shaped the way South Africa was formed even before apartheid, and there's some evidence that it was. In other words, basically before apartheid, there were Black people that were serving in political office. You know, there were Black people that were living in places like Cape Town and stuff like that lived alongside of whites every day. And then in 1947, when the Jews came there, they said we have a thing called apartheid. They separated people by race. Before that, South Africa was on its way because the ANC was very educated. They built institutions there and stuff like that. That's very important to know. So I don't want people to think that white people get all the credit for South African civilization, you know? And so you have to understand that, Yeah, the white people did Black people's development, was it arrested? Of course. Apartheid arrested all that, deliberately by force. They had to forcibly have the Native Lands Act laws and stuff like that, because left alone, Blacks would have dominated the country. We had educated Black people in South Africa, right? Another thing, listen to this. I read a story about a Zulu man, right, who got an education, right? He studied in the West, right? Got an education. He was a doctor, right? But he was very popular. He spoke English well, several languages. He was very popular, right, among a growing intellectual class. You know what the white people did? They began to bring traditional Zulus around and saying, look, this guy right here, this guy was a Black nationalist, a Pan-Africanist, right? They start saying, look at this guy. He has a white man's suit on. And so they used the idea that this guy was like the whites to discredit him with his own people. You know what I'm saying? Because they did not want that educated class of Zulu taking power. And that's the reason why they formed Inkatha later on. So I want you to say, South Africa, I studied the history of the country. It wasn't like Black people just sitting back and white people. Black people played a major role in that country's development, the political, social fabric of the country from day one, And so, do most of the businesses.
But Kala, I want to know, right? When this black immigrant go to South Africa, right? Who's the main employer? Who's giving them job? Most of the video that I've seen these Africans, they're hustling on their own. They use a corner, they open their own shop. They work. Nobody give them, like, I can guarantee you, most of these people over there, right? They complain about they flip their own money. They don't even cut jobs. They don't even take. No, Kala. I get you, bro. And then when I see them going to store, asking these people for paperwork, I'm like, nah. This is when this guy is sitting here and talk about jealousy. That's the real definition of jealousy. Going to somebody's hustle, trying to knock his hustle. That's jealousy right there. You can't. Listen, bro. You can't.
Right there, I agree with, but at the same time, St. James, right? Look, I agree with you, right? You should not go to people's businesses and everything like that. And you could do a couple things. You could do. You could boycott. You could say don't shop here because it's not legal, like that. But going into that store, demanding, intimidating them, taking their property.
But Carla, that's what this brother's over here talking about jealousy. He doesn't even understand the real definition of jealousy. The guy's trying to flip his money. You don't know where he get his money. You open a business trying to help his community, and you go in there playing cop or playing immigration. Trying to antagonize him, trying to have him shut down his business so you can take the spot.
It looks worse when they won't even do the same to the other people who come from like Lebanon, India.
And we see the video. We want to comment on the video. We are jealous. We should be in our country. We can't speak on South Africa. Come on, Carla. You gotta defend. Now, why we on here? So if the idea, Carla, if the idea is when you pick a topic, right, and you on a country to speak on, and those people that come from that country tells you, oh, if somebody's not above me, I don't want to listen to them. That's some fuck shit. You gotta address that the right way, Carla. This is not the reason why we're here. If you can't listen to other people, don't be on here. Don't tell people they have to be above you or beneath you so you can listen to them. Who are you? Like, because you're in your country, bro, if you pick to be on country, right, you can be in your country and be broke. I don't want to live like that. If I don't want to be broke, I believe I have to be somewhere, right, to up my skills and up my luck, up my money. That's what I'm going to do. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to do that and then return to my country. So you're not going to sit on here. I don't know how you live in South Africa, right? But I'm saying, if we have to compare, you ain't doing better than the Africans outside. How is that? How is that working out for you?
Yeah,
I can guarantee you it's working out for me.
Can I say something, Kala? I think at the core of it, just now while you were talking, I did search for drone companies owned by Black South Africans. Do you know what they listed? Just two. And one of them, guess what? That one had a DJI Phantom on their page. And this is supposed to be a developed country, like developing, if you want to call it, relatively developed in Africa. Then one of the pages say invasion, mine invasion for alien invasion. That even their drone companies have xenophobia in them, and there are only two of them, the black-owned ones. Then when I listed I say, okay, give me a list of Nigerian drone companies. Many. And this is a problem. And it's not only to be fair, it's not only in South Africa. If they were going after Africans and saying, there was something the lady said to that Ghanaian that I think if they capture that very well, it might do Africans a lot of good. When they tell them, go back and build your country. Because if they start doing that, those people, and even the people from their own country hearing it, they will respond to it. And I think Nigerians are beginning to respond to some of the nonsense we are hearing from many African countries. Because you can see that within Nigeria now, they are beginning to sit up and say, you know what, enough of this nonsense. Ghanaians are messing about with us. South Africans are messing about with us. Even countries that shouldn't be talking to us, they are actually relying on us right now. Many of them, including South Africa, relying on Nigeria. We are not relying on South Africa. So their petroleum product, crude, 70% of them that they import into their country is from Nigeria.
No, that's
their petrol, jet fuel. They are getting it from Dangote refinery. This is a fact. So
Tunaja, we need that oil, man. Reroute that shit to us, man, and we be good. You know, reroute that shit to us, and we be good.
One person going to get a chance to respond. And you know, Lozi said some lie here today. He lied here today and said South Africans have the highest immigrants in their country. That's a lie. Even in the UK has one of the highest immigration population. Even in Africa, they don't have the highest.
Google the amount of South African in America. It's more than African. Where I'm from, just check their numbers.
They don't even have the highest percentage of immigrants versus their population in Africa. What are you making all that for? If you want people to leave your country, I don't have any issue with them trying to ask people to leave their country. But don't blame people for trying to call you out for not dealing with the other people that are in your country. If you want us out of your country, send us out of your country. I don't care. Nigeria has a lot to offer.
Are they targeting the Lebanese, the Indians, all these other people? You know,
they're not doing that shit, man. Carla, they're not doing. They go to these people's store, man. You see the way they talk to them. You got videos. They can't even budge. You know what I'm saying? They have video. We seen the video today. We watched the videos. They go to them stores, man. Them white folks tell them if they don't fucking leave, man, trouble's gonna happen. They walk away. They fucking walk away. You know what I'm saying? That man, listen, man. Don't get in your feeling, man. Hey man, Kala. Hey man, the guy was lying over here talking about even during apartheid they were helping country. Can you reference that for us, man? Can we cite the source? Where you were helping us during apartheid? Where were you helping us?
Your neighbors.
You couldn't even do shit. Don't lie. Cite the sources. How were you helping us financially? What were you doing?
So you can go Google what.
No, there's no fucking Google. Just give us. You say out of your fucking mouth. Tell us how you were helping out the country during apartheid. I want to see that.
You've got this raccoon from Sierra Leone.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
He's shouting like a barbarian because West Africans are.
Nah. So man, you ain't your feeling like half an hour ago, man. You were crying like a little groupie, man.
I have to be shouting.
He wants to degenerate us to their way of doing. That's why.
Gala, how many video have we watched about these people? How many video? And nobody sit on here and say Africa, especially West Africa, is perfect. Nobody say West Africa is perfect. We got our deals. We got our issues, but we seen your people on videos, bro.
Nobody's talking about Sierra
Yeah,
Leone.
we seen your people on video. What are you talking about?
Out there talking about Sierra Leone. Nobody.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it.
No, being obsessed with.
You don't have to talk about it. I'm referencing the video, and your fat ass is over here talking to us. If we don't mean nothing, you shouldn't be here. If we mean nothing to you, you shouldn't be here. Why the fuck you here? So why you here? If you don't care about us, you shouldn't be here. You're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be somewhere else. Where you getting money or where you doing better than the average African. You shouldn't be here. If you are here, you're gonna hear from everybody's gonna get to speak. Everybody's going to speak. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The country where you come from doesn't define you, sir. The country where you come from doesn't define you. It doesn't define you. Man, get the fuck out of here. If you knew how to fight, you wouldn't be running from your country asking for help. You wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't be doing that. Let me tell you something. Although I'm not from Sierra Leone, right? When shit got let me Kala. When shit got difficult for them people, they didn't ask for your help. They didn't fucking ask for your help. They did not.
You need to go back to the diamond mine and start to shoot yourselves, niggas.
Hey, bro, I've seen how you get treated in your own fucking country, man. I've seen it. I've seen how you get treated in your own fucking country. I've seen it. I've seen it, man. You come on here, you loud. You just get on here, you are loud. You are very loud. But when these people line you up, you are not loud. You are not loud like that. You are not loud when these people line you up. You are not.
Hey,
you are not loud.
Let me ask him a question, St. James. Let me ask you a question.
All of you have a lot
my question to you, Lozi. Why don't your people have the same smoke for white people who are controlling your country's economy?
This is a setup, Kala, where I have to deal with raccoons from failed countries, having a lot to say about my country.
Kala, I took a pause. I took a pause on insulting this dude in this country.
Have you seen Limpopo? Have you seen Limpopo? Do you want to live in Limpopo? Have you seen the slums in South Africa? You want to live in there? You want to live in there? You have seen that shit?
See, James. South African women have the highest rate of STDs and HIV on the continent.
Man, Kala, can you put their slums, man? Can you put their slums and put our slums and compare the two?
You know that, right, Lozi? Your women have a higher rate of STDs and HIV on the continent. You know that, right?
Countries are even close to South Africa.
Is your developed country doing anything about that? No. It's the United States government that's helping fund the HIV medicine so they don't develop into AIDS.
Everywhere in the world but West Africa. Guess what? I'm the only
African
in Africa right now.
We're not worried about South Africa, bro. It's just embarrassing and it's sad. No history of how your people suffer, how your people came begging us for help, and now they've turned it around, and now they're the one that's oppressing and subjugating the Africans because they're adjacent to white people and they think they have to protect the white man's power.
Kala, actually, right? Let's be fair. If you want to be fair to him, right? Since he's running his mouth, right? Stop this show and make him provide the evidence how they were helping us during apartheid. I want to see that. Let people see it. Because he's the one that has the evidence. Show us how you were helping us.
I think he misspoke. They wasn't helping us. They were running for their lives. He talking about white South African was doing better. What was South African women doing? They were house help. They were getting raped and having colored children by white people. That's what was going on in the parts of South Africa, bro. We know the history. We don't gotta open up old wounds.
Living in this country right now on this planet.
And those colored ones, they'll be there like, oh, we are colored, we are not black people.
We're not black. They think they're better than the black, and a lot of them came from rape.
They want to be white people. It's like everything they do is about being white. It's like
this guy had a nerve to say that South Africans. No offense to my other Africans with BDBs, but South Africans who have the hardest hair on the continent can grow a beard, think that they're more, attractive than other West Africans. Ridiculous. So women are pretty. We'll come there and take them.
Their men can't compare. Come on.
Yeah, that man can't compare to West African men.
Hey guys, man, he comparing South African men to West African. Lozy, are you doing this tonight? Are you really doing this?
That's what inferiority.
No, man, come on, man.
I'll give it to you, Lozy. Your women are beautiful. I'll give you that. Your women are pretty. But the men, there's something hideous.
Hey, Lozy, it's not even close, Lozy. It's not close.
I mean, who's got?
It's not you. I mean, it's not. It's not close.
How you measure? How do you measure?
Because we've seen that.
We have got more money.
We have the evidence that whatever we speak on, we got the receipt. You got no receipt, though. You got no receipt. The women, like, I don't want to repeat what they said, right? I don't want to repeat what they said, but we've seen the Nigerian moving in, bro. We've seen that.
Oh, man, I've never seen.
Don't be old, man. That's true.
You have to be inferior.
You get emotional again, Lozy. You get emotional. Listen, Lozy. The moment that right. Listen, if you start listening, right? If you start listening and you speak less, right? If you speak less and you listen more, you will understand, right?
When your women was economically colonized, now the Nigerians came in there and sexually colonized their women.
When you have your women in the videos, right? Lozy, we don't listen, you are a guy just like us, right? If we want to check, Lozy, let me tell you, if we want to check if that's true or not true, right? We can show you videos of your women saying they prefer Nigerian men. There are videos after videos of your women preferring Nigerian women. So these are receipts. These are receipts. These are receipts, bro. Why are you fighting this? Your own women on tips.
No, dude.
Ain't nobody going to listen to you, man. Nobody cares.
You found those videos because you're obsessed with us.
No. Why should I be obsessed? The videos are there. Your women talk about it. I don't live in South Africa. I don't live in South Africa. I don't know what you guys do over there. But when we see that, listen, Lozy, your own women on tapes, right? Your own women on tapes saying that they prefer Nigerian men, right? They don't want to date you because you are too violent. I've seen video where they say you guys are too violent, right? I've seen that. Okay.
South African women can live in South Africa, but your women are all over the world.
They travel. They have money to travel. Your women don't have money. Maybe the women. Maybe it's a cultural thing. When you guys were under this thing, right? They wasn't letting you move places to places. That's why you don't want to go places. Listen, your women on tape, right? The women are on tape saying those things. I know you, but listen. I seen your. You see, Lozy. He get. Listen. Why am I mad? I'm not in South Africa, bro.
Leave our country. We're just gonna do that, and we're not interested in your women. It's you.
You in the country, you live in a slum. You ain't amount to nothing. Why would I be mad about you? Why would I be mad about you?
Your women have been sexually colonized by the Nigerians, bro. Go worry about that.
The Nigerians have taken over your women, bro. Acknowledge that.
You want to cleanse your ugly genetic makeup. That's why.
Nah, bro.
So this dude's talking about genetics. Have you seen the South African men? You seen their hair? They can't grow hair, bro. They got them chinky Chinese-looking eyes, bro.
Kala, you see what's the most embarrassing? What's the most embarrassing thing I've seen about this, right, Kala? These people have the nerve to wear the traditional clothes, right? To go out to fight Africa, traditional clothes, right? And sing the traditional song to go fight Africa. That's fucking embarrassing. I mean, that's low.
Please.
That's low, man.
West Africa, it's a swamp. It's a septic tank, man. Your country.
Lozy. When you guys were getting it, right? When you guys were getting it, you know where the border was. You know where the border was. You knew how to cross the border. You knew that. With your big, listen, you talking big game, right? When that shit was getting so hard on you, you knew how to cross the border. At least you knew that. No, so you talking about you don't run, you run, bro. You run.
Notice how South Africans are not.
You took money. You went and took money.
The fuck away from us.
Man, get out of here, man. Did you hear me speak, man? Is when I came to America, I found out there were Africans that live in South Africa. I didn't even know. The people, listen, when I was growing up, no one in my culture, no one in my vicinity was talking about going to South Africa to get money. Nobody was coming over there. Nobody.
Yeah, whatever. My ancestors are known.
Man, you get the Africans that ain't got nothing going on for themselves. They want to come with you. That's what you are getting.
Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever.
Man, that's whatever, man. The real West African, they go to America, they go to the UK, they go to Europe. They don't go to South Africa. They don't go to South Africa. South Africa is not like a prime destination for West African. It's not.
Right now on this panel, I'm the only man in this country. Right now.
Man, and you ain't doing shit. And you ain't doing shit. You ain't amounting shit.
But he's complaining about other Africans taking his women and taking his jobs. So are you better off in your own country, brother?
If you amount to something, if you knew you were something, you wouldn't be talking like this. You wouldn't be talking like this.
Sierra Leone a shithole. Limpopo's GDP is bigger than Sierra Leone.
That's a lie, man.
I mean, this guy keeps talking about GDP. What is the contribution of Black South Africans to their GDP? Most of the economic power comes from white companies.
Sierra Leone has got the diamonds, you got the coast. But
look at the unemployment rate of Sierra Leone in your country. Just look at the unemployment rate. Just look it up. Look at the unemployment rate, bro. Look at the unemployment rate.
It's sad when a guy is bragging about white people's economy and comparing to other Black African countries.
Let me ask you one question. How is it that your Black population has only one drone company? As their Black population has only one. The other one is just a lady that is saying.
Nobody wants to hear that irritating voice.
Tell me, why is it that your Black South Africans have only one drone company after 30 years? Of apartheid.
At the end of the day, Nigeria is not doing good. Liberia is not doing good. Sierra Leone is not doing good. That's why none of you are in your countries.
You ain't doing good either. You ain't doing good in your own country.
Everything that you own is owned by the whites.
You ain't doing good.
A South African man.
Are you doing good, Lozy? Are you doing good? Are South African doing good? Are South African doing good?
The ST James, STI from Sierra Leone, not in Sierra Leone. From Nigeria,
all this
the white man beat that boy action in your mouth? Tunaja, let me ask you a question. Right? It's not a disrespectful one, right? Answer me. Compared to where you are now, right? Do you want to live in Limpopo?
You have a lot to say about.
Do you want to live in Limpopo, Elvis? Do you want to live in Limpopo?
Hell no. Them South Africans are violent as hell, bro. They're quick to kill a nigga, man. They're so violent. They be running up in the street with cars, jacking people, doing shootouts. They're violent, man.
Kala. Beside those crimes, right? Just look at the rape. Look at the rape rate in South Africa. Just look at rape.
Domestic violence in South Africa is off the charts, bro. That's why the women are running away from them. They're beating.
That's what they said, Elvis. In one video, that's what one of the women said. My men are too violent. I can't deal with them. That's why I'm going to Nigerians.
Yeah, they killed their women. They beat their women. They're alcoholics.
Sierra Leone.
You know.
How I am South African, you're not in Sierra Leone. Notice how.
Hey, Lozy, we can do something. Listen, we can do something, right? Lozy, we can fix Sierra Leone, right? Let's look at the violence in Sierra Leone, right? And the violence in South Africa, Black South Africa. We can look at rape. We can look at all this stuff and see who's doing better.
St. James, these dudes kill our reggae hero in Africa, Lucky Dube, because they confuse him with a Nigerian. They try to steal his Chrysler 300 and kill that beautiful man who was a reggae star in Africa. They killed him because they hated Nigeria. They thought he was a
That's
Nigerian.
wrong, man. That's
That shit
wrong.
pissed me off,
On
bro.
this failed
They're so
country
violent.
full of the most black millionaires. Black South Africans have got the most black
Lozy, let me
millionaires
ask you a
on the
question.
continent.
What's the point of being? What's your point of remaining in your country and refusing to travel, and you don't amount to nothing? What's the point of it?
We are the most
What's the point of it?
We are the most successful black group on this fucking.
They are competing with the poorest African immigrants in their country, and they're losing.
I don't know why you're saying you're the most successful black people. No, you are not. That is actually not true. If you look at the matrix, you are not. You just have a drone company, and they are using phantom drones in their website. Come on, man. The most successful. You're not even close.
South Africa. Your own
You said we're begging to be South Africans? Are you out of your mind, bro?
Okay, you can say whatever you want.
Man, Kala,
we're not hearing you. What'd you say, Kala?
Okay, all right. I got a debate challenge between 2Niger and Lozy. Now, Lozy said they're the best in Africa.
Most successful black group on the continent.
I'm gonna give each of them 2 minutes to make their case. I'm gonna drop.
No, man, about you gotta be the good referee. They gotta drop the sources. We're gonna check the stats. We're gonna be able to Google some shit. No, let's do that.
Let me go head on head with 2Niger. Let's compare black Nigerians and black South Africans. I want 2Niger. Let's go head on head. Let's talk economy. Let's talk economy tonight.
First up is gonna be Lozy.
Yes.
All right,
yes,
Lozy.
I'm gonna make my case.
You Lozy.
I want bring 2Niger back. I want to go head on head with 2Niger.
Hold up. Let me run the clock. Like I said, you got 2 minutes just to explain how black South Africans are the richest blacks in Africa.
Sweet 2Niger. So black South African assets and wealth can be traced on Johannesburg Stock Exchange, Kala. We own more than 30% of Johannesburg Stock Exchange.
Valued at what?
Huh?
What's the value? What's the market capital?
The market cap of Johannesburg Stock Exchange is $1.4 trillion.
Yeah,
black South Africans.
You tell me the black South Africans got like 900
$400 billion at least $400 billion.
$100 billion
for $400 billion. And it's the largest.
Black South Africans have.
Yes.
I'm a fact check it. Okay, just go ahead. Keep going.
Yes. So in Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is the biggest stock exchange on the continent of Africa, $1.4 trillion. I have to be honest, we only own 30%. White South Africans own roughly less than 25%, between 23 and 25%. But that's good wealth for them because their population is small. But when you consider the collective wealth, $400 billion of assets is the largest concentration of wealth of one group in Africa. Notice how I'm not talking about wealth per capita. I'm talking about collective wealth. $400 billion of Johannesburg Stock Exchange belongs to black South Africans. White South Afrians, probably they own more than $300 billion, 350. I mean, 300 billion, 350. Now, the collective wealth of Nigeria in the hands of private citizens is only $228 billion, and their stock exchange's market cap is less than $70 billion. They shouldn't even be talking to us. Now, black South Africans have got the largest black middle class on the continent of Africa, and also income per capita. A black doctor, for example, Kala, a South African black doctor, I don't know if I cannot remember how it is in dollars, but a doctor in South Africa earns 65,000 rand, 65,000 rand, which is roughly annually, the doctors are paid almost similar to doctors in UK, and engineers in South Africa earn equal to engineers in UK. That's why an engineer in South Africa doesn't need to go look for a job in UK. There's many engineers from here that are recruited to come work in UK.
It's time. Yeah. It's time. All right, now I'm gonna get 2Niger to respond to that. Then I'm gonna do some fact checking. All right.
Yep.
All right. 2Niger, you are gonna have 2 minutes, to rebut that. 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna do fact checking on both of you. Go ahead, 2Niger.
Out of the top 20, top 5 or 6 billionaires in South Africa now have a net worth of more than $30 billion. The black South African among them own only $3 billion, while Dangote almost encompasses all of them put together, including the white ones anyway. So that's just one Nigerian alone that's able to do that. Then when all the numbers he's talking about, you see why he's using collective, In other words, the white man's wealth, not the black man's ones. The numbers for the black wealth in South Africa is abysmal. They earn one of the least in terms of, if you compare them to their counterparts in in South Africa. The black household controls about 5 to 10% of income in that country. At the same time, when he says that the country's this in the stock market has high value, of course it has high value because Europeans are there. The beer and all the rest, they are investing there, and because they live there. That is the whole point. That's why Europeans control 70, 80% of their this in the economy. It's not the black economy. That's the problem. I keep telling him that even all their universities that they say that they are highly ranked, they are all European universities. They are run by Europeans, mostly dominated at the top by Europeans. I checked for the top drone companies owned by black South Africans, and I couldn't get more than one. And that one has a DJI Phantom drone on it. And they are, one of their operations is to attack fellow Africans. That is all they seem to be known for. If their crime rate and this in the economic prospect is so low that you begin to wonder, why does he think that they are the most successful when you can look at various black? If you go to Nigeria alone, the number of black drone companies that you are going to see, that is very unusual to be in such a so-called advanced country where 70-80% of the population doesn't even own drone companies. That tells you what is actually going on the ground.
All right.
They don't control anything.
All right, to Niger. Okay, you said yours. Now I'm going to do some fact checking, Now I'm going to do some fact checking. Now, I'm going to ask a question to ChatGPT. We can trust that as a credible source. We all agree, right? Okay. What's how much wealth in the Johannesburg stock exchange, stock market does black South Africans control Africans have. ChatGPT, do your thing. All right, estimate quite a bit. Direct black South African ownership control of Johannesburg Stock Exchange has been estimated as low as 3% on the stricter measure. It says broader measures include direct holdings, pension funds, unit trusts, empowerment, put black ownership, majority listed roughly about 18 to 30% range, depends on the year methodology. In practice, there's no single universally accepted rand dollar figure. How much wealth black South Africans have at Johannesburg Stock Exchange, because it depends on whether only directly control shares, whether you include retirement funds and institutional investments. By the way, Black America's retirement fund assets is like a incredible $11 trillion. Well, it's like one of the highest in the world. So Black America, give yourself a round of applause for that. Whether you include retirement funds, institutional investments, whether you include black categories under South African Black Enterprise, Black Economic Empowerment, defines colored. In other words, basically, when some of the stuff is actually the coloreds and the Indians are included in there. So I don't know. They put, for years ago, they made a mistake where they basically made South African Indians and coloreds as part of the black, So there's a lot of Indians who are getting black enterprise, black economic development. It wasn't specifically for black Africans. So it's that line is kind of blurred there, Strictly direct ownership cites that single low budget, broader ownership benefits ownership cite about 20-30% of major listed company ownership. About 30%. That's not bad, you know. So if you want, but that's what that says. Well, let me get Losey on to respond to that, what I just found. Let me get Losey on to what I just found. Go ahead, Losey.
Kala, actually, you were on point when you said the lines are blurred in terms of tracking our wealth. It's actually what you said is true. What happened is that the BEE actually accounts for all disadvantaged groups that were not having equal rights.
Black. So it's not no accurate saying about
it's not 100%. It's not 100% accurate, but in terms of the numbers, Black South Africans make up about 80% of the pension funds in South Africa, just because the workforce itself that pays the pension funds, majority is us, while other groups are more in the private institutions. So when it comes to that pension fund scheme, which is the biggest entity in Africa, which is called PIC, Public Investment Corporate, and they own roughly a collective wealth of $154 billion, and that's just one entity. Then we have got even BEE as an entity. We have got the Royal Bafokeng, like our royal kinships, the ones in KZN, they've got investment in our banks. But anyway, that I will be taking you first. Notice how, and we're talking about the assets that are more than $400 billion, by the way. If you take 30% of JSE Stock Exchange, notice how with two Niger, you did not ask him to break down the economy of Nigeria. He couldn't explain how are Nigerians claiming to be wealthy. He only talked about one Dangote guy who's an individual, who's a billionaire, and he's shaming me for saying the collective wealth is the most important thing when you measure the wealth of a society. You don't look at one guy like Dangote who made his wealth by being the middle guy who's selling the petroleum of Nigeria that belongs to the people, and that's how he accumulated his wealth. In fact, Nigeria should have been proud of a billionaire who's inventing technology things and things like that, but he's not. He couldn't tell you how much Nigerians own. He couldn't even tell you the stock exchange of Nigeria, the wealth of Nigeria, how to trace the wealth of Nigeria, because it barely exists. And this is why Nigeria is in UK and I as a South African, I'm in South Africa. Now, Kala, and a doctor in Nigeria earns less than a security guy in South Africa. A security guard in South Africa earns 6,000 rands to 7,000 rands a month. And a Nigerian senior doctor, by the way, they earn 3,500 rands to 6,000 rands. You can convert that to Naira or to I think in dollars, you are looking at roughly $250 US. That's what a doctor earns. So there's no debate around this. Me as a South African, I can explain South African wealth, where our assets goes. By the way, South African Bank is number 5 biggest bank in Nigeria. South African Mobile Service Network, MTN, which is owned by the government of South Africa, is leading mobile service in Nigeria. Now, Niger mentioned the drone companies. What's the point of registering companies and say, okay, we own these drone companies, but there's nothing you can show for them? In Nigeria last year, in February, South African government completed a project that we've been doing in Nigeria. We send our drone technology and scientists. Those drones' job was to map Nigerian resources. Today, Nigerians know the worth of their resources. Why? Because a South African company, a specifically drone company, and South African scientists, backed up by South African government, they were mapping the resources of Nigeria using our technology. We've got this drone technology that is so advanced, they can fly up the sky and penetrate the surface of Earth about 100 meters below the surface and map the resources of a country. That's what we've been helping Nigeria with. The project was completed last year, February, and in March, South African government invested $500 million to build the road infrastructure from the potential mining industries that will be newly funded in Nigeria, some of it funded by South African companies, to build those roads, to facilitate the infrastructure, to do the mining sector there. By the way, South Africa leads in the mining sector in Africa with Gold Fields, which is a company owned by South African government, is number 2 or number 3, depending on which year, biggest mining company across Africa. We only compete with Mine of London and Anglo America, which is listed on Johannesburg Stock Exchange. The other company you need to check for is a company called Isibaya Mining. Isibaya Mining goes, it's about number 5 or number 4 biggest mining company in Africa. It's called Isibaya Mining Company. It goes as far as having assets and operating in Canada, places like Australia. And we also got Sasol. Sasol is the energy company owned by South African government. Remember, even Black Americans after 1994 used to come and work for Sasol and Eskom. Tukala once mentioned this. Sasol and Eskom are state-owned companies in South Africa. Now, Sasol has got even refineries. They also used to have refineries in Nigeria. I think they left. They have refineries across Africa. They also invested in that pipeline gas from Sudan, I think, to East Africa. I can't recall from all these countries. Sasol is one of the leading energy sector in the world. Actually, Sasol invented the energy, the oil of turning coal into oil. South African company, we the ones who invented that system of turning coal to oil. Sasol is a very successful company. They used to operate in one state in America with assets that had investment of $16 billion, but I think that investment went wrong. I can keep going on and on. It's funny how Niger cannot really explain to us the wealth of Nigeria because they claim to be rich, they claim to be educated, but he needs to break down their wealth. What is the stock capital of Nigeria? Can you Google the market cap of Nigeria Stock Exchange, Kala? Can you also check the companies that are listed on that stock exchange? We're talking about wealth here. We need to be real.
All right.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, it's me. It's me. Can you hear me?
All right, you're going to allow me to respond, Carla. He's just been spending about 5 minutes talking.
But he'll make us some
You're going
good
to allow
points.
me to respond.
He'll make us some good points. So
Yeah, but it's not appropriate now that you allow him to talk
back.
for 5 minutes. That you want
Let's
to bring
come
some
back really hard. Hold on. Let's look first before you do that. Let's look at Nigeria's market cap, stock exchange market cap. Nigeria stock exchange market cap. Capital. Okay, it says Naira. It's about 95 billion USD. 95 billion USD. Nigeria's it compared size to help you put in Black South Africa. They mentioned that I guess they like this. That makes Nigeria one of the largest stock markets, typically behind competing with South Africa, depending on the comparison metric. But Ghana's getting up there too, in market cap. So Nigeria is at $95 billion. South Africa is at almost $1 trillion in
It's
assets.
1.4. It's 1.4 trillion US dollars.
In assets, So,
Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead, Tinaja.
All right. You see, this is the straw man argument that he had just made, because the argument is about what is the wealth that is being generated by Black South Africans, not what the wealth of the nation is. I never argued that Nigeria was richer than South Africa in terms of, because South Africa is basically a white country. The capital of that country is controlled by the whites. And just like African Americans have how many trillions, $10 trillion in capital in America, the same thing you can say about Black South Africans. Their proximity to Europeans is why their value is high. And this is why Africans go there, not because Black South Africans are the ones innovating. Like I said, when you actually look at the Black South African societies, most of their value that Lucy like to crow about constantly, and I've told him about this, that it's not yours. It's not yours until you take over those things. And then I will say it belongs to you. And that's what we are all arguing for. You don't control those things. The ones Nigerians control, at least that is theirs. They control more of their resources. I'm not here going to be arguing that, the South African stock exchange is higher than that of Nigeria, or Nigeria stock exchange is higher than that of South Africa, because the truth is that the figures clearly show that the South African one is higher. It didn't help that our own president decided to degrade our Nigerian currency by more than 4-fold. God knows why those leaders do what they do, because Nigerian economy should be heading to over $1 trillion, but they decide that they're going to handicap their own people by themselves. But that is fine. So let me finish what I'm saying. So at the core of the argument is the state of the Black wealth and position within that economy. Do they control any significant strategic stuff? I don't see it. Do they control any significant wealth that they can say is originated from them? That if they take the Europeans out, it will remain there? I don't see that. The only thing that will remain there is the infrastructure the Europeans built, and given time, if the Black South Africans don't pick up, they are going to be like every other African country that the British people left. Then they degenerated it to the state that it is right now. So I don't see anything spectacular going on there. As a matter of fact, I'm even more alarmed that at this stage, if South Africa is so rich, if South Africa is so powerful and all the rest that he's talking about, why is it that they barely have any drone company? Why is it that they barely control any tech companies? I'm talking about Black South Africans. If you check South Africa, there are a lot of drone companies. Hold on, let me finish. If you check South Africa, there are a lot of, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. If you check South Africa, there are a lot of drone companies, but they're not black owned, just like everything else. Most of the key things that control that society is not controlled and owned by black people. So when he says that Black South Africans are richer than Nigerians, of course they are going to be richer. They have proximity to actually reach white people. Personally, the way I look at it is that is not yours. If you don't control it, how can you claim that it's yours? At least Nigerians control theirs.
So South African Stock Exchange was formed in 1847 by a white man from London for the mining sector in South Africa. It wasn't even founded by South Africans. South Africans didn't even start really contributing to the economy until 1992.
Carla, you're gonna allow everybody to speak because Carla, everybody got their turn, and we gotta pass the mic to other people.
Nigel Land, and then I want to hear Kaiser.
Yeah, St. James, I'll pass it to you. Let St. James go.
No, Carla. I'm gonna be brief and let the new guys speak, right? No, Carla, hold on. We're gonna keep it short and to the point. We're gonna take it to the point. We're gonna take it to the point, right? Carla, based on what you expose, right? It's good finances to show, right? That he spoke for 5 minutes. He told us that South Africans are in a good predicament, right? What I don't understand is that if you guys have this kind of wealth in South Africa, right? Can you explain to me why you're chasing down your average African on your country, trying to rob them, take from them? Like, if you really have control, no, dude, I said I listened to you for 5 minutes. Give me 1 minute. No. Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. If you can't give me 1 minute, then you know that I'm onto something. We live in America, right? Let me finish. Carla. I don't want him to get bad hurt, man. I don't want him to get bad hurt. We live in America, right? When you spoke about the welfare, of Black American here, right?
Stop everybody. I want to hear St. James talk.
Okay.
St. James, get 2 minutes.
2 minutes, right? When you talk about the wealth of Black American, right? Did you see us push back on it? Because it's factual, right? Black American don't go around chasing Africans here. They don't do that. We have our issues online, but on the street in America, everybody know how to get money because we know America is wealthy. Ain't nobody got time to fight their fellow Africans over some fucking resources. We don't do that. That's how you understand everybody's on the P's and Q. These people, he sat here and talk about their wealth, which is good to hear. You give us all the numbers. It's good to hear. But at the end of the day, you guys don't create, Tunaja told you don't create those businesses that can take up all the lower of those people who are at the bottom of your society. You cannot take care of them. You're going to have to rely on these white folks to do that. That's why you guys are mad that other people are taking your resources. If you had that kind of money, you will be able to create those big businesses and hire South Africans. You wouldn't worry about other Africans opening shop in your communities. You wouldn't be worrying about them. You will be so out of there. You wouldn't even feel like you were being touched by those immigrants. You know what, Black American here? They don't feel like we are a competition to them. They've been here in this country for 400 years. They talk, they laugh with us, but we know that the people that make the money here in America, Africans know that we can't compete with them. We know. That's why they don't give us those hard times like you guys are doing. Because you ain't got nothing in South Africa. That's why you're doing that. Thank you.
All right. That's good. Well, you said So let me get Kai. Let me have Kaizo on. Kaizo, can you respond to all that discussion? What do you
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, regarding South Africa, right? It is clear. It's not just that the wealth is concentrated at the white elites and even the Indians, right, as a buffer class. If you look at South African, even like social living, right, the women out there are drinking alcohol to excess. The children are being born with fetal alcohol syndrome due to this kind of issue. Socially, they're even a broken people. They're not even, let's not even focus on just wealth alone, right? Johannesburg, since the blacks took over it, right, it's become a shithole. They've destroyed Johannesburg, right? It's now dilapidated. Since the whites moved from there, then they built their areas, right? So essentially, you leave the black, right? You imagine the white man created a beautiful place called Johannesburg. The black moved into Johannesburg. They destroyed it. Right now, South Africa is going down faster than rotten milk left outside in the desert.
Hold on. I seen
And that's true.
I will say like
Right, go
this.
ahead.
I see I show Speed, and I was surprised. They'll say, but there was a section of Johannesburg that looked freaking incredible. I was like, holy shit! I thought Johannesburg was a shithole, right? But this one, whatever his block was, man, the buildings and everything, I was like, holy shit!
That's probably Hillsborough. That's probably Hillsborough, right? Some parts still look good because
that shit looked nice, man. I was like, holy shit, man.
Nah, Kala. That's just the Hillsborough and the nice areas, right? Go to real Johannesburg. You can't compare it to Cape Town. You can't compare it to any of the other areas where there's a higher white population. You just can't.
Yeah, no.
Like,
I was shocked to look that good. I was shocked.
Right. And remember, the white man built that. Black people haven't built anything. If you look where the black people live, they live in shacks. That's it. Kyla, we have to be honest about this, right? Black South Africans can't build anything. The average IQ in South Africa for blacks is 70, right? Everything is built by the white elites, right? And Lozi was talking about the stock market. He's right. The Johannesburg stock exchange, etc. These are the biggest stock exchanges in Africa. Right now, it's South Africa, Nigeria, then Kenya, right? The only relevant stock markets in Africa. But the reality is this. The blacks don't own anything, right? Remember, the government has something called BEE, Black Economic Empowerment. This is basically like affirmative action or something else. Actually, it's way, way more aggressive. Meaning, the only reason why black people even have any semblance of wealth is because the government has forced any white person, or rather any non-historically, let's say, oppressed people, from opening a company. They must have a certain amount of black South Africans in the board of directors, or a certain percentage. Meaning, these black people with shares in these companies is because they were forced to in order to even open the company. They didn't create that wealth, right? This wealth comes from the white people that open up mines, companies, and run them. So the reality is this, right? There's no difference between black South Africa and the rest of Africa. In fact, Kenya is the only relevant country that is actually in the talks. And the difference between us, we got Burundians, Nigerians, Rwandese, Somalis, but Kenyans are not going around being xenophobic because we're not insecure. South Africans, because they're beggars, right? A beggar must beg and must compete with the other beggars. That's why they're acting violent towards foreigners. That's just a reality. They're insecure because they know they can't create it by themselves.
Have you been to South Africa yet?
No, not yet.
Are you planning on going?
No, right? You know what they'll do to me, right? They hate Kenyans, right? They'll call me a kwere and then chase me down the street. I'm not interested in that. And if I did go, I'm going to go to the white areas. Definitely not the black areas. High crime, high HIV rate.
It's like FBA chasing Africans that are making $20,000 a year in America, man. That's below poverty. Like it will be ridiculous for you guys to do that. It would be ridiculous for you guys to go to gas station here in America, right? Where the immigrants are working, kicking them out because you guys want to work in gas station. That would look, you know how that would look for people. These people are going to like shops, places. If you got that kind of wealth, you wouldn't be going to like a neighborhood bodega trying to kick people out. You wouldn't be doing that. You would be kicking, if you were kicking Africans at stock market, like going to like some sort of example of your Wall Street, kicking Africans over there, kicking Africans at the big businesses that make $100 millions. I can get that. You guys are going to neighborhood, poor neighborhood, trying to get these people out of their businesses. And you telling me you got wealth? No, man. No.
Can I just respond, man, on your panel? Because everybody gets to speak, man, but I'm South African.
Go ahead, Lozi.
Yeah, look, Kala, all these Africans, man, that are talking about us, it just shows you where South Africa is. I will never call in here and talk about Kenya the way Kaiser just talked about South Africa. I don't even think of Kenya
because Kenya don't push our people. That's why that's the he was trying to compare Kenya to you guys, right? Kenya is developed. Kenya has a lot of Africans in it, but you don't see them being xenophobe towards other Africans. So that's a great point. He's using his country to compare it to yours. So address it. If he said the wealth that there is wealth in Kenya, that's the reason why they don't push out other immigrants. That's a great point. That's a great point.
These people, all of them speak about my country. I'm the only South African here, and you allow them. I don't get to speak.
Because you're a savage. You are a savage, bro.
You got to invite. Wasn't another South African dude used to come on?
But Kala, I was still speaking, man. Why don't you drop them?
Man, you don't say anything though. You don't say anything that people want to hear.
I mean, I don't even speak about.
No one want to hear that though.
I'm gonna give
you keep saying that. You keep saying the same thing for 2 hours.
That's easy. Allow me to make a point, man.
A few minutes.
I don't speak of Sierra Leone. I will never come here and even think you can have the whole life about Sierra Leone. No South African.
I'm gonna give you
no South African
case. Then I'm bringing everybody back up.
Yeah.
Right,
no South.
Go ahead.
Carla, there is no single South African who will call in here if you have a life about Sierra Leone. We don't think of this kind of countries. We don't think of even Kenya. We will never even call.
Let me say this, Lozi. You gotta say something. South Africa is like the main event. You guys.
Yeah, we are. We the captains of Africa.
Yeah. When we think of a leadership in Africa, that's not a good look, man. What's going on there? You're supposed to be the leading country in Africa.
Kala, it's very difficult to lead these savages. I think you have got a bit of experience with them now. You've been in, like, I've lived my whole life in Africa.
But I would say,
it's very difficult to lead these people. Listening to them,
we got extreme poverty and desperation on the continent. Now, I do think.
I mean, are you happy with the things they just come in and say about South Africa? You think these are positive? These are good things? When you listen to these people,
I would say this. The Black economic empowerment was a step in the right direction because let me tell you something, Lozi, right? Listen to this, what I'm saying. Don't listen like that. Nowhere in the whole entire Black world does that exist except South Africa. In America, there's no damn affirmative action. Never was. Never was. Never will be. DEI, all that stuff like that.
Okay, look at African goddess. All the things people like Kaizo and ST have been saying about South Africa, she didn't hear them. She only heard me when I said these Africans are savages. You notice how these people are, and you think all the things they do to other people, no, they scrap it, but they are hypocrites. But the moment you do it back to them, you are the bad guy. And you saying South Africans must lead such people. We must just take in. They have a lot to say. They have a lot. Only Kaizo is in Kenya of all the people we're calling in, and even Kaizo is still a hater. How am I defending my country, myself, against a bloody Kenyan, a Nigerian, a Liberian, Sierra Leone, all these people, these weird people? Only Black Americans come here and say positive things about us. And on this panel, they're trying to butt kiss you. They go to Uhuru, this guy, that guy, your guy. They go to him and they talk shit about Black Americans. These people have got no principles whatsoever. Now, because they are on your panel and they know that you don't pander to their lies, they're trying to kiss you and say nice things about Black Americans. If they were on South African panel, they will do the same thing. They're just pathetic people. Now, we are told that South Africa is the way it is because of a white man. Why didn't this African come to South Africa when the white man was the president? If the white man is so good and his civilization is so kind, why they were not flocking to South Africa before 1994 when the white man was the president? They started to come here after the president was Black, and it's the Black president that made it possible for them to be here because they come from impoverished countries which they don't want to deal with. But anyway, Carla, I can't defend my country against everybody who doesn't, especially people who don't want to live in their countries.
Me personally, I'm like this.
Just,
hold on.
It's just pointless, man.
Let me say this, right? I think the tragedy of South Africa is this. Like, let me ask you a question. Do you love your country?
Oh man, as South Africans, we are willing to die and defend our country.
Do you love the idea of South Africa, and you love your country, right?
No, not the rainbow stuff. I think I once told you my views on this rainbow stuff. Me personally, South Africa, it's a black South Africa.
So
for me, South Africa is the black side.
Your corner of South Africa, your conception of South Africa, you love that, right?
Yes.
Right. So South Africa is your country. Your country. You're going to defend that. I get that. You're going to represent South Africa no matter what. There's an old saying, America may should be right, whether wrong or right. That's I don't expect you to change your mind and see the way we see, because you're going to defend your country. That's the way. Like everybody is going to defend their country, you know. Mm-hmm. And so what I don't want to happen is people keep using the whole straw man of the white man is there to discredit any black South Africans for the natural love. They should be able to love their country like anybody else, regardless of the fact there's white people there and whatnot. And so many people like, oh, white people. So that means that Lozy can't love his country.
But Carla, will you say other Africans, not all, but some of them are jealous of South Africa? I mean, I don't know where these things come from. I understand that there's going to be I mean, the things Nigerians are doing to each other in Nigeria, these people don't come from countries where black people love each other. So why are they trying to act like we are the savages and we're just walking around killing people? Don't you think there's some level of jealousy the way the things they say about us?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Lozy, right? Jealousy is not just Africans, it's Black Americans, is some black people as a race, right? As a race across the board. Right, have a problem with envy. Everybody's doing as long as everybody's struggling, right? This is how it works. Like Lozy, you probably haven't realized this, right? As long as everybody's struggling, there's love, right? But as soon as somebody say, "Yeah, I'm not gonna go to the so-called march," right? Well, I got this new job, right? And they're gonna pay me next week. I'm gonna buy a new car, put down on a house and whatnot. So I like this. Next thing you know, like yes, John said, poverty bonding. Next thing you know, that person is going to be hated. He ain't going to be wished well that he got a job. He can move into the suburbs. He don't have to deal with stuff no more. That's just the way it is. It's, it's called trauma bonding. South Africa, for the most part, because you got an advanced infrastructure, you can't join the trauma bonding that, be honest with you, a lot of us have because do good things.
But Black Americans are doing well, Carla. That's why I feel like they don't hate us. I don't necessarily get more hate from Black Americans. I don't know. I just feel like they more minding their business.
The thing is about Black people in America is it's there, but the bottom line, the Black people in America, because we're not really economically, on a global stage, depressed, whatever like that, and so. It's a little different, it's a little different. It'll be there, eventually.
No, I get you.
But as South Africa comes up, let me say this: as South Africa comes up, right, and you guys achieve what you achieve, right? You achieve what you achieve. Let's say some miracle happens and everything works out for you, right? And then you got a middle class, rich South Africans are popping all over the place and whatnot. Yeah, there's going to be tensions with Black America because now they're going to see you as competition. Right now, they don't see you as competition. That's why.
But Carla, let me say this, right? I just saw a troubling stats. That 7 point. Hold on, bro. Let me speak. 7.5 million South Africans have HIV. That's 18% of the population of that country. 7.5 million.
Saying that for so long that there's all these people got HIV, but
that's crazy. I never even knew that.
Yeah, but how
is that even possible?
Carla, you let the guys speak on the wealth they own in South Africa. We listened for 5 minutes.
Carla,
although we didn't want to hear it, right? when we talk about stat, we're gonna have to share the stat. So because he said he didn't call African savages, actually he did do some way worse than that, right?
So James, please,
And
let
I
me
call
have
him
the 2
savage
minutes,
because
please.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, Carla. Alonzo, be quiet for a second, bro. You know, it's my time to speak. I've been quiet for a while.
Carla, you will be here.
So,
You will be fucking here. Carla,
you gotta put him down. You put us down when he was
Man,
speaking. You
Carla,
gotta put
man,
him down.
we go backstage and he doesn't go backstage, man. God damn, Carla.
I'm gonna let Elvis cook for a second. I'm gonna let Elvis cook for a second. And
No, I don't even want to cook. I'm surprised actually.
No, we can.
Look, what I just saw just now, you know, the highest rate of HIV in Africa is in Eswatini, right? But the highest total number of HIV positive people are in South Africa, 7.5 million. That's more than the entire population of my country, Carla. That's like going to Liberia and everybody in the country have AIDS or HIV. That's crazy. So again, I'm not saying that they're any disparage. I'm genuinely surprised. How did that happen? You know, are the smart South African not wrapping it up? Are they not understanding that?
The white South African apartheid government was spreading that around a lot too, you know?
Man, they say we should have been there when the white was there. You see the statistic we're pulling out? And then at that time, right, you said we should have been there when the white man was there. Where you guys were able to move freely when the white man was in control? Where you guys were able to move freely within your own country?
The last thing I want to say, the PIC, right, the Public Investment, Corporation, was started in 1911. Who was running South Africa in 1911? All the things he's bragging about. You know, the stock market was established in 1847. Who was running that country in 1847? All of the things Lozi are bragging and trying to tether himself to are things that were started, ran, operated, and managed and grow by the white people in that country. So he can't deny the greatness of South Africa as being tethered to white infrastructure, economic or physical infrastructure in that country. So when we're talking about South Africa, we love our black South African brothers, but you can't compare your country holistically with other African countries when you had the head start of white South African. Don't forget, in the 1990s, that's the first time South Africans started running South Africa. You know, we got people on this panel who's older than that. Colin here is probably was 20-something years old in the 1990s. So when people are talking about South Africa as if to say black people has been doing so great, you know, and building up that country, it's only been in the 1990s that they've even had full control of their country. So you can't tether yourself to white people and try to flex on other Africans. If you can do it by yourself and your country looks like the way it looks now, we'll be very proud of you. But that's not you who built it. It was the white man, and all the economic progress of your country is tied to them. So, you know, be honest. I'll pass the mic, Colin.
All right, so let Lozi respond.
No, you gotta listen James speak. I mean, come on.
Okay, say James.
He can respond since he wants to speak. Let him go. Let him go.
All right, let's say Lozi probably wants to hit back on that.
Carla, I mean, as I said, Carla, I wouldn't be here talking about Liberia and these countries, but I understand we're in a position where we are the captains of Africa, so they will have a lot to say about us.
With your mic, bro.
Is that so? I didn't know.
So you're gonna have a Liberian having opinion about South Africa, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria, and Kenya, everybody. That's what happens when you are in position of leadership, as you said, Carla. I accept that. It's fine. We'll take it. But here's the thing: PIC was only worth about 10 to 20 billion US dollars in 1994, and Elvis is right. PIC is a long-standing entity. There's always been there, the pension funds. The only difference is that black people took over after 1994. Even Sasol was a state-owned company. It was started by the apartheid regime. Eskom as well. Most of the state-owned companies that we have, they actually started in apartheid. The exception ones are the likes of MTN, ShopRite. Some of them started with the new government. What we did well, Carla, was to take what the colonizers built on and establish ourselves and say, we're not going to burn our country down. We're just going to continue to maintain and build from where they left. Now, the colonizers at best, for more than 150 years, the economy of South Africa...
He just finished talking, Carla. Why is he going on a rant again? He just finished talking.
No, you know, give him the right to defend his country, Tunaja. You get a chance.
But he just finished talking, though.
When do I get to speak? Because everybody's going to be mad. I mean, Tunaja, you're mad about my country. I'm only speaking about my country. I'm not speaking about your country. I mean, this is weird. I'm only speaking about my country. So let me finish, man. I'm not even talking about your country. I'm literally talking about my country. So in 150 years of colonial rule and apartheid, Black South the GDP of South Africa only grew, I think, around 80 billion to 100. And when we took over in 1994, the country was going through bankruptcy. In 2011, South Africa's GDP was the biggest in Africa under Black people, clocking about $400 billion US. Our GDP grew by 250% from 1994 to 2011. That was the Black excellence of South Africa. Now, why, when you say good things about Black South Africans, people get angry? I get confused. And I say this again. If white people and their civilization and their leadership is so good, why will people not? Why
like this? Because hold on. Let me say this, Lozy, in your defense, right? I remember when Nelson Mandela took over, white people transported billions of dollars out of the country and whatnot to Australia, Europe, the Swiss banks and whatnot, the Jews. All these other people took so much money. They were the treasury was left with absolutely nothing when Mandela took over. So that was impressive.
I'm going down, but I think African people need to fix their own countries as well. You know, we cannot just continue to focus on South Africa, based South Africa. We don't owe anyone.
Carla, Tunaja is right? Tunaja is right? When you bring the topic of South Africa, do you know why Africans don't call in? You know why Africans don't call in? It's just like someone like Lozy. He talks jealousy like we live on jealousy. Like I told you, you're not doing better than us, bro. I'm just telling you. You can talk all you want, but with the amount of money that you guys are talking about, and if you're talking about the billions, if you guys cannot use that wealth to create your own businesses, and you have to go to Africans that don't have nothing to take their businesses, then that means something is not adding up here. And the more I listen to you, the more you don't make sense. Like what this guy was telling you in Kenya, you know, Kenya has a great GDP and a great GDP per capita. That means the wealth is passing through. So, and with the amount of Africans that live in Kenya, right? Kenya should be doing the same thing as you guys are doing. That's why he was trying to explain to you. But it's not happening that way in Kenya. So, you see what I'm saying? They have their issues. I'm not saying they don't have issues. They do. But they're not walking around telling people, show me your paperwork and we're going to close down your business. They don't do that. Even Nigeria, right? If you go to Nigeria ain't worrying about where you come from. If you want to go open your own business or you compete with them, they will let you do it. But you guys are the only one with the wealth. You said you are the most relevant, you are the most successful, but you are chasing down your fellow African men to take their shit. I don't get that.
That's a great point.
Make it make sense. And I keep listening to you. You circling with us, and I'm still trying to hear how can you connect your wealth to the well-being of your people, and you can't make that. You can't make sense. So you're wasting my time listening to you.
And he shared a video in the backstage.
You keep saying we. Are you including the white people as we?
They were talking about European companies in that video because they are the ones that founded that area, the video that he shared. And that is the mistake he keeps making. He keeps using European wealth to conflate that with the Black African wealth. And the difference between Americans and Black South Africans, at least the Black Americans were participants in the invention of their nation. In the things that built their nation up, they were participants. But Black South Africans were more like bystander. They were just there for hands. Until today, it seems to still be like that. And Lozy refused to see that part. He keeps saying, oh, we are Black Africa, South Africa is wealthy. South Africa is wealthy. It's not the same thing as Black South Africans are wealthy or powerful or controlling anything. And I will say this to Kala because he seems to be conflating because they are in America to Black Americans being great or Black people being great all over the world. There has not been one Black Nobel Prize winner in the sciences throughout history. That's 1.5 billion people at least that don't have one Black and listiness in the sciences, not physics alone, all the sciences. We don't control any strategic industry in the world. So let's not start making it look like, oh, wait, it's just this country is doing better. No, we are all messed up. And so Black South Africans, they too should wake up that they are also messed up. At least the Zimbabweans are taking charge of their country.
I saw the South African elite math team that could be one of that. All white. My heart was broken.
It's scary. It's scary. It's how uniform it is. Like, and Black South African can't seem to see it. They bought into this fake narrative of Rainbow Nation. We are close to these people. It's okay. They are not part of this is South Africa. No, they are not. They will never do that in their own countries. If you see Europeans, the first thing they will do is take control over power, because they will not, because power is something different. They could decide to do anything with your population. They could sterilize your women. They could do anything they want to do with your people, because you don't control your society. And when they tell them this type of thing, they say, oh, they hate South Africans. Okay, you are being xenophobic against Africans. Fine. Maybe you should be xenophobic against everybody. I will respect you more. Be xenophobic against the Europeans, the Africans, everybody. I will respect that more, because at least that way you are going after everybody, not going after only Africans. And that is what we do best. We put ourselves in negative positions and bad positions all the time when it comes to other races. Black people do this repeatedly everywhere. Even in America too, you see the same pattern. Even in Nigeria, you see the same pattern. The other day, I saw a Kenyan that wants to go inside Nigeria, and he was kept at the border for hours from morning till night, and he reported that he saw a Nigerian pay to get into his own country. This is how despicable some of our attitude is to our own people. You will never see that in European countries. You will not, even Indians will not do that. What is it with our people? The way we behave, we don't even put ourselves in any advantageous position. Why are we like that? You know, Lozi needs to stop. He needs to truly understand what we are criticizing. I love South Africans. I'm telling you, man, their music, the way when they sing as choirs, their voices, beautiful. And there are so many things that is good about South Africa. The environment and everything, the weather, the climate, everything is nice. But when they tell you that you are compromising yourselves by only focusing on Africans, you are not focusing on the people that are damaging your population. Look at some of the numbers that Kezo came here to share. That is devastating. But yet he chooses to ignore that. He's talking about Joburg stock market exchange, our GDP per capita, we are wealthy, we are middle class. No, that is not the problem. The problem is the markers are still there, that you are not taking control of your country. And I'm telling you, Nigeria is bad in so many ways. But when it comes to being strategic, Nigerians are beginning to move. If you look at what Dangote is doing now, many African countries are relying on Dangote refinery, and even non-African countries are relying on Dangote refinery. Our drone companies and armored manufacturing companies, they are selling products to this in other countries. How many black South African countries are doing these things? Even our banking sector is in many this in African countries. Dangote is looking to build a refinery in Tanzania. This type of things, there's a reason why even South Africa gets 70% of their crude from Nigeria. They get their jet fuel from Nigeria. And yet, they act as if, in terms of when it comes to strategic stuff, they are present. I wish they were, but they are not. They are the people that show up are white people. All those soldiers that came to Nigeria to help Nigeria as mercenaries, they are white people. Or if he says they come and assist Nigeria with anything, just go and watch the people that show up there. They are not South Africans. If you even go on YouTube, whenever they are talking about South Africa on anything, any major topic, you know the one that infuriates me the most? You will see a white person representing South Africa. You will see a colored person representing South Africa. I said, where are the black people in South Africa? They are 70% of the population. They are hardly the face of that nation. Only when it comes to music and shaking their backside.
Now they're busy choosing Africans out of their stores, man. That's what they're doing.
I find that really, really strange. Some of the things that they accept, something that other people will never accept. That you are a black nation, you should represent yourself as a black nation. But that's fine. It's up to them. They can decide that they want to go after this black Africans. Personally, I don't even see that as a big deal. And I actually believe that if they tell Africans when they are doing that, I wish they are doing that on video. Insult the Africans and tell them, go and build your country. And I really think because I think people respond to shame. When you shame them, why are you here? Go and build your country. I believe that makes more sense. But this idea that you go out and start killing people and depriving them of their business and all that stuff, it's just unhelpful. It's not helping.
They're looting their businesses.
They don't have anything. What do they have? See, some of the things Kezo said there is very damning. They have nothing. They have some small middle class that is doing relatively well, but they are not that different from many African countries where you have all these elites.
Kala, ask him the question. If they are doing well, why they're looting African businesses? We have the videos. Why they're looting? Stealing bread, drinks, and we have the videos.
That's right. Oh, but like everything else, right? There's going to be the Cyril Ramaphosa's, the Zinzi Mandelas, all these other people that's going to get well. That's the way it is in Africa. Not just this is all pick up South Africa. I've seen it in Liberia. I've seen it all over Africa, right? The people who are politically connected at the top, they're doing well. They're doing well. The masses of people in Africa, right? There's the problem is, bro.
They abandon their people. They are doing well. They will just abandon their people to nonsense life. This is the thing our people do. It's so annoying.
It's all over. It's all over the continent.
Even in America, they do it.
South
Even in
Africa
America, they do the
is
same thing.
the same thing. You know, the thing is, you got what you have is in the Africa, you need a revolution, right? You know, bottom line is this. Like people say, Julius Malema, he's another sellout. You know he's worth $500 million.
$500 million is that?
He's worth $500 million. Jacob Zuma, guess how much his net worth is?
Okay, Zuma is
$3 billion. $3 billion. Cyril Ramaphosa, the president, $6 billion. Now, I don't know a whole lot, right? But how you be poor living on
That's not true, Carlo. Malema is only worth like $5 million. It's not worth.
No. I got the thing.
You're channeling. I don't know what you're channeling. This is your grandpa energy or something. Where did you get that number from? 500.
Zuma and Ramaphosa, not Malema. Malema can't. Is not worth.
Malema was only worth like $5 million.
And Ramaphosa is not worth $5. It's not even worth $5 billion.
Ramaphosa is worth $300 million. Zuma's probably 150.
Exactly.
Those
numbers are out of whack, Carl.
Kala has started now. Whenever he goes into this mode.
Julius. Even know that.
You even have a computer there. He started coding all these numbers for us. What is that all about?
Julius Malema or Malema.
If Julius Malema was worth 500 million this in dollar, my goodness, that guy would have done damage now. He's not worth that much.
Yeah, Malema he got his call to fame for being in the youth wing of the ANC. He didn't do anything profitable until he got elected as a member of parliament on the ANC.
The richest man in South Africa is worth 14 billion. The second richest man is worth 10
is that
billion.
Oppenheimer?
Oppenheimer is the second one. Oppenheimer is the second one, and Koos Becker. All of them, the top 6-7 of them are Europeans. Only the
Patrice Motsepe,
is the South African black guy, and he's
the only black South African billionaire.
Yeah, among the top 7 that I see here. Yeah, I think he's the only because the bottom one is 1.5 billion. So
and how many black billionaires do we have in Nigeria? We got like maybe 10 or so.
Oh, yes.
It's like 5 or 6.
Nigeria is brutal now. But Nigeria overall, the wealth is not spread. But what I see here in the top 7 billionaires in South Africa, about 30 billion altogether net worth. The South African is just worth about 3 billion. That is it.
Right. And Dangote alone is like 28.8 billion.
No way. There's no way. There's no This is how it is, Elvis. You learn something, right? Now to teach about Liberian people like that. A lot of people will say they're worth all this, right? Until remember what happened with Trump with Mar-a-Lago.
That's not how it works, Carl.
You can estimate your wealth. There's no way of measuring Dangote's wealth.
Yes, you can.
Hold up, DK. When we did a
Forbes, you have to submit to Forbes to be on the Forbes billionaire list. They do their due diligence. Sometimes they even underestimate holdings.
No, they do not.
They measure your stocks holding, your stock portfolios.
They have no accurate way.
Yes, they do, Carla.
Carla has started again.
You don't just get on Forbes by just claiming. They go and do their due diligence.
Elvis, there's no Dangote building. There's no
Stop trying to disparage the man, Carla. He's worth $28 billion.
He's started now. Why are you talking about? They know how to do it, Carla. Come on, stop it.
There's no day. Look, when you talk about wealth, you could see it in the real estate. You could see that wealth like that. There's no.
Carla Dangote is very wealthy. He has real estate holdings. He has sugar, flour, cement,
where's the hell
oil.
That?
Say that again.
Where's the wealth at?
Carla, number one, he has wealth physically in Africa. In many different African countries, he's produced the cement. He has the largest cement company in Nigeria.
And he's paying back loans. Like that refinery cost $25
billion. Everybody does, though, Carla.
Yeah, he didn't pour all the money up himself, Carla. The Nigerian government put part of it. Private investors put part of it in there.
Lost all the money they're building that thing. He does not have like this, So
no, he didn't lose anything.
And his wealth is also an estimation of his asset, right? Like Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk have a $500 billion in the bank? Most of his wealth comes from his Tesla stock.
Every time somebody does that, say that like this, like they said Kanye was a billionaire one time. That was bullshit. Kanye was never a billionaire.
Your wealth is not always tied to your physical, capital. It's usually tied to the
2 weeks
the
later,
value of your company.
Kanye says now he's worth $100 million. He was a billionaire last week. Get out of here with that shit.
No, Kanye's worth like $750 million.
The bottom line is
in a bank.
It ain't until you do liquidity, right? You do liquidity. And then they have to do an estimate, right? Because when you start taking out loans and stuff like that, they do your net worth and whatnot. The banks are the only one that can determine that because they do a thorough investigation of what work like that is,
Kala, let me say this to Kala. Kala, your net worth, where is it right now? Because this your logo, StreamYard logo, is so big. You would think you're not paying because I see that you can take 10 people on the panel, so you are paying for this subscription. But why do you have that big logo there?
Relax, bro.
Why do you have that line?
Kala, I want to address something, right? Kala, I want to address something,
No, seriously, you need to remove that StreamYard logo because it makes it look like you are just some cheap channel and stuff like that.
What's StreamYard logo?
Kala, you gotta.
Oh, I can't.
Kala, you gotta give the West African credit, right? When Lucy was on here, he said, when Africans go on this guy's channel, they diss Black American, right? We have tough issues to discuss, right? We always hear. We have our situation where we laugh a lot, we have fun. This guy doesn't seem to understand his part of it. You see what I'm saying?
Let me say, right? Years ago, I've been watching like people say stuff like Black Americans and whatnot. And they say, look, bottom line, we're up for criticism. I like that, right? But what I don't like is the only problem I have is right. There's a lot of stuff in Black America you could say what's wrong with us, and I don't mind criticizing whatever like that. What I never liked was the fact that when people try to legitimize who we are, that's what the problem I have. Like, oh yeah, like Diamonds used to do because we don't eat bush meat. There's something wrong with us, Or if I don't fucking
man, shut up, Carlo.
No, really, seriously, I'm just
There's nothing wrong with you.
You going? Where are you going with this, man?
No, my point I'm trying to make is this. There's like right now there's this debate on Afrobeats. I like Afrobeats, right? But 95% of Black Americans don't like Afrobeats at all. We don't.
That goes to the garlic bread because it got a bad rep. If people think if you go to Applebee's, you're cheap, you're going to a low class restaurant. But
if you go where?
Applebee's, the restaurant chain.
Applebee's?
Yeah.
Hold up. I like Afrobeats and whatnot, but I know Black people in America, particularly in the South, do not like that music. They don't like it, whatever.
Oh, you're talking about Afrobeats. I think
Afrobeats.
I just did a whole show with a bunch of Africans just berating Black America.
When was this, Carla?
And I'm saying myself.
That was 5 years ago or 6 years ago?
It happened. The point is it happened.
Carla, you used to be on Dynasty's platform bashing African Americans. So stop that.
Carla, Elvis, do you hear what Carla said about Burkina Faso? You know how you used to call Burkina Faso? You want me to tell you?
Oh,
bro, I never look at him like, he hates, I mean.
Can I be a host for once, right? Look,
sure, be a host, man. Go be a host.
African Americans to this day, right? But what I won't do is say that there's something inherently wrong with me because I was born in America. I speak English, whatnot. I was born here and whatnot. And who I am, I'm not gonna do. I am not.
God, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Does your doodle stink?
What?
Does your doodle stink?
No, everybody's shit stinks, man.
So you ain't no different than no African, man.
No, I know. I'm saying like this. Africans, yes, we are different.
No, we're not.
We are different, right?
We're not. We human.
I mean, it could be different. We
are different in our ways, but we human, right?
James. There's an African guy running around fucking on TikTok and YouTube, whatever like that, acting like a complete fucking fool with food and whatnot. We got
Fucking about what? Fucking about what?
This guy with the muscles and whatnot. He goes around making the ape sounds and whatnot. White people are paying and whatnot. We don't do that shit.
Holla, man. Listen, you want to go there tonight, bro?
No, look. We don't do that shit. We condemn
Kala.
What do you think that is? When that one is going around making black people look bad all the time.
What about Drewski, Kala, walking around dressing in drag, dancing, acting a fool, dressing like white people?
I have a question. What do you guys think of Bantu City Diaries and his video?
I like the guy. I think he's
AI.
Is that you on the cover, Kaiser?
It's not AI. It's actually a person. It's not
Yeah,
AI.
so what I think is he's watched all our old videos and he's just found specific ones and framed it towards what
exactly. He's able to put it together properly. But I think he's okay. He knows what he's doing, and he's trying. I think he's criticizing Africans greatly, starkly, and I think there's nothing wrong with that because sometimes we need this type of information to jolt us into.
Well, is he a white guy? Or is he African?
No, man, Kala. Let me. I wasn't finished though. Let me tell you something, and I keep quiet. Kala, when you want to talk about us in South African, right? With all due respect, right? Have you ever seen an Africa peasant with money? Some of them behave a certain way. When you see some African, when they get new to money, you can see that they don't come. Money is kind of like they were surprised. You see, when some South African, right? Until 1990, none of them motherfuckers was not on planes. You see what I'm saying? We've been experiencing those shit like before. Like, bro, let me tell you. Let me tell you. So we gonna go there tonight, right? All the fuck shit they've been doing now, we were doing it before them. You see what I'm saying? They're new to this. Ever since they got, now they got busy, they got money. You see, I'm saying they want to feel a certain way. We've been doing this.
Yeah,
Let's not go. Besides,
South Sudan, South Africa is a relatively new country, bro. They only got their true independence in 1994 or something like that, which is crazy.
Motherfucker wasn't Losey's over here talking. We jealous, motherfucker. You wasn't on the plane in the 1990s, you was not on the plane. You wasn't traveling because you ain't got no fucking money. You were broke down there. You couldn't even travel from A to Z or point A to B without white people checking your papers.
James, you ever seen that movie? You ever seen that movie Sarafina? We used to see that movie and cry in Africa watching that shit at the video clubs and shit. We don't hate South Africans, but who thought they would have turned out to be like this?
Motherfucker was shopping, eating good.
You seen that movie called Sarafina?
Hold up, I got a new person coming up. Put your camera on, Luther, whatever. Oh, he disappeared. The motherfuckers, no.
Have you seen the movie Sarafina, Carla, with Whoopi Goldberg?
What about it?
Have you seen it?
You need to watch it, bro.
A long time ago. What about it?
Okay. No, I'm saying that movie is sad, man. It was talking about the struggle of the South Africans. You know, how the government was oppressing them.
It was a movie. But hey, like I said, you know how I am, Elvis. You know how I am, right? Even though that's all, it was sad and everything like that, right? I look at the Black South Africans; they still had a better standard of living and a higher quality of life than the rest of Africa. You know,
that's up for debate, man.
No, it was the truth.
It's up for debate. The nice
why do they want freedom then if they had a good lifetime?
I think maybe we can grant them that now. I don't know. Life expectancy may be higher there too.
Look, let me say this, right? I'm gonna say this, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, right?
No, go there, bro. I know you're gonna go there tonight.
No. Look, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? And this is what makes me fall out with the Nation of Islam, right? Because I was always like a Pan-African like that. But he did this one thing where he was talking about how depressed he was when he went to Africa. And basically, I was like, damn, man. He was like, nobody should have to live with that. I see nakedness. Because at the time in the 60s, people did walk around naked in Africa a lot. He seen nakedness. I mean, that's what he said. You know,
no, man.
He said people are naked.
Naked?
Yeah, he said, yeah, people
no.
naked. A lot of people were naked.
No.
People were naked.
What country did he go to?
No.
What country did he go?
He say so.
Is that Steve?
Yeah, that's me.
No, Steve, you gotta press Carla on that
He
shit,
been
man. What
hiding,
country
man.
did he go? Which country did he go?
He been hiding from the smoke from Colin for a while.
Which country did he go?
I was on the last show. What you talking about?
He could have went to Upper Volta for all we know. I don't know.
Man,
He didn't go there.
Carla, let me respond to you, right? When them white folks came to my people, there's a book written by white folks. They will tell you we had the most organized society in West Africa. The Mosi people is written. So don't tell me that when these people came in the 60s, our people were
Colin
naked.
just like to throw shit on the wall.
No. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. Based on their own writings, you can read it. You see what I'm saying? That our people were not naked. We're not talking about the bushes somewhere in the mountains. No, my people were well clothed.
Rural parts of Liberia.
That's why I asked what country were they from. Well, I mean, what country did he go to?
I have no idea. No one ever said he went to
Maybe
Africa.
he went to those people who didn't want to wear clothes. That's not where we come from. You know.
He said he saw some nakedness.
Colin is only regurgitating the white man's talking point, man.
In the 60s, everybody was wearing clothes, Colin, in Africa, bro. 60s?
Unless he went somewhere deep in the village in the middle of nowhere, I don't think nobody.
But you see the South Africans, right? When they're doing their little get together, the women ain't got no clothes on. The man just got a loincloth.
That's traditional. Yeah. That's traditional.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. They want
And then I was saying the last night's show, I was saying the fact that the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad's philosophy can only exist in the context, again, of America. He said Muslims ought to be dressed like this. You got to have this. You got to have the hair cut. You got to do this. The only way you can live with that nice suit and bow tie is in America. If you go to Africa, you're going to get yourself dirty. He was like,
Colin, man, stop that, bro.
I'm talking about
people don't wear a suit in Africa.
But I'm just talking about the time period, bro. That was the 60s.
Even in the 60s, man. I got my father's picture when he was, come on, man, in his teens, man. These people were rocking suits and all. Come on, man. Are you serious?
They'll wear zoot suits in the jungle. Okay.
Carla,
you think?
Listen, man. You see when we get at each other, right? South Africans don't do that with us. You see what I'm saying? They don't do that with us. That's why they're always butthurt when they come on here and West Africans especially give it to them. Because you guys are new to wealth. You are new to it. You can't debate us on that issues. In the 1990s, we were so advanced, man. We had it. You surpassed us. Yes, good for you. We're not jealous. But motherfucker, when you came, you wasn't flying planes. You wasn't over there first class. You wasn't doing none of that. So now you're doing it. Now you want to show your ass to us. That's fine. Coming from you, we can take that. But jealousy? Hell nah. I ain't jealous of South Africa doing well in their country.
Visit South Africa, you better not take any of their women. They'll chase your ass down.
No, bro. The women, hey, Carla, Elvis, if you're good, the women will come to you.
All right. Here it is. Elijah Muhammad visit Egypt, Sudan. He thought it must have been Sudan.
Yeah, that was Sudan, man. That's not even.
Those are your beautiful Nubian princes and queens, Carla. The beautiful Nubian kings.
He saw nakedness.
Yeah, that's Sudan, man. We not. Yeah,
Carla, the men that see these women in Africa, right? I'm gonna be the men who don't get hard because they're used to it. Maybe Elijah, when he went in there, he couldn't handle it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you remember that shit.
He was
why you been talking.
He was saying that Muslim women should be covered. That's what he was saying.
Man, get out of here, man. We have our own culture.
What is Elijah Muhammad for?
He was a nation.
Why was he doing talk about nakedness as a Muslim, bro?
He got an oxymoronic name. Elijah is a Christian Hebrew name. Muhammad is an Arab Muslim name.
The question was somebody asked him about moving to Africa. He was saying, "No, man, they're just not." He said the
so he went to Sudan and said, "Nah."
That nigga was high yellow too, Carla.
Oh, he was saying whatever it was. He was telling his people that, hey, look, it ain't for us, man. People are naked, whatever. He went to probably the worst part of Africa, and that's what he drew his conclusion.
1776.
He was just he was like 48% white, bro.
1776 said the first breast I ever saw in 6th grade was watching an African tribe in geography.
I know when the black Westerners, well, even the white, when they see Africans nakedness, man, they're lost over that. Africans don't lost over that. That we look at it like
when I was a kid, right? When I
It's
was a
just
kid,
normal. You people used to seeing it.
yeah.
when I was a kid, right? Every time you would see a movie come on, it'll say nudity on it. My parents are, oh, nudity, y'all gotta go out the room, right? Like that. But anytime they show something in Africa, they didn't bother saying that. They would show naked.
Is a woman breast a sexual organ, Collar?
No.
I don't care. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's why women in Africa don't see it to be something that's sexualized.
Hold on. My cousin said the same thing that in Europe, you know, they show stuff like that on TV all the time, like women breasts and stuff like that. They ain't really, it wasn't really a
because
big
the
thing.
breast is not a sexual organ. So women will cover their private parts. And
They
some
got
women
like
let
they
their
had
breast
naked
hang.
beaches over there in Europe and whatnot, where a whole family will go. I mean, that's crazy, but I mean, back in the day, that's how it was in certain places. You know? So
I know if Carla sees that, he will take pictures of it.
Why the world would I need to take pictures of it? James, you know, why?
I'm gonna use these later. Put it in my pocket.
Why do that for what?
I don't know. You brought it up out of nowhere, like you talk about nakedness, African nakedness. Why you brought it up, man?
Yo, look, your butt hurt when I said.
I'm not butthurt because my people wasn't naked when them white folks came in there. So why would I be butthurt?
What I'm saying was Elijah Muhammad basically
Uh-huh.
just simply said that he said, "Look, man, Africa is a no-go," and people say, "Why?" Then that's when he started saying, "We need territory inside of America." You know, 4 or 5 states.
he went over there. He didn't see no white man and said, "Man,
Yeah, he didn't see his half white daddy. What's up with these? Nation of Islam always having a lot of white blood. Farrakhan got white blood. Malcolm X had white blood. Elijah Muhammad had white
Hold
blood.
on. You wanna know the biggest thing that like Farrakhan said about the what did he say about talking about black features and the hair texture? He was like our hair is supposed to be like the hair on our eyebrows and all. It was some very
Yeah, he
anti-black
permed his
stuff.
hair and stuff. He still wear a perm to this day.
They don't want the nappy head, huh?
A lot of them old generation black folks, a lot of them were anti-black, man. Very
I know.
anti-black.
I know.
Malcolm X had the perm before he got straight.
That was a thing. It was I think it was the 60s. They used to call it a conch. You know, they used to, perm their hair.
Do the part in the side and do it like the white man hair.
Yeah.
But Kyla, tell us one of the most interesting things you learned about your trip this time to Liberia. What was the most interesting thing you saw?
What's there to learn? You know, what's there to learn?
So you know everything. You can't learn nothing new.
A country full of Negroes. What the hell is there to learn?
No, I mean something new that you saw that was interesting. Just something. Give us some update.
Nothing. I mean, to be honest with you, nothing. The bottom line is, I'll be honest with you. I'm just gonna be honest with you, straight up, right? You know, you got to do something about the fucking ignorance in that country.
Okay, Kyla. I said something positive. Now you go to turn it something negative.
I'm serious, right? Because a lot of Liberians, good people, right? They're good people. They deserve a chance and whatnot. But I look at the people running the country, people like making noise and stuff like that. You know, just when things are going good, you got investors coming in. You got Liberians sign a deal with an Indian company to process steel and whatnot. You got all the stuff going on, right? And you still got a crowd of people who are causing trouble, right? Causing trouble on the college campuses and stuff like that. And people are starting to say, something. Maybe this country's just gone, man. But it is what it is. And like I said, I tell people all the time, man. Because I talked to my Uncle Charlie, right? He just told me, he said, "Look, man." And I said, he goes, "I would love to live here, man. Maybe one day I'm tired, whatnot." But he goes, "Look at this, man. Look outside." He showed me outside his house in Burrillville. He says, "That's what you're surrounded by." These people. It's never gonna go.
Kyla, I thought you said you want to move to Liberia.
Look, you think in a million years I'll let you motherfuckers rule over me?
You said it. I didn't force you to say it. You said that shit, Kyla.
I said I can go there, but making
you said 2027. You packing up. You moving there. That's what you said.
You said I'm confused. I'm confused because woman in Liberia is the best country in the world.
I will be here. I'll be there. I'll be able to live there, something like that. But just to say that's it, This is my permit. I'm not going to get the fuck out of here. We
Kyler, what you be like better, America or Liberia?
Collar is a habitual backstepper, man. Now he's walking it back.
Look, I don't know. I just think you guys misunderstand what the fuck I'm saying. I love going to Liberia. You know, I could stay there for like 4 or 5 months if I could, right? But the bottom line is this: at any time, I got that fucking return ticket. You know, there's never gonna be a case where I get a one-way ticket to Liberia.
Don't let Legion near you, Collar. He's gonna cook you on that part.
Collar, your South African brother or sister, I don't know. They said move to South Africa. West Africa is a dump. So there you go. They give you an invitation. Go ahead.
Yeah, the bottom line is you know, it is. Look, the bottom line is this. I look at all these countries. Every country in Africa got problems. Every one of them. Everyone got some problems, got other problems, and everything like that. The only problem I see in Liberia is the fact that, you know, the people who are trying. Look, I know there's so many intelligent Liberians. I meet them all the time, like Ambassador Johnson and whatnot. Man, he wants to work with me and whatnot. Yo, look, there's people but those people somehow, unlike Angola. Angola's different. This is different in Angola and Liberia. In Angola, all the smart, intelligent people in Angola that I know, right? They end up in government and positions of power. You know, they say, okay, you deserve that. You know, they in positions of government and power. Somehow they like this. In Liberia, all the smart people I know are nowhere near power and stuff like that. And it's going no place. And you got literally a bunch of freaking almost savages running a country. Really, I'm just to be honest with you. You know, people are just basically primitive people trying to run a republic. You know, that's
what's the meaning of primitive?
Well, you figure it out.
Collar, you think you're a smart person that could run Liberia, Collar?
I'm not saying I could, you know, but I'm saying the fact of the matter, I'm looking at these people that look like they got a third.
You think you're smarter than those people, Collar?
I'm smarter than most Liberians. Yes.
Okay, Collar.
Yes, I am.
Collar, don't forget you don't have a college degree, Collar. Most of us people have college degrees. Most of them went to school in the United States and got college degrees here.
I mean, degree. When I talk to the average Liberian, I'm like, you got a degree? What the fuck you get a degree in? They don't even know basic history. The fuck you talking?
Collar, sitting online and reading on history don't make you educated. If you can't do math,
I've been to college.
You can't do real sciences
and stuff like that. And the bottom line is, yes, I'm educated. You know, and when I talk,
you're pseudo educated. You haven't been tested by any train.
The fuck out my channel, you know.
Man, Collar, man, that's damn right, man. Why?
No, that's not even up for the fucking debate.
No, Collar, man, I got a question, man. Why are you doing this? It's having a debate. Like, let him speak. I'm
not gonna let somebody. All he does is filibuster. The bottom line is this. Obviously, I'm fucking smart. You know, obviously, because people listen to me, don't they? You know,
right? But let him speak though.
People listen to me, right?
But let him speak though.
Well, if I wasn't smart, why the fuck do people listen to my show?
No, but Collar, I got a question, right? Me and Elvis, we go out there on down this channel, but that doesn't negate the fact that we can discuss it.
Shut the fuck up, right? People come to this show because they get information. They come to the show because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. People tell me this all the goddamn time. They say, you're the only person. I got people all over the world listen to this platform, listen to me. Don't give me that crap like, oh, I'm educated. Yeah, I know I am. You know? I'm so sick of that. I'm sick and tired of elevating fucking idiots and whatnot, you know? That's what the problem is. In Black America, African, you got idiots running the fucking place. You listen to a fucking third-grade idiot like Tariq Nasheed, you know? That's what I'm getting sick and tired of. I'm getting compared to somebody like a fucking Tariq Nasheed. You know? Tired of it, you know? There's got to be a hierarchy and a pecking order in this shit in order for this race to get up. You know, I'm sick and tired of freaking stupid people sitting there. I'm having a conversation like this. I'm looking at people in Liberia. I'm listening to them talk, listening to the legislature, and I'm just looking at like, what the fuck? What the fuck? How the hell I mean, I'm like, you running a fucking country? You in a government position? You know, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Not just Liberia, here too, in America. I'm looking at people that get in office and whatnot, you know? Freaking idiot. How that guy Tim Walz, the fucking governor of fucking Minnesota, how the fuck did he get elected? You know, how did he hit Morion Mondani of New York? How the fuck did that happen? You know, because all people do in this world, and that's why I don't believe in democracy. It's all about personality. You know, this, that, and the other thing. I am not gonna sit and argue with somebody who thinks that I'm not fucking intelligent. You know, when I got
is that what he was saying, or I don't?
That's what he was saying. I'm not intelligent. You fucking stupid. You know, you ain't gonna come on my show and say that shit. You know.
But I mean, let him back on the show so he can explain himself. I don't know if that's what he was trying to say or not.
He's banned for good.
Oh, okay.
Let him back up. Go ahead, Elvis.
Come on, Colin. Jeez. Listen to what I'm saying to you, right?
Say what the hell you guys
You
say.
listen to me. You're intelligent, right? I've called you intelligent before, but you're not educated. To be educated, you have to prove it.
All you need to say, be respectful. Say, yeah, Colin, you're intelligent. That's all you need.
I've said it to you before. I'm not saying you're not intelligent, but you understand what I'm saying. Intelligence and education are two different things. That's the point I was making.
I'm telling you, I know when I'm talking to uneducated people who don't know the ass from the elbow. I sit there and talk to people. I like having an intelligent conversation. I could talk about things in history and whatnot, Russian history, German history. The shit I know, I've been studying for years and whatnot in the library as a young man. I've been studying since I was like 13 years old, reading. You know,
Are you good at math, Colin? Can you do calculus?
I don't know. My thing is history and reading.
There you go. So history don't run government. Historians don't run government, Colin.
Hold up. There's not one. There's not one industrial. What's so good as math when there's not one fucking industrialized country in Africa? What's the good as
Colin, you need accountants to balance your book. You need mathematicians to teach your kids math.
Look, the bottom
you need math for engineering and measuring.
Look, the whole thing is this. You may know how, right? But learning teaches you why. You know, if you learn and everything like that, you know why. You know, you could know calculus, you could know engineering and stuff like that. You will learn how. You'll always have a job. You'll always have something to do. There's people out there that I know, right? They can't really read and write, but they know measurements, they know math, they know how to do stuff like that. They could like that. They're good with their hands, whatnot. They could build anything. You know, I don't have that skill. I'm not blessed with that skill. So in that regards, people are, they got the edge. But when it comes down to learning, knowing history, you know, and stuff like this, whatnot, that's where I'm dominant. You know, that's why I say I'm the culture critic. You know,
African goddess said, "Can we get back to discussing the government problem in Africa?"
You know, so my whole thing is, I said like this, and I'm just be honest with you, right? You know, anytime, like I said, this is what I would tell Liberians. I tell them this right here. I said, you're not an institutional culture and civilization. You cannot expect to allow the stuff that happens in this institutionalized, industrialized country to happen over here. You can't you can't hide behind freedom of speech. That's not freedom of speech. See, we have freedom of speech in America because we have institutions that regulate the discourse in society. You know, that's why the difference between America and third world countries. You cannot have somebody up there like this guy Yeka, whatnot, spewing out all this nonsense out of his friggin' mouth and whatnot, calling the president, somebody he's going to arrest the president today and whatnot, all this foolishness. I'm saying, and then people say, well, that's not freedom of speech. They don't know enough about, study enough history to understand that took 200 years to come about. The American Constitution was like 200 years in the making, and they had to have a strong foundation before they enfranchised the public and said, we the people. The rights of man, all stuff like that. With Constitution, it ain't just overnight. You don't just write a goddamn Constitution and let people who can't read and write run a fucking country. No, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I do not believe that shit. It takes, and you can't compare yourself to the United States. You cannot do that. That's the problem. Everybody thinks, let's form a government, let's write a constitution, and they know nothing about the rule.
What's the qualification to be a congressperson in the United States?
Well, the thing is this, and a congressman in the United States, but the thing is, like I said, you haven't listened to the damn thing I said. The way America's set up, right, is presupposes that the vetting system, right? The education. Why do you think we give the founders of this country said free public education? Because they want people to have a basic education so they could basically be informed about what they're voting for. So therefore, if you get an idiot that's in Congress, he could run against somebody that could debate him. If you don't know what people are talking about, right, you can't make a decision about somebody you're going to put in the damn office. That's why they do that. They're 25 years old, but they understood one thing, right? They understood that an informed public is going to be the vetting process or whatever that. But you can't have a country where people are basically illiterate. They don't understand how the government works. They don't understand the function of government. They don't understand the civic duties of a society and stuff like that. And to say, okay, go ahead and vote. It don't matter what the qualifications are. The society's not ready for that because you don't have institutions. Institutions create policy. It puts it out there. People are like, oh, yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that policy right there. But what is somebody running for office? What does he think about that? I made up my mind. If you don't have policies and institutes creating policy where people could think on stuff like that, you ain't got no damn real democracy or a Republican form of government. You have mob rule, and that's what you have. So when you ask me, do I want to live? No, I don't live under mob rule.
That's just your opinion, Colin.
It ain't my opinion, it's a fact.
No, you don't make the facts. It's just your opinion.
That's why the B Mountain, the gold thing when that happened, right? Because there was no vetting process and everything like that. And now you got this guy, Nathaniel McGill, said, oh, we're going to get the bottom line is this. They basically came in, there was nothing in writing. They promised all this and whatnot, and the people are drinking poison water and stuff like that. But the bottom line, it went through the process. What it tells you, the Liberian system failed. It failed to be.
What happened in Flint, Michigan, Colin?
Well, hold up. The bottom line is this. That was the years of neglect. But let's not compare Flint, Michigan with the 300 million people that's living in this country. That's just one thing. Yeah, there's going to be exceptions here and there. Yeah, there's going to be things that happen in every civilization. But for God's sake, at least the country in America works. That's why you're living in this country right now, because it works. You're asking me to go live in a country that you have no intention of ever seeing.
You said you was going to go live there. I didn't ask you to go live there, Colin.
I didn't say I was going to live. I said I would stay there. My wife's there. My family's there. Whatnot, you know what I'm saying? But the idea that I'm going to fucking give up my U.S. citizenship and fucking go over, get the fuck out of here. I'll tell anybody that. You goddamn crazy. No.
Is St. James still here? Where you at?
Oh, let me drop them down, but you go
Oh,
well, just put that shit in perspective. Yeah, you could. I tell anybody, yeah, go stay in Africa for a little while. Stay there for a year at a time, whatever like that. But always make sure you got your passport and you got a return ticket. Simple as that. Africa's not ready for us yet. We're too used to modern world. We're still used to the modern.
You said it before. Let's be honest, right? Let's look at somebody snoring. Let's look at a broader perspective.
I think you might have fell asleep.
Is that you, Steve, or is that two not just snoring?
St. James. You think he probably fell asleep?
The point here is, you said it yourself, right? You've given us a long history and a long critique that when black people in this country, a lot of them educated, a lot of them well versed in the political system here, when they have an opportunity to run a state or a city like Gary, Indiana, or Detroit, or other places, they don't do too hot.
You know what the rules at? The fucking electoral process.
Okay.
Because the bottom line is this. I know for a fact of the matter, even where I live at, right? There's people that are capable of running cities like Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Norfolk, and stuff like that, right? But they didn't come up in the hood. They don't have all the street cred and stuff like that. Intelligent people, real people that can really make change, right? But the bottom line, because we live in a system where it's more about who.
Yeah, politics is the popularity contest, Colin.
My bad, Colin. St. James said that wasn't him. That was somebody else.
Rely on this system. It is what it is. That's why a lot of us say, you know something, just forget about it. Like I said, a lot of people, you just basically say, you know something, why do you think so many people are moving from Norfolk and Hampton to Virginia Beach? They're just tired. They're tired.
Bring St. James back, Colin.
Yeah, bring him back. It wasn't him. He said somebody else.
Well, it was. Who was it then?
I thought it I thought it was two Niger probably speaking.
That wasn't me snoring. I'm listening.
Okay, my fault.
So my whole thing is this. When I say stuff like that, I'm not trying to be mean, but
No, Carla, you're not mean, right? But the way you're looking at it, right? You don't wanna control people. You don't want like wherever you want to start, right? Your starting point is not gonna be everybody's starting point. You cannot sit on here and say, you know what, Africa ain't ready, therefore I ain't going. So if it's not up to your standards, some people might look at it like there is still opportunity in there for. No. Let me finish. That's why some people move to Ghana, right? Ghana is getting there. You know what I'm saying? They buy land and they stay there. They live there. They're happy. You see them in videos.
Hold up, there's only like around 700 people, in Ghana.
Okay, there's a lot of foreigners there, like not foreigners, like Caribbeans that live there.
As far as like people who are African American, it's only like it's less than 1,000.
Makala. So what's your point of speaking on a group, right?
My point,
You speak on a group, like they have the same ambition as you. They don't.
My point I'm trying to make is this: when you say that like I said, elections have consequences. Look, the bottom line is this, right? I was told the Liberians, right? Long as you're doing right by the people, right? And I think they're doing that. They're building roads. They're doing like that. Yeah, that's fine. That's what for the Liberian people. You create jobs, you create opportunity. They will be fine, right? But there's a difference between a Liberian and a Black African American, right? Liberia is not ready for us, None of these countries are, ready for us. It's just not gonna happen. That's just my honest.
What do you mean by that, Tyler? That it's not already built.
Are you ready for Africa?
That it's not already built and prepared for you to just go in there and move in like a brand new house?
I'm just saying, hold up. There's no way in the world that I would tolerate. Like I said, I don't like a military rule. I don't want a military rule. I don't want a military rule.
You know what the military rule is going to do? The military rule is going to expose your weakness, and you don't want that, right? Yeah. And when you talk about revolutions, that means everybody's going to contribute, right? We're not going to run behind political party.
Yo, St. James, for your people, and your Nabi people, beautiful, never like that. My people, no.
And that's fine. That's how you separate the groups, right? There is one group that want to do certain things, and there is one group that is not used to certain things. And I get it, right? So if you want Africa to be built before you move in, then it's gonna be a rude awakening for you.
Tyler wants a turnkey country, like a turnkey house where everything is already ready.
Right. You're gonna get in there, right? And there is no place for you, and you're gonna cry again, like, yo, you guys should have given us this.
I'm like this. I'm like this. Until before, because like I said, me personally, I would, as long as I got my people right, I'll move to Thailand. I'll move to freaking Australia. I'll move to fucking
same shit, like America.
I don't want to be a minority.
What's the point? The bottom
You're
line,
still a minority. You will be.
I know that, but if I go to Africa, I'm still a minority.
You're not a minority.
Yeah, I'm still a minority. Look, when I'm in Liberia, right? Bottom line, I am not a Liberian. I'm a minority.
That's what you want. That's what you want. That's what you want.
In the bottom of my head, that's fine. That's
right. You said your wife is Liberian. They see you as a Liberian. Now you say you're Black American because you feel like you're better than them. That you want to expose your Americanness to them.
The thing is, St. James, right? Deal with that shit as a minority. So all the shit in the country works. And like I said, a lot of stuff in Liberia just simply does not work to stand.
I haven't visited Liberia, but let me tell you something. Where I'm from, there is no minority. There is no minority majority. We don't look at each other like, oh, you from the minority, you from that. We don't have those things going on.
In West Africa is like that. You got
it's not where I'm from.
Yeah, they're all like that, bro. Come on.
Not where I'm from.
Not like that.
Unless you start talking to someone, they will look at you like you're from there, bro. Unless you start speaking. And they will still not see you as a majority or minority. You still
bottom line is no, I don't think so, bro. Come on.
Okay. You see the problem. You already made up your mind.
So the bottom line.
Where tribe is Ibrahim Traore from?
You're you. I'm me. That's That's all they need to know. You and me. Oh yeah, and also we could fellowship this, that, and the other thing right there. But I don't want to be you.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't want to be you. You know.
I don't have a problem with that.
You don't want to be African, Carla?
No, I don't want to be anything other than what I am. You know, I don't
Okay.
want.
And then vice versa. Everybody don't want to be something else. And then when it's not up for a conversation, it's not up for a debate. I don't know why this become a subject of conversation. Africans don't want to be something else, and you don't want to be something else, and that's okay. And that's okay.
Let me ask you a question. Like I said,
Mhm.
like my wife always tells me, right?
Mhm.
She was like, "Oh man," when I say some shit happens this is Nigeria, this is Africa, this is Africa. This is not America. And she always reminds me that when I complain about something, right? And I say, why the fuck is this going on? But this is Africa. This is Africa. This is not America. You know, we don't have to. So every day I'm reminded of the stuff in Africa. You know,
I'm happy you brought that up, right?
So
what do you think happens to Africans in America? Don't you think we are reminded that this is America and that's the way it works here?
That's what America's an improvement.
Absolutely. Fine. That we are reminded if you don't like it here, go back home. We have been told that here too. Do you really think average let me tell you something. The cultural shock, right when we got here, right? Do you really think no, Carla, let me finish that point. Do you really think that everything that goes on in America, do you think we like it?
Well, you know, I would say like this, right? There was
Honest question. Do you think we like it?
Oh, look, yesterday there was a whole bunch of 1,000 Congolese in Washington D.C. marching about they want America to do more in the Congo and whatnot. So I'm like, these are asylum seekers. They're making noise and whatnot. I'm like, what the hell? So you got Africans here. Evidently, they're not going nowhere, you know. So, you know, you can say what you want, man. Me personally, if I hated a country, I wouldn't be here. You know?
Carla. There's a difference here, right? You can live in a country and don't like everything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a lot of things here African don't speak on. But if you really want our opinion, we can tell you behind the scene how we feel, right? But we know it's not going to matter because that's still your country. You're going to do whatever the hell you want. So we don't think that we should focus our time on those things because we can't change it. So you go to Africa, you see when she tells you, oh yeah, this is Africa. Okay, you can see it for what it is. If you don't like it, that's fine. But you can't say it, oh, you know, I can't live here because things are a little different than what I'm used to. Other people come to your country, they see things that are different, and they stick to it. They figured it out. So you don't want to figure it out because you feel like, you know, it's not worth your time. That's fine.
As far as like visiting and stuff like that, yeah, Liberia is great. Lizzie, I had a good time. But and like I said, me personally, I'm like the mediocrity and whatnot. You know, I gotta be back where I'm doing my business.
Carla, somebody invite you to South Africa, so I mean, you know,
all right.
I want to go see. You might like it.
Look, I'm like this. South Africa has too much crime. Everybody, even Liberians tell me. Even Liberian, like the lady who does my pedicure in Liberia.
Carla,
she was in South Africa.
You see why you're trying to be a referee to the South African, right? There's going to be a give and take. Whatever they were talking about, right? When you brought the crime, right? You see, when you say you can't go there because of crime,
no,
you see, these are personal opinion. But to them, it's like you are jealous. You see what I'm saying?
South Africa has a serious crime problem. Everybody knows.
No, but I get it. I got your point. You know why? When you say you as a American, right? As a Black American, you don't see yourself living in Liberia, and we don't get mad at you. Because you know that's your personal opinion. We don't get mad. But the minute we start saying that about another country, we are jealous.
No.
Why is that though?
If you're leading with South African crime, you're absolutely right. South Africa.
No. It's not for me. It's not even
Captain
about
American Negro, Carla.
What?
Are you a Captain American Negro?
Okay, what this clown says, you know. The bottom line, it ain't about Captain.
But you do love your country and you value its importance.
Elvis. I'm an American. I was born here, right? That's why you.
So being born here makes you an American, Carla?
My ancestors have been here for 400 years. Right?
Okay.
Culturally, I'm an American. Right? Nationality, I'm an American.
Carla, you're a bushmeat eater, man.
But you don't want to leave your country. That's the point I'm making, right?
I'm a bushmeat eater. I am not an African. I'm in America.
So why you been talking about this Afghanistan? You want to leave and go to the continent and start something? If you just admitted you don't want to leave America for good.
I would love to build something like that, right? Based on our culture and stuff like that we learned here.
This is a drastic
How many
change from
times
your
were you
original
called?
message, man.
How many times were you called a booty scratcher in high school, man?
Okay. Right now, you got to choose, right? Right now, I'm an American, right? As far as now, what you like I said, and what comes along with it is all the infrastructure, the standard of living, all that stuff.
Basically, Kyle's telling you
God for the
America's
white
the
man.
best option.
Thank God for the white man.
America's the best option right now.
Right, it is. It's the only option, you know.
Who's talking, man? Who's
What happened to the Afghanistan? I thought that was a viable option, Colin.
Let's focus. I said, basically, he's just telling you America's just the best option.
Who was talking, Dave? Is that Dave?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What are you doing, man? You backing up Kyla tonight?
That's normal.
That's how he feels.
Right?
I don't feel like that.
Right now,
that's how
right
he
now,
feels.
there is no damn Afghanistan. There is no territory. I can talk about all I want. It's not reality. Reality is I live in America.
St. James, I was backing you up on when you was going
Damn,
to crazy South African.
So you give up?
I'm supposed to say reality. This is look. My ancestors were brought here by chains and force 400 years ago. I didn't ask to be brought here, right? But this is my reality, you know. And I'm not gonna let somebody tell me, "Oh, well, no, it is what it is." You know,
Colin, we got introduced to you with the Afghanistan idea, and you preached it and you fleshed it out.
Do you understand, Elvis? Are you fucking low IQ? That's an idea. And I still have the idea, right? But that's not reality. The reality right now, I'm talking to you tonight, is I'm in the United States of America, right? Now,
But you've been trying to make it a reality, right? Are you stopping from doing that?
It's not reality. Reality, I got to deal with the hand I'm dealt with. I'm in America right now.
Oh, Colin.
Right? So I'm not gonna say here.
I'm going to call it right now. Colin is making a pivot to become an FBA offshoot. He's going to start doing this whole thing. Oh, everybody is against us. We only got us.
No.
You're going to that path, Colin. I can see it now.
Look, Elvis, you're a fucking idiot. You know,
seriously, because you used to be more Pan-African. You drifted away from that. You wanted the African, now now you're drifting away from it.
Don't talk over me. That's one thing, right? Second thing is like this, right? If you live in America, right, you could talk all the Pan-African you want, but this is your reality, right? All the years that we've been talking, Garvey came here 100 years ago, right? And he talked about building a great nation in Africa, and Africa's there, right? 100 years later, do we have that? No. So since we do not have a nation in Africa, Africans don't have territory, we don't have nothing like that in place and whatnot, this is the hand I have to deal with, right? Now, if some miracle, some revolution happens, and we do get territory, and we can make it happen, then, hey, the Africa stands on. But right now, the way the situation right now, and like I said, I don't see any support for it. I don't see any Africans, and most Africans are opposed to what we're talking about and everything. It is what it is. So I have what I know is that I'm an American. That's all.
This was your life vision, your life work. You said you would do anything to make it happen, and now you say, well, it is what it is.
The bottom line is this. The reality is this. I could talk I could look. I did my part, right? I spoke in length, right? But if I don't have people, if people don't say, if I don't have enough people,
Carla, that's on you. Your personality drives people away. You don't have the camaraderie and the.
Shut up, man. Personality. Shut the fuck up, you know. Hey, Dave.
What's going on tonight? What's going on tonight, man?
You have a problem with my personality?
I understand your personality, Kyla. They don't understand your personality.
Yeah, he's a fucking Elvis a fucking clown. If he has such a personality,
I have uncles.
Why don't he have a show that go in there
that talk like you?
If he got a better personality than I do, you know, I got charisma because people listen to my show. I got people.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Like I said, I have uncles that talk like you. You understand?
Check this out. Not only that, I'll be on fucking Twitter, TikTok, and whatnot. And people be like, man, Kala, I've been listening to you for like 15 years. When people I don't even fucking know. People are like, oh yeah, Kala Jensen. Oh yeah, man, I listen to you, but now I got people recognize me when I go to Liberia. People recognize me from Diane's show, you know? And so the bottom line is like, they're like this. So the bottom line, I'm doing something right, you know? And I was sitting there, oh, you are shut the fuck up, man. You clown. No? And so the bottom line is this. It is what it is. I put it out there, right? And like I said, Dave, the other night about you said they don't remember. Let's talk about that. You said they don't want to have this conversation. I said the Nation of Islam, right, could only realize they could only exist in the context of America. You know?
But Kyla, look how this South African guy was talking, man. I just ran away to hearing this guy speak, you know? He prefers a white South African bull over any African, even African American.
Yeah, that's the sick.
That's just the reality,
you know.
But
People
Carla,
like that.
Carla,
Like that,
you did the right thing, right? But you see, when I was trying to draw the compare, well, I was trying to compare the two, right? We live amongst Black America here. When we talk about wealth, right? You're not gonna see a successful Black American on the street trying to rob an African or trying to loot their bit. You're not gonna see that. So when I did that, right?
Well, the reason why is because unlike, look, you gotta say something about South Africans, right? A lot of them still fucking just one generation out the mud huts in the bush. They're very primitive. A lot of them were animal skins a generation ago, you know.
You see, we want to be
don't know about animal
respectful.
skins. Come on.
We want to be respectful to them, right? Like I told you, you got the African peasant, the peasant that never had money.
50 years ago, a lot of them were still hunting and gathering.
Oh man.
You still got bushmen and sand people who still hunt and gather. You know, so you take those people and bring them to the city. What do you think is going to happen? So don't compare them to us, bro. Please.
That's what I said. The peasant with money.
So, Kyla, they need a couple generations out of the.
They need about.
That's what I said. The peasant with money. You should know that.
200 years before they catch up to us.
I get that. I was trying to compare because I live in America. It would look ridiculous to see a Black
America has institutions. We're even though we got our problems.
No,
we're not at that level.
They align themselves behind the FBAs when they talk to West Africans.
I am not a damn FBA.
I know, that's what I said. That's why we have to make sure.
A lot of FBAs want to do that. What they're going on in South Africa.
I know.
The jungle justice.
Carla, you remember, Carla, when we talk about it, right, Carla? You remember when you said Africans should be quiet? I told you we have a strong police presence in America. That's why certain people don't attack. A lot of Americans say that's not true. I say no. Hatred hatred start online. It starts somewhere, and people gather, they listen,
I seen
and then strike.
Video a couple years ago where these YNs were out there on Dave, you seen on the road, had AK-40s out there threatening people going on the street, going into their neighborhood and whatnot. Not act like the police don't give a fuck about.
But Kyla, you should. But the Kia boys have reemerged. They're
heard about that,
again.
They're robbing Kias, you know.
The Kia boys, they have
reemerged. We got our problems in this country, but the whole thing is it's not even like that. Yeah, we got space, time, and opportunity, but Black people in America don't have hatred for Africa and stuff like that because we're not tribal. What you see in Africa is tribalism, right?
It's not true, man.
Yeah, it is true. Some
no,
Africans bring their tribalism to America. Bring their
man, that's not true. You see, now you're becoming an FBA.
No,
Carla, you gotta let me finish, right? If you say Africans are bringing the tribalism, right?
Yeah.
Show me African tribe fighting in America. Show me that. Show me. No. Show me us Africans here in America, right? Doing certain things that you can call tribalism. Show me.
Or watch Dinosaur Samir show, right?
No, man, that's for sure. It's a show.
That's the internet, man. Everybody talks.
That's the internet. Show me Africans in America fighting because of tribalism or some issue that is.
Fulani's are calling Mandingo slave. Yoruba slaves and whatnot.
So what? So the fuck what?
Y'all
so the fuck what?
Bullshit to this country.
So the fuck what? Lozi you say he come from the the best country in Africa. You see how he was calling us? We wasn't tripping. We wasn't tripping.
To America, right?
Man, we wasn't tripping. Like, bro,
Look,
Tyler, you're gonna have to answer my question. You say we brought our tribalism to America. Show us Africans fighting over here over anything. Show me.
Talking online and stuff like that. You're talking.
No, on the ground.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Right? How is it that I even know there's conflict between Igbos and Hausas and stuff like that? I know it because I hear you guys talk.
They got their little issues, but they get along when they see one another. They get along. Ain't no big issues.
I'm saying to myself, I said to myself this, and also, so this is how we are, St. James. This is how we are in America, right? In America, we built 150 historically black universities here, right?
And you still got issues.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on. Let me say this, right?
Created
them for the sole purpose of when we went to white institutions, we would get harassed and like that. So we wanted a safe space, right? A tranquil place where our people can get together and fellowship and love and everything like that. Okay, fine. Over the years, other groups of people who don't come from our bloodline have come in here, right? Now there's tensions between these new immigrants here with their African takeover shit. They're bringing in tribalism. And
I'm not gonna sit on your panel and accept that. Carla, it's not gonna happen. You can kick me off or whatever you want, man. I'm not gonna sit on here and accept the Africans bringing the tribalism over here. It's made up, and you're gonna push down on us, and we're not gonna take that. That's a lie. Carla, it's a lie, man.
Hold on, where's the African takeover day then?
Carla, what do you mean?
Break it down to him, Dave. African takeover colleges.
Why is that a problem? You can come over in Africa and say Black American takeover. Ain't nobody going to trip.
I do not go over there and talk about Black America taking over Liberia. I don't do that.
Because you just using the word. You see what I'm saying? Like, just the takeover part is what's pissing you off. And the word means nothing. It means nothing. But you wanna turn it into a big issue because it's only Africans doing that, right?
No, the fact that these people, these places were our safe space for our children. They go to school.
Carla, do you think Africans are compelled to come to your HBCU? Do you really think we are forced to do it? I'm asking you an honest question. Do you really think that we don't have options in America?
Why did they come to?
No, let me ask you. That's far. No, most Africans that I know, they don't even go to HBCUs. I haven't been to one of them. I never visited one.
The only place where that'll accept them and shit,
Nah, man, you kidding me? You're kidding me?
Asian History Month, Asian Appreciation Month at colleges. They have Pacific, people.
Why don't they take their Asian Pacific and it was like someplace else? You're at a black school. That's
no, jeez,
Carla,
everything
you are
is
intimidated. You get that when it comes to African, right? And when other races are doing it, it's okay. But when Africans do it, the same thing we did the thing in New Orleans, right? These people were freaking the fuck out because we just brought jollof rice.
Say that there's gonna be an Asian takeover or whatnot, but Africans do that,
No, when they say takeover, it's just that day or that weekend is going to be focused on African culture, on African identity. They don't mean they're taking over your college. It's just a word that people use.
No, it's just the fact of the matter is why it makes people uncomfortable because you are coming to their spaces, right? And you're talking about you're going to take over. That's so disrespectful.
What do you think that means, Colin?
What does that even mean?
There's a Greek week on university campuses.
Oh, whatever. You guys don't get
it. Do you know what a cultural exchange means in school? Cultural exchange. You know what that means?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You showcase your culture. I showcase my culture. That's what it is called.
I don't mind people showcasing their culture. Show me your culture but when you come in here, it's African takeover day. We're gonna.
Carla, if you don't want us in your university, right? You don't want us to showcase our culture. You don't want us to showcase our culture in your university.
Taking place.
Make it clear. Make it clear. Like when in admission, tell them that you know what, we don't want none of that. We don't want you to come over here to do this thing. They will agree with it, right?
Look, all you're doing is playing right into the hands of people like Terrell.
Okay. No, I'm not.
So
Tariq
people
is a
don't.
fool, right?
So what is African takeover? It's just them, like, listen. Like, what is
It's a
it?
cultural. Like they want African to showcase their culture or something in one specific day or two specific days. That's it.
No, it's saying put the focus on the African
Right.
culture for that weekend or for that week.
And we're
You
saying,
know.
Right. So people just don't. People just don't like the name of it. Then. So that's
Yeah,
what
the
it
They
is.
don't
takeover.
just like it because it's
Kyle said,
African.
yeah.
hold
No,
on.
because
Right.
it's takeover. You think you're trying to take over, usurp them.
It's not
Right.
supposed to take
I
over.
see.
Hold on. It's not a truly exchange because it's
Okay.
always. I noticed it a year ago. It's anti-Black American. You know,
Oh, you see that? You see that?
over whatever like that. Blah blah blah.
Steve, Steve, do you see that?
And people
I
saying,
hear.
why are you coming to our fucking institutions? You want Africa takeover? Build your own college. You know, why are you coming
Oh,
out?
man.
That's what they're saying. That's what the pushback is.
Tariq didn't even go to college, right? Why is he over here talking about this?
I don't know if he talked about that. I'm just talking about.
Most of these SBA ain't even go to college. Why are they over here talking about college campus issues, man?
Hold on,
They don't go there.
Let me say this.
Hold
Let me
on.
say
Hold
this.
on.
There's people out there I'm seeing now that are worse than Tariq, like that Brian Jehovah guy.
Yeah, they don't. We're not afraid of that, Carla. You don't listen. Africans, right? Listen. What I'm trying to tell you is, right? America is great for everybody. But don't ever think Africans are punks. Trust me, we're not punks, man. We want to engage with you on an intellectual level. We want to create friends, but we're not punks. Like we're not gonna, I'm not gonna make you're not gonna make me respect a man more than what it is. Tariq is a human being. All these people who wanna mirror Tariq and disrespect Africa, do you think we give a fuck? We don't care.
The whole problem.
Trust me, Carla, we're not afraid of these people, man.
Well, let me say this, St. James. Let me listen to this, right? The problem is, like I said, there's an old saying, anybody says, a thought unspoken dies unborn, right? There are things that, you live and let live, whatever like that. Some things you just should not say, whatever like that. Or this the thing called decorum. There's a time and place you say things, right?
Decorum, man.
It seems like a lot of our brothers and sisters from Africa, right? They don't know when to put things in the proper context, right? If you're going to basically say we're going to have African Appreciation Day, African Student Appreciation Day, that's a freaking different thing than saying, "Oh, it's African Takeover Day." They don't even think about that word.
I can
So the
guarantee
argument
you,
should be,
Carla.
hey guys, let's just change the name. Like let's.
Okay.
That's a
Steve,
simple
do
fix.
you really think the Africans, right, that go to these places, SBCUs, right? They're the one who came out. They're the one who came out with a takeover or whatever. If that shit was not,
we don't want that sort of talk.
no. If the school, you say you build the institution, right? If they knew that was going to be a problem, do you really think they're going to tell Africans to use that? Like, go ahead and do it. Like, they would have told them, okay, you know what? This is disrespectful to Black Americans. Change the name to whatever you said. You see what I'm saying?
It's like this. This is how it works, right?
Mhm.
If you're going out and you have a shirt, a white person has a shirt that says "I love the KKK" on it, right? Now he has a freedom to do that and everything like that, but the shirt is going to be offensive to people. So if you go to a place and say you got to take that shirt off because it's offensive, you live in a country now where people are telling people to take their MAGA hats off if they come into a restaurant. So what I'm think is people get offended and triggered over a lot of stuff, right?
Okay.
And it seems like when the people, I'm not stupid, listen to Africans and people like that online long enough to understand where they're coming from, right? I think they're doing that just to friggin' rage bait and trigger.
No.
Hold up. And then when we act on that and say, "Oh, you guys are xenophobic and whatnot," that's the fucking problem,
No. Carla, the problem is, right, if Africans, right, the university, right, it's not a place, it's not a marketplace. Right? It's well regulated there. If the Africans are overstepping, call them and tell them, listen, you can engage them respectfully. Like, this is what are you doing is wrong. We want you to change the name to this. I believe they will listen and change that. But now, if you want to hear about it on YouTube where people are being disrespectful to Black Africans, right? That's the part I don't get. You can engage them in the school. You can't, right? We're not gonna give that to Tariq or anybody else that want to disparage Africans and make it seem like it is the right approach. You come to me. The respect that no. If you're going to SPCU, right, you gotta respect their decision. If that's what they're doing, respect it. If they make a mistake, you have to respond accordingly.
When I saw the African takeover, guess who was invited to all that? It was a bunch of white people and Asian people.
I know when Africans do things, we have to bring white people. We gotta bring everything that Black Americans don't like. Africans are wrong for doing all kind of BS.
Yeah, but hold
Kala
on.
doesn't-
Our colleges, right, were a safe space for our people. That's why they were created, to get away from white people.
And you know the amount of white people that go to HBCUs?
Not very many.
A lot of them.
In the bottom, and they
Compared to Africans, I can guarantee it's more white that go to HBCUs than African. We can pull the numbers. We can try to pull the numbers. You can see it's more white.
HBCU, a historically black college, is a sanctuary for black
It's
people.
more white folks that go to HBCUs than Africans altogether. If you want to debate it, let's put the numbers.
Like, it is what it is. You just don't get it.
Okay, you can put admission rate. You can see.
It's like this. You got a few whites that go there, some Asians go there, but for the
It's a
most
lot.
part, student body is like 95 to 99% black American.
It's still about the white folks. There's more white folks than African.
Look,
If you don't trust me, we can look it up.
Have whites there, just like you have black people in predominantly white colleges, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing is this: you got people, the Africans come, and they're like, okay, the colleges and the festivals, black kids get along, right? And so the Africans like, okay, we have African takeover, and their version of things is okay, everyone's invited, and we're like, well, wait a minute here. You didn't invite black Americans to that, but you invited white people there.
Kala, why you, man, Kala, you making this stuff up, man.
I'm not writing stuff up, it's African.
Yeah.
Hey,
Steve, do you know scholars making stuff up, man?
I'm not making it up.
I don't even know the whole situation. I heard about the whole African I don't know about them inviting Asians and white people. I don't know. Maybe he saw something I didn't see. So
yeah, he's cooking. Carter has no evidence on it. That's why he's making stuff up. So Carter, when the African takeover, right? African takeover day, right? What Africans gonna do that you don't know about? Like, what are they gonna do anything special that you have no idea?
It's the principle of the thing, right? It's the principle.
What's the principle if the school is allowing it?
You could say Nigeria Appreciation Day, Ghana Appreciation Day, but people are like, okay, yeah.
Even that is going to be a problem. Even if we say African Appreciation Day, them FBAs are going to be tripping. Like, oh yeah, why did you say African in there? I know.
You can say observation, but when you make terms, that's
takeover don't mean nothing. You don't own nothing. You can't take over nothing. It means nothing, Carla.
Say, James, in our culture, friggin' words mean something. In Africa, it doesn't.
That's why you get triggered on words. We don't.
Oh, it ain't about the word. It's the meaning behind it.
What's the meaning of it?
The meaning, like, okay, we're here now. We're taking over. Blah blah blah. You ain't shit. This is our no.
Carla, if you go like in America, right? There are times when I don't know what that is, right? I remember there was a time when they gave Diddy a seat. They gave Diddy the key to New York and they say take over whatever. I've seen that. Black Americans do it. They gave Diddy the key. You own the city.
Nobody give Africans friggin'
Okay. We get to do African takeover for a week, at least a week, 5 days, and you tripping over that.
Smitty said so Africans shouldn't get triggered over African booty scratching. I think that's a little bit different because
I'm tripping. Like I told you, Steve, I wasn't. I didn't go to school here. Like I didn't go to high school, right? I wasn't called African booty scratcher. If you call me African booty scratcher, I would laugh at it. I would laugh with you. I don't see that. Like, bro, he's not. There is nothing wrong. If I get to clap back, I clap back so we can laugh at it.
Right.
I ain't gonna get mad.
But I was gonna say, Smitty, that's a little bit different though, because that'd be like that's somebody trying to insult somebody, like the same way if a Nigerian said a kata, that's like trying to insult somebody. I don't think that's the same as African takeover. But like I said, if people don't like the word, and just change the name. It's not that hard.
Absolutely.
Just
Absolutely.
change
Well,
the name.
this Copeland family says you see in Parker they are able to delineate, but when I say he's obviously FBI.
We have always been delineated though, so I don't understand why people. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, they already know how many black immigrants are in the country compared to black Americans, so that already lets us know that we are
They just
delineated.
no, Steve. They just don't like the word African. That's
Yeah, because
That's
African
it.
American only means people who are descended from the slave trade. Doesn't refer to anybody else.
So what I'm saying,
Everybody else gets their country of origin hyphenated American.
has another point in contention. Majority of black people in America still use the term African American. Majority of us. I'm look like the 90% of us still use African American. We consider ourselves. We know, and those who are educated understand that we're the original African story of America, right? So when we talk about the African story of America, you usually always been African Americans, right? We're the Africans people that came here in
Smitty said black Americans did not always. Black Americans actually accepted everybody as black. That's not true. It depends on who you. It depends on who you are, because there's been many people that have said that black. Hold on, Kyla. Hold on.
People in America, even to this day, right? I talk about there was a guy that got killed, a Congolese guy that got killed in Grand Rapids, Michigan, right? The comment section were all over black people in America, like, oh my God, this brother got killed, whatever, like that, you know. And basically, when it get this FBA shit, right? The majority of black people, if they see an African getting assaulted by the police or like that, they're gonna come to their defense because it's widening us to see race first.
Okay, which one is it? Because Hustle Smart, a few shows ago, they was talking about it. He said that black Americans don't see Africans as black. And it's always been like this.
No. What I'm saying, this the problem is this, right?
Now I'm talking about the comment, people in the comment.
Look, I've heard that argument, right? Black people in America, right? The term black just means, oh, I'm black when I, as opposed to white. In other words, you gotta be white and I gotta be black, right? And so like this. So when they see an African come, right, they don't have the black-white paradigm dynamic, right? Oh, you're not black. That means you don't have a history with white people, you know? So those type of black people are basing their identity on their relationship with white people, right? Now, there's some people who say, in the context of the world, right? There's three races of man, right? There's a Caucasoid, right? There's the Mongoloid, and there's a Negroid. The Caucasoids from Europe, Mongoloids from Asia, the Negroid, the African is from Africa. Three races of people. Then there's other variations they said later on, right? But those are the three main races of mankind, right? Everybody black knows that where they fall into. So if a person is black from Africa, you're black from America, you're part of the Negroid race. Simple as that. You know,
What does a black Hebrew fall into this thing? This paradigm?
I don't really what you call that because that's a pseudo. As I said, St. James, you got to be smarter than this. I know you're not stupid. You know.
I mean, there's a lot of them though. It's to the point where they're a big enough group.
Well, the Hebrew Israelite is not a legitimate religion or anything like that. It's not written down anywhere. It's just some garbage they put up online, and you basically like this. So the bottom line is this: if you're a Hebrew Israelite, right? I don't know. You could be a religion, but that's not a race. You can say I'm a Hebrew Israelite. That's not a race, right? You're only
Copeland family. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. That's what she says. She says she's a Hebrew Israelite. That's interesting.
You could be a Hebrew Israelite, but your race is African American. Your race.
That's our ethnicity. That's our ethnicity.
Don't say the A word. You know the
They don't call themselves Africans, man.
Don't say the A word.
A lot of these people are rooted in the like I said, they try to be like all this stuff like that. They're still rooted in the whole because let me tell you something. This is how it is, right? There's some of us who accept what happened, right? Because I don't really give two shits. I'm an American, right? But I'm not white people's type of American, right? I've been here in this country, whatever that. I have my own culture here, whatever like that. So it's an American culture, right? It's been here like that. So that's why I consider myself an American, right? You got black people
Bro, man, funny.
don't want to fucking realize that they trying to escape from their African identity because why? Because the African in America, right? He was dehumanized. He lost his humanity. The Native American and the Moors or whatever they try to call themselves were recognized at least as human. That's why black people try to gravitate towards that. I'm a Moor. What does that mean? Well, you got to treat me with respect because I'm a human. You know, there's a lot of black people cosplay as Moors, Hebrews, and all stuff like that to get out of being black, because being black means you're like, oh, they say they're Native Americans or stuff like that. You know, it's all self.
The Native American were treated humanely. The Native American were treated humanely.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is with the Native Americans. They show you.
St. John, they forgot to know that Native American owned slaves too.
Yeah, the Native American.
All the tribes they claim are the ones that own slaves. So funny.
Native American was never seen as a genetic or a threat to the white race, because in Virginia, they said a good eighth of the Virginian white population are Native American. Virginia, about a good eighth of the population have a strong Native American blood, right? And where did all these Native Americans go to? People say, oh, they were wiped out. No, they were mixed out. Now, at the same time, one drop of black blood would condemn somebody to a race of slavery and like this. So black people were trying their best to get away from the Negro or African identity. That's all that is. Native Americans their humanity was recognized. You know, that's the difference. You know, the Africans' humanity wasn't. As soon as you were African and you stepped on these shores, your humanity was denied to you. You know.
That's hey, why Copeland family, call in. I want to hear you.
They ain't gonna call in, man. They ain't gonna call.
Man, bring Elvis back, man.
I know Elvis. He just dropped off. I think he probably went to sleep.
Oh, okay, get up here and try to tell me. Oh, Dave, can you believe this fool? I said, argue me. I said, I just look at a lot of Liberian politicians. Oh, you think you're smart? What the fuck? Of course I am. You know,
smarter than all. I'm smarter than all Liberian politicians.
When I talk to these Liberians, they were sitting there like, you know what they were saying? Where have you been at? When you coming back? Blah, we need someone like you or not, you know, how this guy knows so much about Liberia, knows so much about geopolitics. Well, they're freaking amazed and say, yeah, I just studied. But you know a lot. They were just like amazed how much I knew and stuff like that. I said, we don't have people in government don't know as much as you do.
You got illiterate in
you know what this is? With all their goddamn degrees, most of them are fucking functionally illiterate, you know.
Hey, Dave. Hey, look at Copeland family last comment.
Well, what they say?
Tell us some Africans are Hamites. We are Shem.
Steve, I'm gonna be honest. I don't trust Hebrew Israelites. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, I don't trust you. I mean, I don't trust you.
Know.
I don't trust.
That's that General Taraka.
I mean, let me just keep it G. If you tell me, yo, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. That's it.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I won't leave you in my house by yourself.
Hey, let me. Do you believe?
Look, it's time to throw all that. It's time to throw all that shit in the garbage. Throw Umar Johnson in the garbage. All these people need to be thrown in the goddamn garbage. Like we gotta get rid of all this shit. You know, we gotta talk about. Like I said, right now we're Americans, but somehow we got to have a revolution.
We gotta nip this Native American thing in the butt.
And the only way we could do that is constantly double down on the fact that we need an African, right? And
who's going to be leading the movement? Who's going to lead the movement?
Well, the bottom line is, I'm the architect.
I'll be willing to lead the movement.
I'm an architect of it. And the bottom line is, all those Black Americans, African Americans that want that believe, like we talk about, that's fine. But me personally, I'm at the point where I could do what I could do, right? I could do what I could do. It has to be on somebody that's going to come after me and take this thing. But if I got,
we got to buy.
I got. Look, if I got black men in America, that I'm looking at it right now, Dave. I seen another one. This black girl was killed in the University of Missouri, and they said to kill it. They show some fucking devil ass looking white guy. I'm like, what the hell is going on? She left a party drunk and whatnot, you know. And this guy she was arguing with, her actually said, "What's an ex-boyfriend?" This dude looks like a fucking skinhead. Another one.
Another
And
one.
I'm saying, what the hell is going on? Then I saw another TikTok. This white girl talk about, we're gonna show you how to get a white man.
Oh,
No. Colin, you said this before. The best thing for us to do is just to separate. Everybody go their own way.
African Americans go their own. I'm over like that. But the whole thing is, look, I've said like this. I'm making the thing. I got one country under the bag, Liberia. I'm gonna make that journey to Angola next year. But between all these two countries and whatnot, we're building something. You know, we're gonna have something solid. You know, the last thing I do, we're gonna have something solid where we have trade, we have business, we have settlement, and we could build actual communities on the African continent that could take care of us. We need our first municipality in 200 years. The last municipality we built was, what was it, Harper in Liberia, Dave? Harper? What came first? Harper or
Maryland? Maryland was a damn country. They wanted Maryland to be his own country.
That's when the 19th century black man went to Africa and built actual municipalities and cities, right? We want to continue that tradition, right? In the modern days, because we got the technology now and stuff like that. And the bottom line, we want to give our people a chance, you know. That'll basically give us a thing. There'll be no doubt about it what we are. We're returning to Africa. That means we must be Africans, right? And so that's what I mean by an African. We're making a stand, right? But until that time period comes, right? Until that happens, right? America's the best option. Now, I'm just be honest with you. America's the best option until that friggin' happens, right? When it happens, God bless it. But if we had enough black men, it would happen, you know? But the average black man wants to sit here and debate.
We had the tough conversation the other night, man. Black man ain't trying to build, man. Black man ain't trying to build. Black man trying to enjoy, man. Come on, man.
Look, Dave, I said the other night, let's be honest with ourselves, right? You only have what you have because you live in proximity in America and you're tethered to the white man's civilization. Take away the white man's civilization, you ain't got shit.
And it'll turn into Haiti.
Now that part right there, people say, okay, it's fine. Like this. Yet, hold up, but get this, right? If that's the case, right, that means another race of people rules over you, right? They got the one up on you, they enslaved you, now you submitted to them, right? That sounds good until they get cocky and say, their son and daughter calls your son and daughter a nigga. Now you guys say, why am I a nigga? What does it mean? Then the kids started saying, why the hell am I calling a nigga? Why like this? And the kid, like I said, my parents didn't know how to freaking explain it to me. When I got called a nigga, I got angry. And I've been angry to this day, you know? How is it that somebody has that much power over me and whatnot, you know? When did we ever strike back? And then you realize, you also you're trying to look for the punchline or the other. When did we ever hit back? We never did. Slavery, Jim Crow, the slave ships.
Because we would have got wiped out.
So what? So what?
That's why the people were scared. They were fear.
So what? So the bottom line is this. Other groups of people, they basically said, Japanese said, if we go against a white man, we're going to wipe him, but they fought him anyway, you know?
Right.
And to this day, now they got the respect. Black people are not a free people because we never fought our enemy, you know? So we cannot, because the white man knows he gave us comfort. We sold our souls for comfort, you know? He gave us a little space in America, a little piece here and there. And then when that little piece he gave you, he don't even want you to have that. He's slowly but surely taking that from you. He don't even want you to have that, you know? So it is what it is. The deacons of the faith, yeah, that's all right. But the bottom line is this. The Deacons of Defense, they made a good thing, but they never killed anybody. Come on, let's be honest with ourselves. It was good. Look, the bottom line, look, we are good at making showmanship, but we have never actually been to war, for ourselves. Now, the white man sent us to war to fight his enemies. We killed Germans.
And we did very well.
But when it came down to fighting our real enemies, which is the white American, we never did. That's the difference. You could talk all the Deacon Defense and all that. Yeah, we look good, man. The Black Panther Party with the berets. Man, Black Power, Hotel, Black Power. You ain't got no damn power and whatnot. Remember that not fucking around crew? Remember that?
Oh yeah.
That dude, that clown and whatnot. Man, they went through it. They went to go grab that nigga and whatnot. It was like his whole men. It was like the Red Sea parting. They went right there.
There you go.
Up, man. He's like, he was singing like a bird. Says, I tell you everything. I tell you.
Smitty said they got into lots of gunfights with the Klan.
Oh yeah, but let's be honest. There's nobody got killed. Nobody got shot. They was shooting back and scaring clans off. That was all they were doing. They were not. They know if you pull that trigger and kill a white man in the South, I don't care what the fuck you say, you are going down.
Copeland family said the power is within us. We are talking. What are we talking about? We are the seasoning of the world.
Man, shut up with that. You ain't power. All this whole mumbo jumbo and whatnot. We are seasoned. Just shut that up. Go make yourself some seasoned chicken. How about that? With a seasoning. Everybody was
Copeland, call in.
Food. Always use a food analogy.
We the seasoning of the world. We saying that we make the world move. I was like, okay.
Yeah, we fought in the Civil War, but we fought for somebody else's thing. That wasn't our thing. The real fucking fight was securing. We have no land.
He said, "Kali is slow. Everyone mimics. Everyone mimics us. What do people mimic about us?
People mimic us. They don't mean they want to be us. Nobody wants to be.
And what do they mimic?
Nobody in the world want to switch places with black. I mean, there's a lot to go along with Black America, right? But the idea of, like I said, every group of people, even the Jamaicans, fought back. They got the Maroons, whatever, like that. Haitians had their Haitians at least had their moment.
Yeah, they went to war.
Yeah, they had their uprisings in the Bush Negro republics of Guyana. So everybody made a stand somewhere, The black man in America is so beaten down and whatnot, and he always acts like he's so this or whatnot, and everybody knows that you ain't shit without
Prince,
the
white. He didn't say that nobody ever fought back. What he said was we never went to war with white people and the white Americans.
Right.
It's not. I think people missed that point.
Yeah, the Florida Maroons didn't fight back. Get out of here with that, Hey, I feel sick of people making up history and shit,
He said the Civil War. We fought with the Union Army. Some of us fought in the Confederate side.
The white man will let you kill his enemies, He'll let you kill his enemies, When it comes down to saying, and then after that, they took the same soldiers and had us hunting down the Native American, they call us Buffalo Soldiers. We were out there, they sent us to the prairies and cut down Native Americans. Then they sent us to the Philippines. And a lot of us went AWOL and joined the Filipino army, They'll say so. And then they sent us to Germany, the Harlem Hellfighters and whatnot, By the way, we're always good at fighting somebody else who won that war. We never had the fact that we fought for our own land and our own country, And then all those old black men that came back from World War II, World War I, man, they were dragged through the streets with their uniform on, Think about that. You was fighting for your country. You come back and whatnot, freaking you got attacked by white mobs. This country is so sad. It's enraging. This country is as low as you can get. America's like,
we have been fighting in our own country. Who is talking? Is he slow?
What?
When he said his own country, he mean like a country ran by Black Americans. That's
Not our own country. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
These stupid people. It's not our country. Not our country. It's somebody else's country. If you haven't figured that out, then there's nothing to discuss. When you basically say that we understand we're behind enemy lines. We're in captivity, right? Now you got a clear picture of where you at, this, that, and the other thing. The white man's country. We fight his wars, we fight his battles, and shit like that. He's about to have another draft and send us off to fight his wars in the Middle East. It is what it is. That don't mean
I got bad hips. I can't go.
No, they're gonna draft your black ass, man. Going.
Straight to Benin. That's where I'm going. I'm gonna get that citizenship in Benin.
They'll come and get you, man. Like, what? All they do is get on the phone. You got a nigga named Steve?
Change my whole name. Like, I don't know nothing about America.
Oh, it is what it is.
Add me on. Y'all are saying, drop the link.
How are we insane? I'm just telling you the truth. America is not my country. I don't know what the hell you're talking about,
I mean, I claim America. It is my country. I will say we don't own it, but hey.
Not enough to fight for it. I would not.
I'm a citizen here. I'm a citizen. So hey, I was born by people.
I am not fighting for this country, man. You got to be kidding me,
I'm opposed to black man fighting it.
The bottom line, when America goes to war,
to black man.
I'm rooting for the other side. Yes,
can't say that on the internet. Kind of people watching.
Oh yeah, it's true, man. Gotta be careful. I'm saying
he was joking. It was just this is just joking.
Everybody knows I meant it. So
yeah, that's right. Flexed up, backup plan.
So the bottom line is this: like I said, now as far as like I could go to Liberia if I had a lot, if I was rich and I didn't have to work or do my business, I could go to Liberia for like 3 or 4 years and wait it out, But eventually, you gotta go back to the first world. You can't. Unfortunately, right? I don't see anytime soon. With it gets me is Liberia got a lot of intelligent people, but do you see that legislature, bro?
The intelligent people, nobody likes
the intelligent people leave the country.
And nobody likes them.
That's all I told that fucking idiot Elvis, right? You get the fuck out of here. George Weah can't even fucking read and write.
Yeah, he can't. He really can. He really can. I heard from
right with Elvis. He gonna fucking try to say.
I heard from some of my Uncle Joe aunties.
What are you on drugs? And people think just because they got a position that I'm realizing now that don't mean shit. You got lucky. You're in a position, and all they do is go in front of that. You ever see these motherfuckers? They be like yelling loud.
But Kala, first thing first. These guys have no national plan.
They don't. I bet you anything. I bet you any amount of money. None of these congressmen or senators in Liberia can even point to Liberia on the map. I bet you any amount of money they can't even draw. Look at a blank map of Africa and say which one's your country. And they know where it is.
You know where I gave up, Kala? Look at how they handled the border dispute.
You got these fucking dumb niggas are saying.
That was a time.
It said Boca, no evidence whatsoever, is mining and building a mansion up there and get himself. And like I was telling that,
but Kala, in that type of crisis, that's a time where we put everything aside and we
this
come together on this
motherfucker went to Guinea and said that land belongs to you. That's treason. If you know what would have happened if that was Tubman's time, that nigga would be hanging.
Yeah. No lie. He would have been hanging.
And then he said he's gonna expel Boca. You heard of that latest thing he said? He said I'm going to expel Boca from office, because He says Baka is behind him getting expelled. You know, they immediately seize all his fucking property. His
no, but the guy, look, the guy said he wants to run for president now. It's just madness. It's just chaos.
The fact that somebody like that can even, look, the international community, investors, and all that, looking at all this shit, and they're saying the fact that somebody like this could even get near government. I'm gonna tell this fucking illiterate Elvis, right? The fact that you even have this guy, these CDC types, even anywhere near government, right? It's dangerous.
It's deadly.
Liberia's gonna need massive investment long term, and people are not gonna go and look at these fucking primitive people and talk about they're gonna do business with them. They're not gonna look at these savages and say,
"Somebody's gonna give Samuel Twell $1 billion to do national investment." Come on, get out of here.
Yeah.
Who's going to meet up with Natalia McGay? Come on.
Yeah, so the bottom, these people like, you're fucking kidding me, This is
kidding me?
Like, what
you're nuts? Who's going to meet with Yaka?
That's why the whole time.
What capital investment firm is going to meet with Yaka?
Yeah,
we got $2 billion.
Bottom line, what gets me is you got all these Liberians protect this man. He's a leader. He speaks. What is he saying? And that's why I say the country's hopeless because you got an awful lot of Liberians right now. You see that on 12th Street, they're cleaning up that place. That place is a fucking mess. They're tearing down shanties. They're not playing. They're saying, look, you guys got to go. You guys are a blight on the city. They're taking the city back. And people, instead of saying, okay, this is better for the city, these people, they're enforcing these things where you can't just put a market up any place, They're beautifying the city. They're tearing down these markets and stuff like these makeshift stalls everywhere and whatnot, have proper zoning and stuff like that. They call all that the Congo people.
Yeah. So they blaming the Congo people.
Oh, yeah, I said the Congo people. The Congo man is doing all this stuff like that, anytime you have law and order in Cleveland.
Whoa. But Kala, you said this a while ago. You said it wasn't the Congo man, it was law and order.
It was law and order, It was civilization that was the problem. It was never the American Liberians, it was never True Party. It was civilization. There was civilization.
Law and order.
I agree with that. Some black people just don't want to, be civilized.
A municipal ordinance.
Let me get this FBA lady, Lolita. FBA Lolita. Oh boy. Let's see what you guys say. We got an FBA person.
I'm about to lose a couple brain cells.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now I heard everything that you were saying, Kala.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing about it, you stated that we didn't have, we're not the seasoning and all the different things that, the West Africans were saying. What are you talking about? We are the culture. I mean, not just in America, but around the entire world. Everything from I'll say the worst of us all the way up until the most educated like me. So we are mimicked and copied.
You're saying you're educated?
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, I'm gonna test you.
I'm a financial advisor.
I'm gonna test your education. I'm a test your education.
Okay.
I do that. But my whole thing is this. Okay, you say you're FBA leader. What draw you to the so-called FBA movement? What is
it's
that
not
all
a movement.
About?
The movement is the part of the movement is about reparations.
People say it's a movement. People say it's not a movement. Some people say it's a lineage. Like this, what is it?
Okay, so you're foundational to the land. That means you were here before the land was even called United States.
Well,
right?
I don't consider
your bloodline.
Indigenous talk, sweetheart.
Right?
That's indigenous.
Were you here before it was called the United States?
Well, my ancestors were.
Exactly. So that's it. The foundation. That means you built your ancestors built the foundation.
That's indigenous.
Other people.
We are indigenous. Do you understand? Do you know what the definition of indigenous means? What does indigenous mean?
I was telling you, St. John.
Hold on, Dave.
What does it mean? Is it talking about the Mongoloids or is it talking about?
Let me have this. Okay. Indigenous means origin, where you originated from. We didn't originate from America.
Wait. What else?
Indigenous, where you're indigenous. Indigenous, you have to be here at least 50,000 years. We were not
No,
here
it does
50,000
not.
years
It
ago.
does not say that.
So hold
And the
on.
thing about it is that
Let
indigenous
me
is
ask you a
before
question.
the
Hold on,
Europeans arrived.
let me ask you a question, right?
Uh-huh.
How can you be indigenous to two places, right? Africa
Exactly, because
and
we're
America.
not. We are indigenous to these lands, but we also have
No,
bloodlines over in Africa as well.
I'm indigenous to Africa.
We are indigenous to the entire world. You're
I am
indigenous to
I'm not
Africa,
indigenous to
one
I'm not
continent.
indigenous to the Hopkins. I don't believe
How are
in
we
that.
indigenous to the entire world?
I'm
Because
only
my
indigenous.
bloodline is scattered all around the world. Why would you claim one continent?
Hold up. Let me ask you a question. Does the entire world include sub-Saharan Africa?
Of course, that's why I said the entire world.
So I would say that, okay, we did it, but I would say that your ancestors were indigenous to sub-Saharan Africa.
It's not. No, it's not. That's the people that actually sold the children of Weta.
No,
Means Judah. That means the children of Judah. We actually wait. You're talking too much. What we did was migrate, just like a lot of West Africans are not West Africans. They migrated from north, and also like if you look at the original Arab, yes, the original Arabs
let's do a lot of West African
is really
migrated,
the
but they-
Yoruba. Some of the Igbo, they consider themselves as what? Hebrew. Are they not?
No.
Did they not say that? So a lot of the tribes that you see. Wait. No. This is a fact. You can actually look this information up. I come from Chesapeake, Virginia, so I already know.
Hey, we're probably neighbors. What neighborhood you live in?
I was in. Oh, you're from Chesapeake as well?
Well, I'm in Virginia Beach. I'm on the Chesapeake border.
South Norfolk.
Oh, that's historic South Norfolk. I love it over there.
Uh-huh.
I love it. They really
I'm from that. Yeah.
You don't live there no more?
Oh no, I moved to Texas. I'm in Dallas
man, you
now.
really fixed that place up. You gotta see, they completely restored it. It's like you're living in the 1920s.
Oh yeah, my mom's still living. She's still living in Chesapeake. So majority of the family is still there. That means you should know about the indigenous tribes over here in Chesapeake, where Chesapeake name came from. You should already know about these areas.
So wait, hold on. We indigenous, we Hebrew.
I am not.
No, but you're not understanding. Just being a Hebrew Israelite is a Jacobite. That's a bloodline.
You're saying that you're a Native American. That's fine, right?
I didn't say Native, but you got some natives are here.
Let me ask you a question, right? You're educated, right? Mm-hmm. Can you name me? You say you're indigenous to America, right? You've been here a long time, thousands of years.
We've been here. We've been here before the Europeans even arrived.
Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. And do you have any famous battles that you know about?
What do you mean battles?
Okay, can you tell me something about your history as an indigenous?
Oh, you're talking about the battles with the Europeans and other tribes.
No. Hold up. Now I know about the Battle of Sitting Bull. I know about the battle of this with the Red Man and stuff like that. You know, all that stuff like that. But I want to know the Black indigenous people, like you claim you are, right? Can you name me a treaty that you signed?
I didn't sign anything, but the ancestors did.
You're the people.
My people are Cherokee. And Cherokee just means
you're a Cherokee.
Cherokee has
you sound like a Black woman.
I am. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
Do you understand the Cherokees own slave, right?
No. You're talking about the new Cherokees, which is the fake ones that
cosplaying
us. And they are not the original.
Let me ask you a question.
The original look just like me.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
They were Negroes.
Let me ask you a question. Miss Lolita. Let me ask you a question. I always ask my Native American Negro people. When the white man came to America, right? How did you end up on the plantation picking cotton, and the red man didn't?
You already know that. You already know the answer to that. You know we were reclassified. If you're from Virginia, you know that we were reclassified.
If you were here before the Europeans, how did they enslave you?
They conquered us. They actually used other.
I asked you. Hold on.
That's why he's asking about the battles.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
What battle?
Yeah. So we're not any pretendians or any of that. We're not claiming. I don't claim to be an Indian because that's.
But I know. Hold up. You say you were already here and the white
Exactly.
man conquered you. Name the battle. What
Wait,
year?
Carla. So you're saying, wait. Let me just, verify this. So you're saying it wasn't already black people here? It was
No.
white people
No.
whited out
Everywhere white
Asians.
people.
Black
Hold on,
people
Carl.
here.
Is that what you're saying,
Let me get
or?
this.
No, there were no black people here.
Hold
No.
on, Carl.
So
Let
it
me say
was
this
all
real
white.
quick.
Oh, okay. So you
Hold on.
think
Let
a
me say this.
land full of? You
Hold
think
on.
this
It
continent was just full of
it was
white people?
inhabited by Amerindian people, Native American people, and whatnot, and Europeans colonized the land. And then
Okay,
they
wait. So
Well, she's
you're
also an
saying the
Israelite
Bantu.
too,
Okay, so
Colin.
you're saying lies that
I'm
scattered around the entire
I'm
world
telling lies
were
and
not
whatnot.
here.
I'm telling lies and whatnot. You're supposed to be educated.
No, but you have to you have to understand what Cherokee means.
You said you're educated because I talked to a lot of you people online. You
Yeah.
front like you're educated. You're not. You
Yeah, but
know.
you're not understanding what
You
you're
said you're
you're
educated.
asking.
Oh,
You just said this
you
continent
said you're
was
educated.
all white people.
You said you're educated.
It wasn't white. It was definitely mongoloid.
You cannot.
Mongoloids migrated here from Asia, and
Is
we were
there
here
evidence
before
that
them.
black people were here before?
Of
You cannot
course.
name me.
We
Hold
got
on.
the okay. Look at the okay. So look at the
All right,
Olmec
John, I got you.
statues. Look at all the different paintings, the statues, the artifacts. You're gonna see
Let
us.
me ask you a question. You mentioned the Olmecs, right? What year did the Olmecs exist?
They've been here thousands of years.
Okay, what? No.
But I'm
Give me
not
a
sure
year. Hold on.
exactly what
Hold on, give me-
Who,
what
who are
year.
their common day descendants?
Yeah, I wouldn't know the exact date.
So you don't.
Because
So you said you're educated, right? You said
but
you're
the
educated.
date you would not know. You're talking
Hold
about
on.
what
I don't know
the
because I don't believe
Europeans
the Olmecs
told
even
you
exist.
how long they were here.
I believe
Who,
the
who
Olmecs.
are the modern descendants of the Olmecs?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
The modern
They still in that
they're
same region to this
Mongoloid.
day.
No,
Let me ask
they're
you a
not
question.
the same
Hold on.
people.
Let me ask you a question. Can you name
Oh my
one Olmec king?
goodness.
Can you name me an Olmec king?
No.
So you can't name
I
me.
just want to know who the modern day Olmecs are. Who descendants from
Elvis,
them?
they still there.
The
You
Olmecs
can see
are
people that look just like those
the
people in
Olmec.
those
The
statues.
Olmecs that you're seeing right now are a
Black people
mixture
or
of
Mexican
old.
people?
The
I just
Mexican,
said
you can still see people that look
no.
like that right now.
Okay, so they're mixed with Denisovan.
Oh
Some of
Lord.
them have, of course, European in them. They have, of course, Asian in them. Some of them have African
Listen, you are
bloodline in them as
all over the
well.
place, bro.
No,
Are
it's a
you an
mixture.
Israelite?
So it's not one
He's
race.
Israelite, indigenous. We was across
Are
the
you an
whole
Israelite?
world.
Nope, y'all skipping. Nope, you keep going and asking different questions, but you're not on one topic. Now look at the indigenous Mongoloid. How do they look?
Well,
The
they look like
original.
Native Americans. You
No,
know,
they do not.
they
Go
look
to
like
Asia
Native
right
Americans.
now. How do
They
they
look like
look?
I
How
grew up
do
in
wait.
upstate
No.
I grew up in
How do
upstate
the
New York. I knew
original
a lot
Asian
of Native
people right now
Americans.
look?
Hold
How
But
they
on.
look?
hold on. You talking about the dark skin? Hold on, Kyle. You talking about the
The
dark
real
skin Asian?
ones. I'm not talking about the
Let
whited
me
out
ask you a question.
Hold
ones.
on, Kyle. Hold on, Kyle.
The
You talking about the
original.
dark? You talking about the dark skin Asian?
Exactly.
You
Are
the
they
ones
not
that
the
are genetic?
original?
Hold up, Kyle. The ones that are genetically distinct from sub-Saharan Africans.
The Dravidians, the
I'm just
Tamil.
it's
They
so
do.
many
They do.
different bloodlines, so you can't just
No,
name
but
one.
they are genetically
They're not
distinct
the same.
than
They're
from
not the
sub-Saharan
same
Africa.
people. They're not.
Exactly, and we don't got no DNA.
I
We don't
want.
share no
I mean,
DNA with those people.
it
What
sounds
I'm saying
creepy,
is
but I
that they
kind of
have
want to see
different
how she looks like.
bloodlines.
Is that profile picture your real picture?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you do have some white blood in you, then, right?
No, that's not white.
No, you're
That is
not
Yes,
100%
different
black.
skin
You're
tone.
not
All black
100% black
That
Americans
is
looking
do.
like
not.
that.
No, I have
All
a
black
dark skinned
Americans
mother.
do.
My dad is lighter. That's it.
Nah,
All
you
black
got
Just
white
like
Americans
blood in
got
you, sister.
just
European
We
like
see
in
your
DNA.
picture.
Africa. Just like in Africa. So you're
All
trying to
black
say
Americans got
the
European
Igbos,
DNA.
the Yoruba, and all of them, they have white in them?
We
Because they're
see your
light.
picture,
I see
Colin.
lighter
You gotta
skin.
go. You gotta look at this person, Copeland
And look at my
family
hair.
44.
My whole thing, my whole thing
She
is
definitely has white
Okay,
blood. Come on now.
wait. I don't want to hear all that. You're
I was
deflecting. Now
asking,
you're bringing up white blood and all that. That has absolutely nothing to do with what we're
Let
talking
me say
about.
this, right? I want to get to the bottom of this, right? I want to know how is it that uh, some of you Native American Negroes or Negroes,
Because we're not the same. There's different tribes here.
hold on. You understand? Hold up. You understand the only race of people that was ever chained in America were black people. Native Americans weren't chained.
But you're not understanding the
Hold
reason why.
on. How'd you end up in chains or picking cotton on a plantation?
I just told you we got conquered. What you
Conquered
think
how?
Thanksgiving was all about us because we welcomed them.
What year?
What was your city that was capturing and conquered?
What city? What
It
battle?
was in Virginia. My area
What's the
was
name of the
before we
city?
called
What
Virginia.
city? What city? What city?
Turtle City.
I don't know the city.
Because they didn't exist.
You don't know the
exist, but we
you don't know
went
the
by our
language.
land, tribe,
Hold on, let me. Can I ask you 2 questions?
What do you know?
We never, just like in Africa right now, it was not a city over there either. So
What?
don't try to
There
act
was
as
multiple
if,
cities.
oh my
You
goodness,
got
There was multiple cities and kingdoms.
No, they had
Timbuktu.
kingdoms, they had nations.
Yeah, Oyo, Africa has cities, bro. Ladies.
They had kingdoms, they had nations,
cities.
they had bloodlines.
Oyo was a city
That
state.
means
What are you talking about?
no.
Oyo was a
That
big
means
city, metropolis.
no. That's not how it works.
No.
If my name is okay, so say my name is Lolita Copeland, right? That means my downline of my husband would be a downline, and I can actually turn that area of my own bloodline into my own tribe. It goes by the father.
Well, what I'm saying, hold up. That's not answer the question. How did you get? How did you get conquered? What battle? What year?
It wasn't okay. So you already know about Thanksgiving. You already know what happened. How we had
That was not your people.
Not your people.
They were our people. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. Hey, that was her people. That was her people, right? Go.
Oh my goodness. And he should, and the thing about it, Kayla, you should know. If you're from Virginia, you should know.
I do know.
You're
talking a bunch of nonsense.
No.
Nobody outside the internet talks like this.
Okay, wait. That's a lie. Look up. Kayla.
30-something years.
Kayla, pull it up.
It's Kala.
Pull up the plaque in Virginia that says Israelites. We were always called Israelites.
So now you're Israelites. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm confused. We was indigenous to the whole world. We Israelites at the same time.
So the Israelites is strictly a bloodline. That means my father is Jacob. It's just a bloodline.
Let me ask you a question, because somebody in the chat wanted me to ask you this question before I forget. Do you consider yourself Bantu?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
so
boy,
I'm really
Israelite, Bantu, Native, Indigenous, Olmec's descendant.
Because you're not understanding what a Bantu is. That's a Negro. We are different from African Hamite bloodlines. We are what you call Shemites.
Where's Lewis at? Lewis say the same thing.
It's the same thing because you have to understand that.
So who are the Hamites in Africa right now?
Listen. Look at how the Bantu bloodlines are treated in Africa by indigenous Africans.
Who are the Bantu bloodlines?
That's what I'm saying. Who are the Bantus and who are the Hamites in Africa?
I just told you.
Hold on, Kadola. We gotta understand something.
Okay, so it's all over. So you have the Bantu bloodline. A lot of people already know about this history. In Africa,
who are the Bantus today? How can you distinguish the Bantus from the Hamites?
This man, 1776, is a simp.
You would know them by their traditions, by their culture, what they believe in. They're not. They don't worship many gods. They only worship
is
one.
Elvis a Hamite?
And they know that they are what you call the people of the Bible or the people of the book. So
who are those people? Who are they?
Listen. If you look in the Old Testament, you're going to see different bloodlines that mimic everything that you see in the Old Testament. They are the people. They already know who they are.
Well, you don't know who they are, but they know who they are.
But our ancestors knew who they were too. I read.
So tell us who are they?
No, but because everybody. Okay, so you already know about. So if y'all don't know about Africa,